This project was originally built over a series of live streams. I've cut it down to focus entirely on the code, just the layout, styles, JavaScript, and how I actually work in real time. The live chat has been removed except for moments that were directly related to the build. No frameworks, just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript from scratch. We have a new project called Hilltop. And this is from my collection of Photoshop mockups that I have from my years as a freelancer, because I'm not much of a designer. I'm an adequate designer, and I would say that most of my freelance jobs, I got a huge assist just from going out and buying multiple Photoshop mockups, usually from ThemeForest. At the time it was ThemeForest, like 8 to 10 years ago. And anytime I needed inspiration or I needed help with the layout, this is what I always went to. So now I have dozens, maybe 100 or so mockups from ThemeForest, because they come in these huge packages, right? You buy a mockup and sometimes you get 5 or 6, sometimes you get 10 or 20, sometimes you get 100 different views. There's a lot. So I chose this one, and our project for July is that we are just going to build out this page. It's called the Hilltop, with HTML, vanilla CSS, and vanilla JavaScript. So if you're into stuff like that, you came to the right place. Today we are going to start this project just by writing HTML. Just by writing the HTML. I do have a color palette picked out that I'd like to use. This is Adobe Color, color.adobe.com. I have this image right here, the cheese and pomegranates, and I have just a sort of a stockpile of images from Unsplash. I liked this image, so I popped it in, and I got a color palette here, and I was testing accessibility and contrast. So we're gonna use this color palette, but we're not gonna start to implement any kind of colors or CSS at an earliest tomorrow. We'll see how far we get today just building out our HTML. So if you're new to the channel, welcome. Do me a favor and hit the like button, and let's see if we can get this stream and more content like this pushed out to more people who want to be front-end developers and want to learn HTML and CSS. And if you are not subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and subscribe. I would love to have you. I would love to have you. I have a project ready to go. I do have a lot of stock images, like I said, from Unsplash, and I would say these are somewhat optimized. They could probably be better. We really need two things. We need an index.html, and we need a style.css. And in our index.html, we'll go ahead and add a little bit of starter HTML, change the title, Hilltop, landing page, and then let's go ahead and link our CSS. And then the three things that I always start with are a header, a main, and a footer. And this is all we need to get started. And again, we're not really going to do anything with styles today. My process is that I write all of the HTML first from top to bottom, and then we get started styling. So we have a header. Let's kind of mentally break this down. We have a header with, we'll say this is the logo or the branding, called Hilltop. We have navigation, home, portfolio, blog, about, service, contact. And then we have, magnifying glass to signal search. And then we've got some social media icons. So let's grab some SVGs. Let's grab a magnifying glass. This is Instagram, and then I'm gonna grab Pinterest. That's just that's my preference. So Pinterest. And you know what? I'm gonna do a GitHub also. Yeah, that works. All right. So basically we have this broken down in, well, let's just start with, so I'll say H1 primary logo, and until I come up with a better name, I'm just going to say Hilltop. And then we've got nav, an unordered list, and list items, and I'll call this a class of main nav. Yeah. And then we'll say nav item, and then we'll say, I don't think we need to actually give these home portfolio blog. About service contact. There we go. And then I think we will want to put a button here. So on mobile, we have a way to open that. Probably could just do ARIA label mobile. Yeah, I'll just say mobile menu. And then I'm going to do, we're going to go ahead and make our own animated menu, hamburger button that transforms. Yes, I like it. Say mobile navigation. All right. Now we can add a div. And we're going to want to do a search drawer. So I'll give this a class of search drawer. We'll want to put a button here as well. I'm going to give this a class of well, we'll just do search button. ARIA label. Search the site. We're not actually going to build search, but we are going to include the functionality. And our ARIA, or our SVG, should be ARIA hidden true. because it is decorative and the thing that people are going to click on is the button. Let's do a search drawer, and this is going to be a form, and I'm going to give this, we don't really have an action for this, but I'm going to give this a class of search form. And then we need a label. Whoops. This is a label for search. And I'm going to give this a class of access hidden. And we'll say search the site. And then we'll do an input type search. And this needs an ID of search. And I'll give this a class of search. I'll say search input. Best not to mix your IDs in your classes. And then we'll just give this a placeholder of search the site. And then we need a button. Sometimes I use a button type submit. Lately, I've just been using button because any button element inside of a form element will automatically submit the form. So this is class search button, and we'll do an ARIA label search. I think we could do, I'm just going to do an ARIA label search, class of search button, do an underscore, and then I'm going to put in this in lieu of text, and we'll make sure that this says ARIA hidden true. Yeah, that looks great. So here's our search drawer. Okay, so I'm going to, I generally treat like social media icons like this, like navigation, because that's what they are. So we'll give this a class of social underscore nav. And I generally do an unordered list with list items. And then I'll do a span with a class of access hidden. And let's see here. So we're going to do GitHub, Instagram, and Pinterest. So we're going to say ARIA hidden true. Oh, and I put this in the wrong spot. Put this here. Whoops. This is GitHub. GitHub. And let's go ahead and give this a class of social item. So this is, so we've got social nav and social item, and then we've got main nav and nav item. So those things are aligned. They are consistent. Well, we can copy this. So we've got GitHub, Instagram, Pinterest. All right. And the true test, let's check this out in the browser. So far, so good. So far, so good. This is exactly what I would expect to see. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, so I think that's our header. That is our header. I'm going to collapse this. Let's get into the main body. Here's our hero, which is also going to be a slider, and we can definitely build a slider. We made a slider in our 2 projects ago, and it turned out great. A little bit of vanilla JavaScript, totally accessible, totally responsive. So we are going to do that again. For now, we're just going to go ahead and put in a hero image. I'm not going to worry about building out all the elements of a slider. And also, let's keep in mind for accessibility that anytime you have text or a call to action or anything like that over what is clearly implied here as being an image, that is not accessible. So we will have to put some sort of background around the text and the button. It can have a little opacity, but we'll have to have something around this in order to make sure that it is accessible. So I'm going to do a section, and we'll say class slider. Let's just call it what it is. And we learned the last time we built the slider that you do it, that the best way to do it, the semantic way to do it, and the easiest way to do it for styling is to go ahead and use an unordered list. So I'm going to call this slider item. And then I always put my images inside of a figure tag. And I'm just going to give this figure tag a class of image that'll help me with some more global styles for removing like default things that happen to figures. And then we'll do an image. And let's go ahead and grab just a random image. Let's see here. Images. There we go. And we're just going to grab some random images, and we'll fill in the placeholder, or excuse me, the alt text later. For now, we'll say unsplash alt text. We will fill those in later. And I think that's all we need to do. We could have different text and call to action for every image. I'm going to make the executive decision that this text and call to action doesn't change with the slide. It's static over top of the slider. So we just made an executive decision. So let's just go ahead and add, well, I'm not going to add any right now because we're not really working on the slider right now. We just need to get something in there. So this is where I'm going to leave it. And I think because we have alt text, that's all we need to do with that section. Well, no, we actually need to add the content, don't we? So let's add a div with a class of, we'll just say slider content. And we'll reach and grow can be an H2. And we'll give it a class of slider heading, reach and grow. And then I'll do a paragraph, a little bit of lorem ipsum, and then we'll do a button. Well, the call to action should be a link, not a button. So I'm going to do another paragraph with a link. What does it say? Get started. And let's give this a class of button, and that's how we know that we're going to need to style some buttons. So anything that looks like this whether it's a button or a link, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the functionality is, just talking about pure styles. We're going to give it a style of button. And I think that's it for our slider. Yeah. And this is going to be kind of like our signature image for this site, since that's what I use to build the color palette. So that's going to be the first image in the slider. And then I might use it again here in this section. So I think there's a lot of ambiguity in these mockups, which I kind of like. I'm mostly looking for help with layout. I can kind of cover the bases when it comes to like branding. It's really the layout that I need help with. So let's add a comment here. There we go. So our next section is, we'll just call this, we've got a couple of these 3-card sections. So let's make these styles, well, let's make the class names for styling generic. So we'll say section, class, and we'll just say 3-card section. And they all have a title and a description. Title, description, title, description. So we'll say div, class, content, content header, and then this can be an H2, and we'll call it a secondary heading. Meet our team. No, Hilltop Creative. And then we'll do a description, little lorem ipsum. Now we should be able to do that at the top, and those styles would work everywhere. Now let's do 3 articles. Article, and we'll give this a class of content item. I don't know why it took me so long to think of that. And we need an image. And I always give figures a class of image. And then we're just going to grab some random images. Unsplash, alt, text. We'll go back and fill those in. And then after the figure, we have, let's say that's an H3 with, we'll put this in paragraph tags, and then it looks like we have a button with an arrow. I might make an executive decision to make sure that that has text. And it's not literally a button. It's, let's call it button-ish. It's going to be an anchor tag, or yeah, an anchor element. Let's go ahead and put this inside a div just for the heck of it. Probably help us. Content. We'll say content description. And we'll give this a little bit of lorem ipsum. Oh, actually, no. Paragraphs. A little bit of lorem ipsum. And then I generally put my anchor tags inside paragraph tags. Just because anchor elements are inline elements by default, I think it helps to have them inside of a block level element. So let's give this a class of content link. And I think we're going to need an arrow. Do this. to say ARIA hidden true. And I am going to put in text. This mock-up is from, make it a little bigger here. This mock-up is from 2017, and I can tell you in 2017 we weren't talking about accessibility the way we are today. I think there should be text here, and it shouldn't just be read more, learn more, continue. It needs to give people a lot more context. So we're going to say, where's the H2? Well, where did we put our, wait a second, did I include my H3s? No, award-winning design, present ideas online, everything you need. Okay, we forgot that. So we'll do an H3, tertiary, heading, award-winning design. And then I'm going to say, read more about award-winning design. So that's what the text would be with an arrow. Or we could just say, more about award-winning design. This is the accessible way to do it, especially for screen readers. So I think that's everything. So we have an article, we have a figure, we have an image with alt text, we have a div with our content, we have an H3, so we're following good template hierarchy, we have a description, we have a link with accessible text, and an SVG arrow, decorative. So the next one is, oh, and we need this 01. I forgot about that. Okay, so let's do this. Let's add a span. 01. Okay, so this would be 02. Present ideas online. Present or present? Present ideas online. More about present ideas online. Number 3, everything you need. Everything you need. All right. There we go. Next. What's next? And do we have any sections that look like this? Not really. This is like a contact form, and we'll stick a Google map in there. Google Maps are fun. All right. So what would we call this? I know what they call it, healthy morning. Section with a class of, I guess I'm going to call it dark section. Three-card section. Here's our slider. Let's call it the dark section. All right, so we have another figure tag, the class of image. And let's just grab one of our stock images. That looks good. Unsplash alt text. And then let's put this in its own container. And I do have a signature. I have a signature SVG. So I'll grab that. So we have, I'm going to say this is an H2, a paragraph tag, and then I'll go grab that SVG. So we'll say this is a div, the class of so we could give this a class of content description, which would style it the same way that we're styling these. Would that work? Let's try it. Let's try it. Trying to be better at deciding what needs to be specific to a section and what can work for an entire document. And would you believe that after 12 years, I still haven't nailed that? So let's call it content. Content description, and that's an H2 secondary heading. Some lorem ipsum. And then where is, let's grab that SVG. Let's put this inside. We'll put this inside. I'm going to put it inside another paragraph tag. SVGs by default are inline elements. We'll say ARIA ARIA hidden true, and then we'll just say span the class of access hidden. There we go. Is that everything? I think that's everything. Okay, now we have another section. I think we can just copy this section. We basically have another 3-card section, and then we'll just update the text. So instead of, yeah, I don't see anything that would really be linked here. So we have an H3. We don't have any, well, maybe this would technically be, but we can take out the link and we can take out the lorem ipsum. And then we just replace the names. I will not be using the name Conor McGregor. I will be using the names of all of my pets, past and present. Okay. Meet our team. And we don't need this. Whoops. We could just do creative director. We don't need that. And this is going to be Heidi Holden. She is the present, the current animal, the Sheltie. In fact, we can put in an image. Let's do it. Where are you, Heidi? Heidi the Sheltie right there. All right. And then this will be, this is going to be Ryan Holden. Rest in peace. Ryan is going to be the photographer. I have a picture of her somewhere. I'll see if I can find, I know I've got pictures of all of my past animals. I don't know if I have any like digital pictures on my computer. I'll look. That would be adorable though. And then this is, wait for it, Risky Business Holden. My first Sheltie. Oh my gosh, he was such a good little dog. Gosh, I loved him. Okay, Risky Business is the designer. Perfect. Such a good boy. My first dog as an adult. He was the best. They were all amazing. All right. What do we have next? Featured works. So this is like, this makes me think that we are definitely going to have to put these in containers. Yeah. You know what? We will do that tomorrow when we do the CSS. So this does not have a container. That's why that makes me think of that. So what is this? This makes me feel like if you hovered on this, an overlay with text would appear. So these must be images where you hover, and then when you hover, there's dark, maybe with a little bit of opacity, and then some text, and then it's clickable. That's what I'm thinking this is. So let's call this like quad section class, or we could call this quad we'll call this overlay hover section. There's an overlay when you hover. That makes sense. And then let's borrow our content header. Featured works. I like it. And then we'll do another, just do another div. And we'll say this is the overlay container. And then we're gonna do, we'll do a figure again with the class of image. We'll add an additional class if we need it, but I always use image. So I can just apply some global styles, namely removing the margin that the browsers always add by default. We'll grab an image. And then we need an overlay. So let's do a div, and I'm going to put it before the image because I'm thinking when a screen reader comes along, I want it to read the content first and then it can read the alt text from the image. So we'll give this a class of overlay. Overlay item. Oh, and you know what I'm thinking? Actually, I'm thinking that all of these need to be inside an article. And I think the article should be a class of overlay item. And then this can be item content. Oh, but I think I meant for these to be side by side. Whoops. I'm going to give this an H3, and I'm just going to give this like a few lines of lorem ipsum, right? Like it would be kind of a description. So let's do H3. I'm going to do tertiary heading for now. Mystery. And then I'll do a paragraph with just like a little bit of lorem ipsum, just like that. So this would be hidden until we hover. I mean, I guess we could put it last. Does it matter? I mean, that's the user experience, right? That nobody sees it until they hover on it. So I guess it's okay if a screen reader hits the image first and then hits the content. That would make sense logically. It's going to make it easier to style it. It's going to make it a lot easier to style it. Yeah, okay. We can do that. And then we need 4 of these. I like it. And then we need a call to action. So we'll do here's our container. I'm going to do another paragraph tag here. And then I'm going to give this a class of button. View all works. Yeah, that works. I like it. So this would be the overlay with hover section. Okay, what's next? So this is a testimonial slider. This is the testimonial slider section. And I am also going to put this in an unordered list. And I'm just going to include 1 for now. So this will be a testimonial. Let's call it a testimonial. So I'll give this a class of image. Oh, wait, this isn't an image. This is a testimonial. So I think we want to do block quote. Let's do a block quote. And we'll just put in a little bit of lorem ipsum. And then I think we want to do cite. I think cite is inline. So MDN cite. Attributes. The cite element is used to mark up the title of a creative work. The reference may be an abbreviated form according to context-appropriate conversations related to citation metadata. Yeah, it's inline. It's an inline element right here. That's what I wanted to know. That's what I thought. So who is that? Bernard showed. Bernard showed. I believe it's Bernard Shaw. George Bernard Shaw. There. Okay. And then let's grab, pretty sure we can do that with HTML right here. Punctuation. I think I'm just going to go ahead and grab, yeah, this. Because I think based on the font choice that we choose, the typography that we choose will determine what this really looks like. So let's just go ahead and use that. And I think this is really just decorative anyways. So we'll say class quotes. You can see it down here. Teeny, oh no, you can't see it. Hang on. Teeny tiny. Teeny tiny. But we can style that and make it bigger. So, easy peasy. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. And we have another 3-card section. Testimonials. Whoops. And this is, well, we're just gonna copy in another 3-card section and then we'll update the text accordingly. And this is latest posts. And then we have, so this would say to me, outfit, lifestyle, culture, those are categories. And then we've got an H3, little lorem ipsum, and then this would be a time element with the date time attribute. So we'll do a div and we'll say article category. Beautiful classic. Beautiful classic. And this will be a little bit of lorem ipsum. And then this is going to be, I'm going to get, time element is an inline element. So again, I'm going to put that inside paragraph tags. And then you should always fill in the date time attribute on your times. So if today's date is, we'll use July 5th, 2025, that means the date time attribute is going to be 2025-07-05, just like that. And this is really, really good for SEO, especially on your blog posts. And goes without saying, it's excellent for accessibility. So, oh, and our category is what? Outfit. All right. I'll update these. And that's lifestyle, Ireland character. And that's culture, right moment. That's it. Nice. Yeah, once we style this 3-card section, that's just going to style, it's just going to take care of like 1, 2, 3. It's going to literally take care of 3 sections for us. So that's kind of nice. Okay, so this is our contact form. So we'll do section with a class of contact, and we'll just call it the contact section. And we can grab, should we grab a little iframe Google map? Why not? So we'll do a div with a class of Google map. I'll just put in a nice little iframe, and we can style this. We can style this. No big deal. And then we'll do a form, and this will be our contact form. And I'm just going to give it a class of form because these will be fairly generic styles. Okay, so we have a form, and we have name, organization, your goal, email. Okay, so name, organization, and goal, those are all input type text. The email is input type email, and then the send button is just going to be a button. And anytime you put a button element inside a form element, the button automatically triggers the action. So, and if you have a button inside a form element that you don't want to trigger the action, just put button type button. As long as you do that, it won't trigger the action. Otherwise, just a generic button inside of a form triggers the action. So, yeah. So we'll say label for name, name, full name. And we'll say input, type text. We want to say ID, name. And then I'm also going to give this a class of full name. And we'll do placeholder full name. Just like that. Okay, and then we'll do a label for, we'll say org name, organization name. Oh, and I guess we should do a class of access hidden. And then we'll do an input type text. We'll give it an ID. Whoops. Hello. I'm going to give it an ID of org name. And then a class of, well, why do they need separate? I don't think they need separate classes. Yeah, I'm going to take the classes off of these inputs because I'm thinking about how I style inputs and I don't think I need them. So we'll just do placeholder organization name. And of course, if we do decide that we need them, we will add them at that time. Your goal for your goal, the class of access hidden. Input type text, ID, your goal, and then placeholder, your goal. And then we'll just add a button. And I'm going to give this a class of button, just so we have some consistent styles. Send. Whoops. All right, that's our form. Nice and accessible. We have a form. Name. Organization. Goal. Oh no, we've got the email. Label for email. All right. So we have type email. The ID is going to be email. And the placeholder is going to be email. So we've got full name, organization name, your goal, and email. And that's our form. Nice. So we'll call this the contact form. And now we're at the footer. So I think that we can just duplicate our social media navigation down here. So let's do, and I'm going to put these in paragraph tags. So I'll do it's an email address and a phone number. let's grab, let's make a copy of this. And then I'm going to give this a class because it's going to need some unique styles of just copyright. And then I'm going to put a span in here with an ID of copy, and then we'll go ahead and make that dynamic. Yeah, that works. I like it. Wow, look at that. We got this done really, really fast. Really, really fast. We got this done fast because we had 3 basically identical sections, didn't we? Yeah. We have 3 identical sections. So that's going to make styling go so much quicker. So I am going to make it so our navigation scrolls to the specific spot on the page, and we'll need, you don't need JavaScript for that. You can just anchor to sections on the page, but I think if you want to do some smooth scrolling, you do need a little bit of JavaScript for that. So that'll be fun. We haven't done that yet, and I personally haven't done that in years. And the last time I did it, I used jQuery. So my jQuery days are long behind me. The navigation will be responsive. We have a search drawer that is going to be off canvas. That'll require a little bit of JavaScript. What I like to do is do click events. So on click, add an active class, and then let the CSS do the work for us. We're going to build a vanilla JavaScript slider, which is shockingly straightforward, and we can do it in a way that is accessible and responsive. So that's awesome. We'll do a slider. And then our intersections are very straightforward. We do also have a testimonial slider, easy peasy. We'll do a nice little overlay on hover. I think we can do the overlays with all CSS. I don't think we need JavaScript for that. I think we can use the pseudo-class target for that. Staying in line with our top to bottom approach, we're just going to start with the header. But I guess before any of that, let's add a couple things here. So I always do a browser reset called normalize. And the reason I do that is because, and it's not as bad as it used to be, I do that because all the browsers have their own set of defaults. It's just not as bad as it used to be. Like 12 years ago when I first started, it was, we were still dealing with Internet Explorer 7 and 8 and things like that. So browser resets were really important back in the day. I still use normalize because it does normalize the styles. And make sure if you're using a browser reset, you always put this before your styles. So let's go ahead and just define some styles. Am I doing that right? I think I am. Okay, so we need to define some new color variables. So I've got light gray and gray. I usually use not pure black, but like a soft black, but we're going to redefine that as well. Color.adobe.com. All right. Extract a theme. So I'm going to grab, there it is. So I'm going to drop this in here. There we go. Good. It gave me the same color palette. So this is the color palette that I want to use. And but we also need to make sure that we are accessible. So let's do this. So let's just make sure that we have, this is the color palette that I am going to use. But let's just sort of sort out what is and isn't accessible. So if we use this kind of soft charcoal gray as our background color, and then, you know, white is obviously going to work just fine on this. But I also think that we could do this lighter gray, which is just a little bit softer, a little bit warmer, because this gray is pretty warm itself. So we know that the gray in either direction is going to be fine. Let's make sure that this maroon is also gives us enough contrast. Whoops. So that gives us enough contrast. I think I tested yesterday this yellow also worked as text color. So we could, I don't know if I would do this as like a paragraph or a block of text, but I would do this yellow as like a header. I think that would be good. And then let's make sure that also has enough contrast. So we could do the yellow over top of the gray or the maroon with enough contrast. I don't think that this has enough contrast. Okay, so actually here's what it doesn't have enough contrast for like regular text, but it does pass, and it says here it's pretty little. Oh, come on, Adobe, it's little. It says here for 18 point and above, 14 point bold and above. And of course, we're using pixels or rems. 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels. So I would say, we'll Google it and we'll do like a pixel to point conversion. But also, this softer, lighter gray does pass accessibility for like an icon or a button. So we could do this. We just can't use it for like paragraphs or blocks of text. Well, not at 16 pixels or a rem. So I really like this color palette. We have a good sense of what the accessibility is. And we have good, like this, I don't know if I'm really going to use this for anything. This is going to be more for like accents. Oops. Yeah, so this fails across the board. So we've got white, black, we have a mid-tone. I'm going to put this, we have our mid-tone. Let's do this. We've got black, we have a mid-tone gray, yellow, gold, maroon. I like it. Okay, and since we're just doing one style.css, everything goes right in here. So we're doing 2 HTTP requests to normalize in style.css. I use Sass a lot. I think I'm going to be kind of getting away from Sass a little bit and going back to vanilla CSS, which means everything goes into one style sheet. But you know what? That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Just got to keep yourself organized. So let's do good old HTML, and we're just going to say box sizing, border box. That is the first thing I do. And then we're going to just do like a wildcard. And we'll get the before and after elements as well. All right, and then on the body, I generally just automatically say padding 0, margin 0, and a background color of white, just in case. And for this, I am going to do just plain white. Because if you don't set the background color on your body element and your users have their settings on their computer set to a different color, it could change the color of the background color of the site or the app that you're building. So next, let's go. We need to grab some fonts, and I don't exactly know which font this is. I didn't actually put this in Affinity Pro, so we're just gonna guess. We're just gonna go to Google Fonts and we're just gonna guess, because that's okay too. And I think we need a, let's move this over here. We need a serif and a sans serif. So let's find a sans serif first. I kind of like this. I like it. All right. Now let's grab a serif. Okay, so that's serif. I mean, is that the only place that uses a serif type? Let's just Times New Roman that. Let's just Times New Roman that. Keep it simple. All right. Get the embed codes. So we'll just go ahead and link, and make sure that when you are linking to your fonts, you're putting it above your other style sheets. And then I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to put it right here, but I'm going to comment it out. Stick it right there. And now on the body, I'm going to go ahead and define these. Font weight, 400. What font weights did we get? All of them. Wait, really? Okay, well, we have a variety to choose from. And then font size. I usually just say on the body font size 100%. And then let's set a line height. I usually do 1.65 line height. Technically, you can assign a pixel or an M or a rem value to line height. It's really supposed to be a multiple of your font size. So the line height is 1.65 times the height of the font size itself. So that's I usually do 1.65. Once we start adding text, we'll get a better sense of whether or not we need to adjust that. And then a color. Let's just put a color. We're going to say all text is the black color that we decided on. And then let's do just some generic styles. Like, let's make sure that our images are display block. Max width 100% and height auto. Now our images will all be responsive. Let's make sure that anything inside of a paragraph tag, and I would expect that we'll make adjustments to this. Well, I mean, we have a lot of type, usually, okay, paragraphs by default get margin on the top and bottom. So I think we'll just go ahead and do margin 001 rem. And then we're going to do last of type. So if you have multiple paragraphs in a row, the last one, generally the last paragraph, I do not want there to be margin. So we'll just say margin 0. If we need to adjust that later, we can. Oh, and it's just like that. Let's also make sure that, because we gave all of our figures a class of image, and browsers by default give figures a lot of margin, so we'll take the margin off by default. What else do we want to do? I think we should also do a access hidden, because we've used that in quite a few places. So we'll do access hidden, which is a screen reader friendly way of hiding content right here. So this is our screen reader friendly way of hiding text. Not everybody agrees with that, but I think it's fine. So we have some basic styles ready to go. We have our color palette. We have everything ready to go on the body. From here on out, on the body, I always say font size 100%, which it should be 16 pixels. So from here on out, we will use rems as much as possible. So font sizes will continue to be in rems, and so on and so forth. So, all right, let's start working on the header. And I think we are going to need, well, no, I'm not going to. So most of the site is kind of in a container, but the header really isn't. The header really isn't. So we know that this button needs to be display none until it's on mobile. So let's also, oh, wrong tab. So let's make sure that the class mobile nav for now is just display none while we lock in our desktop styles. Okay. So we're really just dealing with the nav. Oh, and we need to, our search drawer also needs to be hidden until we style that. So again, I'm just going to display none until we get to that. And then we've got our social nav. So this, and then I think we need to make sure. And then we've got the button. Do I want the button to come before or after the drawer? Actually, I think the drawer should come last. And then I think, so this would be hidden off canvas. Actually, no, I will put it in the middle. let's put this in a container. And this is going to be, I'm just going to say header right. And then this, well, this will be hidden. So on mobile, this will be hidden. And then this will be menu, search, social icons. Yep, that makes sense. Which makes me think that maybe this button needs to come after the navigation, which is that smart? Don't we want the browser to hit that button before the navigation? Well, let's not worry about it, because we'll deal with it when we get to the mobile styles. We can shift it around. So the drawer is hidden. Okay. So this is hidden. The drawer is hidden. These are showing and this is showing. Okay. So let's just flexbox display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap. And then justify content, I'm going to do space around. And then we'll do align items center. And that should line everything up for us. Oh. Yep, that lined everything up for us. So now let's get that nav lined up. And then this is the search button. These are the social icons. And Rahul is asking if I would mind explaining a little about ARIA attributes. Yeah, I can tell you that I use them sparingly. Some people use them liberally. They can be complex if you overuse them. I tend to use them more on buttons. So for example, I have an ARIA label on this button because there's no text. There's no words inside this button. So if a screen reader came and hit this button, it wouldn't say anything. There's no words, there's no text. So by putting an ARIA label on the button, once the screen reader hits this button now, it's going to read mobile navigation out to the user. So that's the purpose of an ARIA label for a button. I also tend to use them on SVGs. So for this button, this is the button for this to trigger the search drawer. Again, there are no words here, so the ARIA label says search the site, so the user knows what that button does. The SVG is XML. In my opinion, it's decorative. So I do an attribute of ARIA hidden true, meaning don't read this out to the user on a screen reader. So these are the two most common ways that I use ARIA labels on buttons and SVGs. I am of the opinion that if you are writing good semantic HTML, if you're using sections, main, header, you're doing good template hierarchy with your H2s and your paragraph tags, and you understand that anchor elements are for links and navigation, and that buttons are for actions like triggering something, I am of the opinion that those are good best practices for making a site accessible. So, and then you know, once you've used good semantic HTML and good template hierarchy, and you make sure that you're using buttons and links and forms appropriately, then do some testing and go back in and add ARIA labels as you need them, where needed. So I've seen developers just like throw an ARIA label on everything, every single thing. I don't do that. I just don't do that. So I let the HTML do the work, because HTML is very semantic. The reason I write all of the HTML first before I start styling is because I put a lot of thought into how the DOM is organized and the template hierarchy, and making sure that I have a header, a main, a footer, that we have an H1 for the page, and that we're using H2, H3, H4, etc. appropriately. I make sure that I always have figure tags around images, and that I always have alt text on images. In my opinion and in my experience, those are good semantic ways to keep things accessible without overusing a lot of ARIA labels. So I hope that helps. All right, so let's work on this main nav. And our main nav has a UL. So we'll just get that margin and padding off of there. And I'm going to say list style type none to remove the bullets. And then let's do main nav li. I suppose we could also do display flex, flex flow, row. I'm going to say no wrap. Space between, justify content. For this, I'm going to do space evenly. And then we'll do align items, center. And then I think we can put can't we do a gap? There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. And then let's just, we'll say color black. Oop. Text decoration, none. And they should be uppercase. Text transform, uppercase, and then let's just give it a little letter spacing. Usually 1.5 pixels is what I like. There we go. Let's get our header right tidied up here. We'll do display, flex, flex flow. We use a lot of Flexbox on this channel, but that is all right. Justify content. I'm going to do space evenly and align items, center. And then our social nav, let's tidy that up. Get rid of the margin and the padding. And list style type. none. And then let's also just display flex this. Space, evenly align items, center. And then I think our SVGs clearly don't have any color, so let's add some fill. So we'll say social item SVG fill var black. Okay. What's going on here? Are you collapsing? What did I do wrong here? Oh, social, no, social item, social nav UL. Maybe they just need to be display block width. There we go. SVGs by default are display inline, so I do inevitably have to change them to display block. That's fine. That is fine. That's pretty big, although I'm zoomed in. Oh yeah, I guess that's about right. We'll stick with 25. So we'll say width, 25 pixels, height, 25 pixels, nice and square. And then I think we could also, for this, do a gap of 1 rem. Here we go. Okay, why isn't our header. Oh, let's change. There we go. And then let's also do a gap. I recently figured out gap. Gap was just one of those things that kind of eluded me for a while. I was like, I don't get it. How does this work? So yeah, now we're all nice and lined up. Okay, so let's make sure that our little search icon matches with the other icons. Social nav. Here is our button. So I used to, because button has a bunch of styles that just come with it, right? Clearly there's a border, there's a background, things like that. So back in the day, and by back in the day I mean up until like 6 months ago, I always, on every button, would just say appearance none. And then I started to figure out like, oh, my buttons aren't getting focus when I'm testing for accessibility. So if I start to tab through, see how these things are getting focus? If we put appearance none on the button, so let's just say up here, we do button appearance none. Oh, I guess it still got focus. I feel like I was in a situation where I was putting appearance none on something and it wasn't getting focus, so I stopped doing that. Well, I'm still going to stop doing that. Maybe it was just a different browser. Yeah, it was. It was Firefox. It was Firefox. I know I'm not crazy. So in Chrome, this worked. So I can still tab through and that button does get focus. But in Firefox, okay, so if I tab through now in Firefox, I don't think that button is going to get focus. Oh, I guess it did. Am I insane? Something happened. I can't remember what. I thought it was... Well, at any rate, I don't do that anymore. I don't put appearance none on buttons. I just restyle them. So don't listen to me. I'm insane. So let's do this. Let's just give our buttons, well, for this button, I'm just going to style the class. So for this button, search button, I'm just going to style the class. So we'll say border, none, background, color, transparent. That's like all you need to do. And then search button SVG, we'll say display block. We'll give it the same width and height. And is it the fill or the stroke? I think it might be, it's the stroke. Also black. Beautiful, look at that. Okay. So our spacing is a little, oh, it's got padding on it. Let's get rid of that padding. And padding 0. And let's make sure, oh, we probably need to make sure, yeah, they need to be 48 by 48 pixels in order to be accessible. So, and Rahul says, thank you for the explanation. Writing fully semantic and accessible HTML feels quite challenging. I mean, it can be challenging. I'm telling you, do what I'm doing. Just practice. You don't have to stream. You don't have to stream. Just grab a mock-up and practice. That's the best way to do it. You're never going to get good at it without just a ton of practice. Great interactive stream today. Lots of good talks. Have it on my second monitor while I work on code. I'm so glad to hear that. Our icons actually probably do all need padding. in order to have an accessible tap target, and that's 48 pixels by 48 pixels. So we actually want to add, let's see, 48 minus 25 is 23 divided by 2 is 11.5. So let's add some padding, 11.5 pixels. There we go, 48 by 48. So let's do that to these as well. So the button, so that means that we want to make sure that these are display blocks, so we can add padding because anchor elements are by default inline elements. And then we'll say padding 11.5 pixels. Oh, let's see here. Oh, did I put this in the wrong place? I suppose we could just go ahead and put that here. And we need to make sure though, no, I'm going to put it on the anchor. Social item. There we go. So that's 48 by 48. So we do still need to keep a gap because we need to have some space in between, but I'm going to reduce the gap a little bit. That's the other gap right here. There we go. So now if we look at this back at 100%, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm good with that. That looks really good. I like it. And let's make sure that our button has a cursor pointer. There we go. And does this kind of feel like if I feel like there's too much space. Oh yeah, we have another gap right here to fix. That's why. Okay. Right here. Okay, now that looks even. Now that looks even. I love it. I love it. Let's fix Hilltop, which is, I think, a little lighter font weight, like maybe 200 or 300, and we'll give it some letter spacing. But I think size-wise, I like it. And it's got quite a bit of margin. So let's work on that primary logo in the header. So let's remove that margin, 0. And then I would prefer to add padding to the header itself, not just have margin on one element holding the header open. So, and then I'm going to change the font weight to 300 and the letter spacing to 2 pixels. Little light. And I think we also need to do text transform uppercase. Maybe 500. There we go. I think, oh, maybe 600. and a lot more letter spacing. We'll do 5 pixels. There we go. That looks about right. And then let's give our header element some padding. And I think we need to space out our navigation a little bit too. So what we'll do is we'll just give our navigation some width, a defined width. But I'm not going to define a width for anything else. Although we should, well, we'll worry about it when we get to responsive styles. So let's give our header a little bit of padding. Maybe just a rem. And then let's give our navigation the main nav 50%. Maybe a max width of, I would like to avoid a percentage. I don't, 50 rems, what is that? 50 rems is how many pixels? 800. There we go. So let's just do a width, and then we'll say max width 100%. But I don't think it's going to matter because eventually it'll be mobile. So everything except the navigation moves, but it does start to move right around there. So probably we will pop this into mobile around 960, like right around there. And we can refine this, but technically this does hold up, and that is nice and squishy. And we could also do a clamp style on this, but I'm not worried about refining these styles for now. I meant a website for generating the clamp property. So I do it manually. Okay, I understand your question now. I do it manually, and by manually, I mean, I guess until I get values that look right. But I have started to develop a sense of what works in terms of clamp. So we can go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do that on our primary logo. So we'll do a font size. And what is it now? So it's 2 M's. So let's do it. Let's just do it right here. It's the best way to test. So at the smallest, it would be 1 rem, and then maybe 3 VW viewport width, and then at desktop it would be 2 rems. So you can see here that right now it's 2 rems, and then as we get smaller, 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 this is not kicking in, so let's just do this here. 1 rem, because it's moving in the browser, but we're not seeing a change in the thing. So we should see this change now. There we go. So you see there that it changes. Now it's viewport width, so it's really flexible. And then as soon as it gets down to about 500 pixels, right in there, that's pretty small. So let's change that to 1.25, maybe 1.5, yeah. We'll play with it. We'll play with it. I'm going to do 1 point. I tend to write mobile styles last, so I like that. I like that. I tend to write mobile styles last, so we can play with that, but that works really well. I think that looks good. So just play with it. Just experiment. You'll figure there is a mathematical formula for clamp and font sizes. I just experiment until I find something that works, and that's working. I think that works. So, all right, let's work on the search drawer. Oops. So our search drawer is right here. So ideally what we would do is, well, let's just do this first. So what's the parent? Well, we're going to do position fixed. So we're just going to fix this over the entire window. So I'm going to say position fixed, inset 0, background color. We'll go ahead and do, we could do one of the dark colors. Should we do the black? Yeah. Which means we'll say color. All other color can be light gray. And then we'll do width 100% and height. Well, height we want VH, right? And then I think we want overflow hidden. And probably we want some z-index. I'll just do 3. There we go. So ideally what we would do is we will have a click event for this button. So we'll do add event listener. When you click this button, we add an active class to the search drawer. So this would be display none by default. Oh, wait a second. Do we want it to slide out, or do we want it to, do we want to use like opacity? Let's use opacity. I usually do slide. Let's do opacity. So we can do so maybe instead of display none, we could just do we'll do visibility hidden, opacity 0, and then search drawer active. Visibility, visible. Opacity 1. And then I think we want to do, let's do a transition. We'll transition the opacity. 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. I don't usually do this like this, so we'll see what happens. I love it. I love it. So when we add active, we get a nice transition, and that's our search drawer. When we remove active, so when we close the drawer, we don't get the same transition. I don't think that bothers me though. And visibility hidden is the same for accessibility as display none. The difference is that the search drawer still takes up space on the page. Display none, it's like it doesn't even exist. And we want it to be hidden because the expected behavior is that when you get to the button, so let's say you're using a screen reader, when you get to the button, you may go past the button. You don't need the form, right? You want to go to the next thing. You want to go to the social nav. So with visibility hidden, the screen reader is still going to skip the drawer and go straight to the nav. The expected behavior is that the user has the choice to click the button. So if you're watching this stream right now and you're new here or you haven't liked the video yet, do me a favor, like the video, acknowledge the video. Think of it as just acknowledging the video. It's the polite thing to do. When you go over to somebody's house, just give it the thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel, I would love to have you. Let's try to push out this type of content to more people who are interested in front-end development, who like to hang out, and who enjoy practicing HTML and CSS. I would appreciate it. Okay, back to the stream. So this, I love this. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. So let's go ahead and get that styled. I'm also thinking that I'm not going to hide this label. I am not going to hide this label. So we have our label, our input, and our button. There we go. Yes, Monique, accessibility is key. It improves the user experience for everybody, not just people who rely on screen readers. I think it genuinely provides a more thoughtful, better user experience for everybody. It's good for search engine optimization. And as if you needed to be convinced, think of it this way. Where there is an audience, there is a market. And when you exclude an audience, you are literally excluding a market. And websites are marketing tools. They are. They just are. So, okay. I'm just going to do it the good old-fashioned way. There we go. Let's give our label a class. make this display block. And then I want to position this button. Well, let's just go ahead and style the input. Let's make our entire form a little wider. So we'll say max width 50 rems, and then we can say search input width 100%, and then we'll add some padding of 1 rem inside the input. There we go. There we go. I think our label could be a little bigger. So we'll do font size 1.25 rems. And I'll add just a tiny bit of margin on the bottom. There we go. And then I am going to absolutely position the button over top of the input, but I am going to put a I don't really want to do that. We'll do position relative. It'll be fine, Angela. It'll be fine. And then our button, search. Oh, do I have 2 things called search button? I do. Let's do submit button. Submit button. Yeah, submit button. So that'll need some new styles. Although, we can actually, I think they could have the same styles. No, they can't have the same class because I need that class when I do the event listener. So we'll do submit button, and then we'll just borrow this. None or transparent. There we go. All right. And then our form is relative, so our button, I'm going to say position absolute. Stop. Position absolute. Bottom 0. Right 0, just to make sure we got it in the right spot. Yeah, and then I'll nudge it up a little bit. So the height is, so we could just do the height of the input is 54.4. So let's just, I don't know. I hate doing pixel values to define things like that, but I kind of need it in this case. It might come back to bite me in the butt, but, and then our SVG, or our button, let's take this padding off of here. Although we need that tap target, don't we? It's in the wrong place. There we go. Oh, maybe we should just make the button. Yeah. Let's just make the button 55 by 55. So we don't need padding then. So we'll do, make sure it's display block, width 55 pixels, and then it'll just sit right neat and tidy in there. We don't have to center anything. Beautiful. So I think this, we can just do this. Margin, auto. Beautiful. Wow. That rarely works out that well for me. Look at that. I love it. I love it. So I don't think we really need placeholder text if we have a label, right? You don't have to have placeholder text. And this will hold up just fine on mobile. Let's just give our container a little bit of padding. Oh, I screwed something up. Oh, it's because let's put it on the drawer instead. There we go. So now we have a little bit of padding there. Gosh, this gray isn't very, it's kind of, it's a little gross, isn't it? Let's change this. Let's change this label. Let's change this label. We're going to give this a font family of Times New Roman. Look at all these defaults that we have. We could do Georgia. Let's do it. And then let's bump this up, make it nice and big and juicy. And then let's make the color, whoops, that is a sass. I'm gonna do yellow. I love it. I love it. Let's make this input a little bit bigger. Oh, I have a height on the input, so that won't work. What's that height? 70.4. we'll go back to what it was. We'll go back to what it was. What if we changed this? Might not even be noticeable. Yeah, it's not noticeable at all. Yeah, you can't even tell. Okay, we'll change it back. All right, well, I like this until I decide on something else. So if we take out active and then, oh. I love it. Okay, and then when we get to, well, we probably want to make sure that our button, we probably want to make sure that we can still see our button, or we just need a close button inside the drawer, don't we? Let's go ahead and do that. So we could do two things. One of two things. We could just make sure that the button that we click to open the drawer is also visible when the drawer is open. And that's the button you would close. That's the button you would click to close it. The other thing that we're going to want to make sure that we do is that when this is active, when the search drawer is active, we need some JavaScript, so you can click escape to close it. That's the other thing that we need to do for accessibility. So make a mental note that we need to do that. I think that we should put in to close, like an extra button to close inside the drawer. So that's what we're going to do. So here's our drawer. So we're going to add another button, and I'm going to give this a class of search close. And it needs a unique class because that button is also going to have an event listener, right? Because when you click that button, we're going to remove the active classes. So when you click search button, we are going to add an active class to search drawer. And then when you click search close, you remove the active class from search drawer. Yeah. And I think for accessibility, it makes more sense. In the past, I've used one button and then I show it in every place, whether the drawer is open or closed. That's actually, to me, it feels like it's efficient, but it's actually kind of messy once you get into it. So it's better to just have a button to open and a button to close, and make sure that your button to close is inside of the thing that's open. It just makes it so much easier when you're adding event listeners. And then you really only have to add one active class to the drawer itself, and then let the CSS do all of the work. Yeah, I like it. And so for this, we'll do ARIA label close search. So then for this, I think I would say open search. Kind of makes me think that this should be search open, not search button. Be a little more semantic, wouldn't it? And then that can be submit button. And then for this, let's just grab an SVG to deal with it. Right here. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Then we'll say ARIA hidden true. And then our search drawer is position fixed. So we can position this button against the drawer. Really easy with position absolute. But we should be able to see it. Oh, it's right down here. So if we do, here's the drawer, here's the button, here's the form. We should be able to search close, search open, search open, search close, and you know, we could probably do, can borrow some of these styles, search close, comma, and then we could also do position absolute, top, 1 rem, right, 1 rem, and then I think we would also want search close, SVG, and the fill should be, or fill or the stroke should be white. Oh, and we probably need some Z index. Where are you? Oh, and we'll give it some of these generic styles as well. Search close, SVG. There it is. Stroke or fill? Must be fill. It's just lines. What's going on here? Stroke, fill, none. Yeah, it's stroke. So why aren't we getting our color? There we go. That shouldn't, I don't know why that matters. Let's make this a lot bigger. Oh. It's pretty small. That is a nice big tap target. Definitely not responsive yet. That's okay. We'll get to it. Well, I think it's a little bit ugly. This gray color is a little bit ugly. It's a lot prettier here, isn't it? Not as pretty here. Not as pretty here. But you know what? That's why we define variables. That's why we define variables. So if we need to change this, like what if we just changed it to 222, which is what I normally use? It happens all over. I actually like that 100 times better, but I'm going to go back to what it was before, and I'm not going to worry about it. We can come back in and refine these colors more towards the end, because I tend to get really, really hung up on things like this, and it doesn't matter. What's most important is getting the core layout in place, making sure things are accessible, making sure things are responsive, making sure that this layout works the way it's supposed to. Then we can come back in and tweak colors and tweak fonts and things like that. Those things, the aesthetics things, I am just far less concerned about. But I think this is a really excellent start. So let's take out this active. I think this is a great start. So now we have our nice header. Hang on, I'm gonna pop this out. So now we have a nice header. I like that. That works. That works for me. I really want to do two things today. I want to get our mobile navigation in place, and I want to style, what's going on here? I want to style this slider. Not particularly worried about the slider functionality. I have a feeling that I'll end up doing a lot of that functionality last. I tend to work in stages, right? So let's get our mobile navigation done today and work on this slider. The first thing I want to do is style the slider, and then we'll go ahead and implement our mobile navigation. That's the plan. And for now, I just have one image in here, and I actually think I'm going to change this image because I chose the wrong orientation. So let's just find a different image. These are all of the stock images. I just went to Unsplash and I downloaded, that's Heidi, and downloaded a bunch of random images. I like the honeybee. I like the peaches. I like the flowers. I like the charcuterie. Let's do the honeybee. So what is that? Ibrahim Ozdemir. Okay, there we go. So let's style a slider. The other thing I think we need is, so they have an arrow here, and I mean an arrow here, but they're different. So let's just get two arrows, like a left and a right arrow. Do we have one yet? Arrow forward outline. What does that look like? So let's get the arrow backward outline. And I get a lot of my SVGs from Ionicon because they are open source. So here is backward. Let's go here. This is the Hilltop. There we go. All right. So we are so the slider is going to be inside of an unordered list. And I'm going to put the controls before the slider because I'm thinking about accessibility, that if a screen reader comes along, I want the screen readers to see that these buttons are here so they can advance advance the slider. So let's do a div, and we'll give this a class of slider controls. With a class of, so first we would want to go forward, and second we would want to go backward, which makes sense. But on the page, if you think about left to right, you're going to see previous and next in the opposite order. So I'm going to put slider next, and then I'm going to do slider previous. And I think I'll just reverse their order. Like we can use Flexbox and just reverse their order. I want them to see next first and previous second, but if you think like left to right, they're going to see previous first and slider next. I hope I'm not overthinking this, but I think I'm right. I think I'm right. So let's do an ARIA label. We'll just say next slide, and then we'll do another ARIA label, and I'll say previous slide. So here's our forward. And I'm going to say ARIA hidden true. I mean, I pretty much think that all SVGs are decorative, so I always do ARIA hidden true. Yeah. So here's our buttons right here. And this content is going to be over top of the slider. I'm actually just going to comment this out. And then here's our controls. I'm going to comment our controls out for just a moment as well. And here is our CSS. So here's our header, social nav, navigation, search, and we'll do slider right here. And I'm going to do position relative because I know that I'm going to be absolutely positioning the content and the controls over top of the UL. So we'll say slider UL, we'll take off the margin and the padding. We'll go ahead and say width 100%, height, I'm going to say auto, and then I'm going to give this container an aspect ratio of 16:9. And then oh, and we want to do also list style type none. And I don't think I'm really going to do anything with the LI, but I am going to take the figure, remove the margin, and then for this image, so I have, here's the image, the parent, the grandparent, the great-grandparent. We might want to do all of this on we have a lot of markup. We have a lot of markup. And I think for our image, we'll just go ahead and do width 100%. Well, display, did I set my image to display block already? I did. So I'm going to say width 100%, height 100%, and we'll just do object fit cover. There we go. Oh, and we need a little specificity here, don't we? There we go. And we may want to tighten up this aspect ratio a little bit. So maybe instead of 16:9, we could do 16:8, which would be 8:4, which would be 4:2, 2:1. I think we could do what I'm trying to think of a better aspect ratio. 16:2. If we do 16:6, that would be 8:3. Yeah, I like that. So we're not covering up the entire screen. Users will be able to see that there's something going on here beneath that slider. I like that. I like it. I think we should make our header sticky also. Yeah, I think we should also do a nice sticky header. All right, let's get our buttons in place. That right here. So these will be the slider controls. These are going to be position. We'll do position absolute, inset 0, width 100%. I think we could also do an aspect ratio on this just to hold this container open. I think that's a good way to do that. So we'll do height, auto, aspect ratio 8:3, and then within this container, we'll position those buttons. So we'll say display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap, and then we'll say justify content space between to get each of those items up against the edge, and then align items center. And then we probably need some z-index. I'm just gonna say 1, and then we'll put a z-index of 0 here. I don't know. There we, oh, beautiful. Beautiful. How do you not love front-end development? How do you not love CSS? Instant gratification in the browser, instant. Okay, let's do, instead of space between, let's do space around, which still puts the first and the last, in our case only 2 things, but it still puts the first and the last near the center or near the edges, but not all the way, and keeps it flexible. Oh, too much. And we don't want space evenly. Let's do space between, and then we'll just add some padding to the container. So we'll do padding, 1 rem on the left and right. There we go. There we go. Now look how nice and flexible that is, even down to mobile. Beautiful, beautiful. So let's take a look now. So here's the slider. So let's really see what's going on in the browser here. So here's the slider, and then our UL is right here. And then we added the aspect ratio to the figure. I think you could add the aspect ratio to any of these things. I'm doing it to the parent. That's my strategy here. I'm doing it to the parent. And then our image has an object fit of cover. So it positions, it kind of like locks that image into the parent container proportionally. So no matter the size of the browser window, it's going to say proportional, and it's going to move and be responsive within that container. And then our controls are absolutely positioned over top of the UL, but it has the same aspect ratio that holds the container open in the same size. So no matter what the size, we are always the same size as the container beneath it. And then we just do flexbox to position these buttons within that container. Honestly, how do you not love this? Okay, so I'm going to do, and then we need to make sure, yeah, they do. They get focus. We just need to make sure that and you can see there, hopefully you can see there, that our buttons are getting focus. That's the other thing sometimes with stacking order, is that you do need to make sure that you can still, that you're not, even though you can see something, you're not covering it up with a different layer. So this is on top, and that's important because we just need to be able to still access this. And so let's just go ahead with our slider controls. Slider next, slider previous. Those probably, no, they do need separate. They do need separate classes. Slider, we're gonna switch them. Slider next, slider previous. Let's just make sure that they have a cursor pointer. Yeah. There we go. Perfect. So this is next, and it's on the left, right? It's in the wrong spot. This is previous, it's on the right. I want a screen reader to see next first and previous second, but visually these need to be flipped. And since this is Flexbox, we're just going to change the order. That's what I'm going to do. So that's like my executive decision, I guess. So we want slider next to be order. Well, technically it's going to be order 2. And then we want slider previous to be order 1. So here's next slide in the right place on the right, and here's previous slide on the left. So I love it. I love it. Okay, let's get this content. Let's get this content. I'm going to do the same thing with the content. I'm going to put the content before the buttons. And I'm going to do the same thing. Position, absolute, inset, 0. Honestly, I can probably just do all of this. And now you can see that the content is right over top. We have to make sure that we still have access to our buttons, right? With this layer now on top. So we do, we have access to our buttons. So here's our content. And then inside, I think it would be good inside of this to put this in another container. So let's do a div with a class of I'm gonna do slider content wrap. And we'll just go ahead and do this. And I'm going to say, let's just give this a max width of, or rather a width of, I'm gonna say 40 rems. We'll just go ahead and say margin auto. Well, no, we don't need to do that, do we? I'm gonna say max width 100%. And then up here we'll do display flex. Flex flow, row, no wrap, justify content center, and align items center. And that should put it right in the middle. Beautiful. So the other thing that I wanted to make sure that we were doing with this content is that over top of an image, this is not accessible. So let's do some stuff to the wrap here. We're gonna give this a background color with RGBA, and I think we need to do 255, 255, 255. Oh. Whoop. And then our alpha is, I'm gonna do something like, I think I have to put in that. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. But, well, we're gonna jazz it up a little. We're gonna jazz it up a little. So we'll give it some padding. And I'm pretty sure that we have margin there we don't need. Slider heading. There we go. And then let's do text transform. Nope. Text transform uppercase. We'll do a little letter spacing, 1.5 pixels. And then our paragraphs, slider content wrap, paragraph. We'll do a font. I'm going to do a font family of Georgia. And then let's just make sure that we are text align center. There we go. And I think this should be font style italic. Yeah. And then I want to put like some kind of a border here around this. In order to do that, we'll make this position relative. And then let's just do a pseudo class. So we'll do slider content wrap after. And we'll say content, but we'll leave it empty because before and after pseudo classes their original intent was to add content to something without having that content be part of the DOM. And before and after won't work if you don't at least define content, but you don't have to put anything in it, right? You can just leave empty, just empty quotes. So we'll do after, we'll do position, absolute. I'm gonna do top. I'm gonna do top to, well, let me think about this. So our width is 40 rems. If I want it to be 2 all the way around, so it would be 40 minus 4. So I'm going to do calc 40 rems minus 4 rems. And I'm going to do left calc 40 rems minus 4 rems. Yeah, I could probably just put 36, right? And then, so let's make sure. And we probably need some. Make sure we have some z index. I'm going to say 0 here, and then we'll do a z index of 1. And oh, let me think about this for a second. I think this would be actually hang on, I have to think about this because I don't have a defined height. I think I just need to do, I'm going to do width. I think I need to do width calc 40. Actually, I think I just need to do 100% minus 4 rems. Height 100 calc 100% minus 4 rems. And then top left is 2. And then we want a border 1 pixel solid. We'll do black for now. How do you not love CSS? How do you not love CSS? Let's do a different color. It's decorative, does not rely on user interaction, so we could do anything we want. Let's try yellow. That's so pretty. Let's try gold. A little dark. A little dark, although that does match the image really, really well. Maybe the mid-gray. Too dark. I like the yellow. I like the yellow, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick with the yellow because it's subtle. It's subtle. And then we need a little extra padding. There we go. Let's bump up our padding to 4 rems. Right there. Look at that. And we just need to so we'll just have to change our aspect ratio when we are on mobile, but that's completely fine. We can do that. And we'll adjust the padding also. So do we have access to we still have access to our buttons, even with all of our layers. But I think this is looking great. Let's go ahead and style our button. And I do feel like we have enough contrast. And then we'll also get our slider arrows styled. Whoops. Okay, so here is our button. Well, it's a link. It's an anchor element that will be styled to look like a button. We'll put that right here. So we probably just want to go ahead and do like some generic styles for any kind of an anchor with the class of button. So let's just add some global styles for anchors that look like buttons. We'll put a comment here and we'll say elements styled to look like buttons. So we do need to do a font, get our font family back here. Which is right here. And we need a font style of normal. So we are a little bit reverse engineering this particular button, but that is okay. And I'm going to put a little bit of padding. So I'm going to do 1 rem on the top, 2 rems on the left and right. We'll go ahead and do a border of 1 pixel solid. I'm gonna do, we haven't used maroon yet. And then I'm gonna do a background color of transparent and a color of, we'll also do a color of maroon. And then we'll go ahead and do a transition. And the transition is going to be the background color. I think we're just going to go from transparent to white. I'll do 300 milliseconds and ease in out. And then we'll do button, hover, button active, button focus. And we just want to be careful that we don't change the outline for button focus, because I want the browser default outline for all buttons, but other than that, it is perfectly fine to style a focus pseudo class. And then I'm just going to do background color white. And we can go ahead and change this as needed. Let's see. I don't know if I really. Oh, and see here. we are running into some stacking issues. So let's just simplify things here a little. Let's just get this over top the slider. This is the container. Let's comment this out for a second. Let's get rid of this aspect ratio. Let's get rid of the height auto. We'll say max width 100%, but really the width is 40 rems. All right, so far so good. And then let's take out Flexbox. Oh, I already know what I'm going to do. And then let's just do margin auto to center. There we go. And then let's just do, I guess we could do display flex. We can still use this. We'll do display flex, and then we'll just say column. I think this is much simpler. Now let's add a background color. Well, actually, RGBA. Yeah, we got to get rid of the inset. So this is still going to end up being a lot cleaner, although I'm not convinced I need flex anymore. Since it's position absolute, actually going to take this out. And we're going to go ahead and do top 50%, left 50%, and then we're going to transform, translate, and then we're going to do negative 50% on the x-axis and negative 50% on the y-axis. There. That's it. I think it was just a classic case of over-engineering. But that's it right there. So now we don't need that extra div. We're still going to do the after to get our border on top. But now we have, now we're not covering up the entire slider. So we still have access to our buttons with the cursor. And we do need a Z index. I'm just going to do 1. Okay, we're still having some Z index issues here. There we go. We just need a Z index that is higher than the thing beneath it. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. We'll do a Z index of 2. All right, so let's see if we can implement this. Oops. Okay. So now we should be able to put, let's also make sure that we have a background color. Well, really what we need to do is just do pointer events none, right? Because this after pseudo class is purely decorative in order to implement this border. So if it's covering up that button and keeping us from clicking on that button, let's just make sure it doesn't have a pointer event to get in the way. And I think that worked. I can't see. Hang on. Nope. There we go. I probably should have, honestly, I probably could have done that, but we did simplify our code. We did simplify things here. So now let's just make sure that we have padding for rems. Put this in the wrong spot. Yes, I did. We actually want 4. There we go. We're back. We got rid of an extra div. We got rid of flexbox. I think our Z index is a lot tidier, and I bet we don't even need Z index on this because pointer events none just takes care of everything for us. And then let's make sure we do text align center. And then let's make sure that this has a little extra margin on the bottom. But we want to make sure our button doesn't have any margin. Look at that. It was a team effort. Just going to make sure that all buttons don't have any margin. Oh, but the margin is on the paragraph. Well, I have that specified up here, so why is it doing it anyways? All right, so we'll just, this doesn't have enough specificity. There we go. I think 2 is enough. And I think that this H2 needs to be a little bit bigger. Right now it's, whoops, it's font size 1.5, so we can bump that up a little bit. And I think we could use a clamp for this. Whoop, that's not what I want. Stop. No, just let me type clamp. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to do 1.5 for mobile. I'm going to do 3 VW. I usually, for that middle value, I double whatever the mobile value is, just as a starting point. And then maybe 2.5. What don't you like? Oh. Yeah, that works. So we'll do 1.5, maybe 1.25. And then we'll do 3 VW and 2 rems. Yeah. All right, let's get our arrows in here. Oh, we're not really done with our button though, are we? Yeah. And I don't really think I love the white. What was I thinking here with this button? Border, color maroon. Yeah. I think that border is too thin. So we'll go 2 pixels. And I don't really love the white hover. So let's just do maroon. So we'll change the background color. And we'll change the color. Maroon. And then the color would be white. So we're pretty much saying that this is what the buttons are going to look like. Text decoration, none. Text transform, uppercase, and we'll do a little bit of letter spacing. 1.5. I don't think this maroon is working for me. I don't think this maroon is working for me. I think it's too, I wonder if it's just too, I think it's too big. That's why I don't like it. And I think we have too many borders. I think we might have too many borders. So just gonna I'm gonna change the maroon to black. Although, didn't we have that mid-tone gray that was accessible for it? But I can't use it for the text is the problem. Or could I use it for bold text? No, I had to be, let's just change it to black. And we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out a different time. It doesn't look quite right, but we're not going to worry about it now. Might help if we add more padding. little more padding. And you know what? We have a lot more styling to do, right? I'm just gonna noodle on it. Just gonna noodle on the button. That's one of the things that I do. I like mockups like this because I like the autonomy to sort of figure out the branding and the styles myself. But I'm also just like, oh, great, one more thing that I have to figure out and make sure it looks good. So there's that too. Okay, so let's get these buttons looking the way they should. Slider content, slider controls right here. So I think we can just say border, border 0, background color, transparent. We're going to use these classes again. And then our SVGs have a stroke, and I'm just going to take out current color so I can set the stroke with CSS. And I'm just going to do stroke black. And then we also need to, SVGs by default are display inline, so I usually set them to display block. We'll give them a width of 25 pixels and a height of 25 pixels. And we'll see how that looks. Oh, and I looks like I got the, let's see here. So I got, next is correct, but I put in the wrong one for previous. Let's go grab that. Back. And we'll make sure it's ARIA hidden true. There we go. Definitely not accessible, huh? Definitely not accessible. Should we make them white? Should we make them look, I think we need to make them look like buttons, don't we? Yeah, I think we need to make them look like buttons. So let's just give them a background. So the background color, we can do var. We'll just go ahead and do white. We'll give them some padding. And then we'll make this, yeah, well, they can stay black. I mean, they're kind of ugly. Let's give them a little bit of opacity just like this. So let's just copy that, in fact. Yeah, that works. And then, I don't know, should we do like a rounded corner or something? It's so boring. Maybe just 2.5 pixels? Something subtle? Yeah. We're gonna have to give that a hover. I guess we have to give that a hover. We'll do a transition. I don't know why I feel so put out by this hover. We'll do background color, 300 milliseconds. Oh, ease in, out. Okay, hover active focus. Probably could use one class for all of those, couldn't we? But here we are. I'm going to change the background color to black. And then we need to do the same thing here. We're going to change our stroke. Although we want to trigger, hang on. We want to trigger the SVG when we hover on the button. So I think we can do this. And this. And then we're going to change the stroke to white. And then I think up here we should just say all. Do I need to do a separate, I might need to do a separate transition. I think I might need to do a separate transition for the SVG. I think I should take this and put it here. Okay. So when we hover on the button, we change the background color. And then hovering on the button triggers the SVG to change the stroke. Oh yeah, we're close. It's only working on one button though. Next, previous. Why is it only working on one button? Did I spell something wrong? Hover active focus, hover active focus. Let's see here. Did I? Oh, I didn't take out current color. That's why, because we had to change that SVG out. There we go. Yeah, it's pretty boring, isn't it? But that's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. You know, I try not to worry about like having all the details figured out right away in the beginning, especially when I have a mock-up where I'm largely responsible for the styles. It's a process. It's not something that gets done in a day. It's a process. Just work on all of the things that you do know how to do, that you are certain about, and let the creative process work. Let's go ahead and work on our navigation. Let's first of all make the navigation sticky. So, well, really we're going to make the header sticky. And I'm not going to do anything like unscroll, change the padding, anything like that. Just going to make it sticky. I'm not going to use fixed because fixed totally takes it out of the flow. I'm going to use sticky, which I'm pretty sure keeps it in the DOM. So it keeps its place in the DOM, not like absolute or fixed. And so I think we can just go ahead and do position sticky and inset 0. No, of course not. Oh, no, you are still there. I just didn't give you a background. There you go. We just needed a background color. Oh, and you need a little Z index too, don't ya? Usually one is enough. There you go. There you go. Beautiful. And it still keeps its place in the DOM when we use sticky. Whereas if we used fixed, yeah, it would need, inset wouldn't work. You would need a lot more, well, let's see here. Let's say we were using fixed just for the heck of it. First of all, you can see that everything is falling underneath that header. So if we used fixed, we would have to do top 0, or this is what I would do, left 0, width 100%. Okay, so yes, we do have a fixed header now, but everything is falling underneath the header. You can see there that the slider is now underneath the header because fixed totally takes it out of the DOM. But if we do sticky, that is so much easier. That is so much easier. Although, it's not a bad idea to say width 100%. But I don't appear to need it, do I? Because the inset, I think, is pushing it to the left and right. I said that I wanted to work on navigation today, the responsive navigation today. I changed my mind. What I actually want to do is get into the rest of the layout of this site. That is really what I would prefer to do. So that's what we're going to do today. And then we'll jump into responsive stuff. My process is that I kind of do one thing at a time, right? HTML, then the CSS, and I have this very top to bottom approach. Then I go back in and do the responsive stuff. Then I'll go back in and do the JavaScript, and we'll add those click events and the DOM manipulation. It's just my process. It's just how I work. And I'm feeling a little anxious about the fact that we have not really styled this page yet. So I want to get in and get this layout locked in, and then we can start to work on responsiveness and any additional DOM manipulation. So that's what we're going to do. All right. Zoom back out a little bit here. And the great thing about some of these sections is that we basically have 1, 2, 3 sections that are identical. And we were very intentional with our HTML about making sure that once we style the first section, we're going to be able to lock in the layout for all 3 of those sections, and then we can just go back in and sort of tweak the things that are unique to those sections. All right, so let's go ahead. Where are we here? We have a lot going on. So here's our header, here's our slider, and here is our 3-card section. So we have a content header, and then we have these content items, and this is what I was kind of thinking about when we were doing the HTML. So we're going to do a div with the class of wrap around just the articles. So because I am going to flexbox this, and then this will not be impacted by that. So let's start with our content header. Let's see here. And this is the three-card section. And I'm just going to start by sort of deciding now that I'm going to give every section some padding. So I'm going to go with 4 rems, and 4 rems, let's see. If a rem is 16 pixels, 4 times 16 is about 64 pixels on the top and bottom, and we'll adjust this if we need to. So I'm going to say 4 rems on the top, and I'm going to say 0 on the left and right for now, and I'm going to say a background color of white for now. And then we have our content header, and I'm not going to, kind of makes me think that we should put this up at the top. Yeah, let's put this up at the top with some of our more global styles, because this is something that we're going to continue to use all over. So I'm going to say a max width of 75 rems, margin, margin 0, auto to center it. That's pretty wide. Let's make the max width a character count instead. So what is it, 80 characters for accessibility, 80 CH. Yeah, that is far more readable. And then we're going to do the thing that I don't really love, but it's part of the design and it's actually totally appropriate, which is text align center. Let's make this a little bigger. There we go. Yeah. What else do we need to do here? And then just make the H2. So we'll say content header, secondary heading, text transform uppercase, letter spacing. So for the logo, I did 5 pixels. That has a lot of letter spacing. So I think I'm going to do the same thing there, 5 pixels. I love it. I love it. We did a really good job picking this font, didn't we? I mean, I was totally eyeballing that. All right. So let's make sure that we have, I don't think I'm going to put any space under the content header. Well, let's just get this layout in place first. Okay. So these are like our global styles because we're using this everywhere, and that paragraph doesn't need any additional styles that I can see. That looks fine. Yeah, I love this font. I've never used this before. What is this again? Outfit. I really like it. I really like it. Okay. We're also going to do a global style for a wrap. That makes sense. So for wrap, I'm also going to do, or I'm going to do max width 75 rems. And we're just going to do margin 0 auto. Okay, so my instinct for the wrap is to put in a bunch of Flexbox stuff, but I'm actually not going to do that. I am going to do whenever I do like global Flexbox styles, I almost always regret it because I have to change something specific to that section. So the only thing I'm going to do for the wrap is something kind of generic. This is it. And then I'm going to pretty much just do the Flexbox that I want for each section. So for better or worse, here we are. So 3-card section, wrap. We'll say display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap, justify content. We're going to do space between so we get that first and last item right up against the edge. Align items. I am going to do flex start. I think that's fine. And let's go ahead and do a gap of 1 rem. And then 3-card section, content, item, whoops. I'm going to do a width of 100% minus 2 rems. Divided by 3. There we go. We love it. Okay, so the other thing that I noticed, how did I not know this? Let me make this a little bigger. I was thinking to myself, I should put this in Affinity Photo. I don't use Photoshop anymore. I use Affinity Photo, but you can still put Photoshop documents into Affinity Photo. And I was like, I guess I could put this in Affinity Photo and like actually take some measurements. Here's what I discovered. I'm just using the preview app on Mac that I can actually draw and get the dimensions. So it's pretty small. I don't know if you can see it, but it's about 370 by 315-ish. Yeah, 370 by 315. So I don't want to put in pixel values for the images because we're using Flexbox to define our containers, our articles. But what I do want is I want this aspect ratio without defining that pixel value. So I did the math. Hang on, let me show you here. I did the math, which is 370 divided by 315 is, I think it might be backwards. It's 1.17. So that's our ratio. So here's our figure. So I'm going to do image. And I think we already took off the margin on all of the figures, didn't we? Yeah, right there. So I'm going to do with the 100%, whoops. height auto, aspect ratio 1.17 to 1. And I think that's all we need to do. And let's make sure that we've got some specificity here. 3-card section. And then our image is going to be width 100%, height 100%, object fit, cover. Beautiful. Look at that. Gorgeous. It's gorgeous. How do you not love CSS? How do you not love front-end development? So we do need to make sure that we've got a little something something on the left and right here. I think we could probably just put, the best thing to do is to just put a little padding on the left and right of our main section where we're adding padding to the top and bottom. What else do we need to do here? So let's make sure, let's just go ahead and add, I guess, some margin to the bottom of our we'll just go ahead and add a little margin here. So what's 3 times 16? Trying to be a little more intentional. 3 times 16. So if we do 3 rems, that's 48 pixels. There, perfect. That looks nice and balanced. Okay, so our headers, these are our H3s. The spans are pretty big. This is a little bit smaller. The other thing that I'm really noticing about vanilla CSS is how much more intentional I am with my specificity. It's cleaner. I think it's really easy in Sass to get super, super nested and just have these really, really long, super specific elements. And this to me is just feeling cleaner and a lot more intentional. So I kind of like that. Okay, so our content description. I kind of want this tertiary heading style to be associated with the 3-card description, the 3-card section. So I'm going to say font size. Where are we here? So the font size is 1.17 ems. I don't think I'm actually going to change the font size. Let's go ahead and text transform, uppercase. We'll do some letter spacing. We'll see how 5 pixels looks. And then I think we just need to make sure this span is a little bit bigger. So we'll do a font size here. Let's try 2.5 rems. And I think it needs some margin on the right. We'll do we are running out of room a little bit there. There's 100%. Let's take this down. 0.5. I mean, we should make sure that if it wraps, it's okay. We'll do 2.5. And let's just do a font size of 1 rem. There we go. Yeah, actually that looks pretty good. But let's make sure that if it wraps, it still looks good. Because once it gets handed over to the content creators, anything could happen. So, okay, let's just tighten up this line height a little bit. So the line height is defaulting to 1.65. And you can see here that because we have that span, which is a little bit bigger, it's giving it more space here. Which I don't think is the end of the world, but yeah, it's treating that first. That's interesting. The first line height is different because of what's happening here. Oh, well, let's just change the line height of the span. There. So we make the span line height 1, and then we make this line height, well, there we go. All we have to do is change the line height of the span, and that normalized the line height for everything. Love it. Oop. Beautiful. We love that. Okay, so let's, I think our text looks great. Our paragraph text looks great. Our titles look great. Ooh, what's happening to the rest? Oh, we don't have the things in. So let's put our wraps in. Let's put the wraps in, and we're going to magically see all of our other sections come to life. It's our dark section. So we're going to do div.wrap. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. All right, let's fix up our links here. So our links are, let's see here, where were we? Right here. So it is the content link. So we don't really have styles for that. That's fine. So we'll take off the text decoration. None. I'm going to make these uppercase. Text whoops. We'll do a little bit of letter spacing, 1.5 pixels. And the color can be let's just do, I'm dying to use this maroon. I can't seem to figure out a good way to use it though, because it looks so dark. Oh, that looks pretty good. Actually, I like that. And let's take out the word about. And we'll make sure that if that wraps, that looks okay. All right. And then what do we have here? So I'm just going to go ahead and flexbox this. Oh, why not? And we do want it to wrap. Justify content, flex start, and align items, also flex start. Well, no, center. And then 3-card section, content link, SVG. Did I set the SVGs? So let's add SVG display block by default. Kind of like images. And you know what else I think I'm going to do? Just going to make the figures. Just going to make the figures all margin 0. That just makes so much more sense to me as our base styles. Now we can do width. I'm just going to start out with 20. Well, we should probably use rems. No, I think it's okay to use pixels for this. And then these all say current color, which I think means it'll inherit the color from the link. That's what I think that means. Yeah, I love it. And let's give it a little space. So let's give it a little, well, let's do it right. Let's give it some gap. Let's move this arrow in a little more to the left, and then on hover, the arrow will transition a little bit. Right here, this is what I want to do. So forgive me, I'm just going to take a little peek. Just going to take a little peek and refresh my memory on how I did this. So I do have, am I changing the color? So the transition is on the SVG, but when we hover on the link, that triggers the SVG. So So it's really this right here. So the transition goes on the SVG, Yes, so transform translate x0. And then we're going to transition this. We're going to transition the transform. I almost always do 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. And then we're going to do this right here. Do this, and then when we hover, we're going to trigger the SVG. And we're going to do this 3 times. And it's going to be hover, active, focus. And then we will do transform. And I think 8 pixels. 8 pixels, which is 0.5 rems. And our gap, our gap is, I'm going to change that to 0.5. Let's see if this works. There we go. We could also, I honestly don't think we need to do anything else. Let's get a little closer. I think the arrow is a little too big. And we can change this to rems. Oops. Hang on. 24 divided by 16 is 1.5. So let's just do 1.25. Yeah. I love it. Those are our links, subject to change if we feel like it. And then look at this section, practically done. We just have to make some modifications to the text. This section also very close to being done. All right, next section is the dark section. Right here. So this, I would say, is kind of like a 800 by 500. What's the aspect ratio? I can't believe I didn't know that trick. 800 divided by 500. So that's 1.6 to 1. 1.6 to 1 is our aspect ratio. So I don't think this necessarily has a wrap. I see this as being divided into 2 equal containers. And then I see this block of text as maybe having a max width as a character limit, not this container having a max width. So let's just go ahead and divide this section right in half, and I don't think we need like a wrap around the section. That's going to be my approach. I am always prepared to be wrong. So this is the dark section. Let's just collapse this. Dark section, we'll do padding. 4 rems on the top and bottom, 1 rem on the left and right, and then we'll go ahead and do a background color. And we're going to use black. That means our text color is going to be white And that means we're also going to put, well, the dark section doesn't have a content heading, so we can put display flex right on this container. Display flex, flex flow, row. I'm going to say row no wrap, just to be on the safe side. Space between, or excuse me, justify content. I think for justify content, I'm going to do space evenly because that could help us. That could help us with the alignment. And then align items, flex start. And then this is container 1. This is container 2. Oops. So dark section, image. We're going to just say width 50%. So we are going to need padding inside the containers to kind of center things. Padding or margin, yeah, that makes sense if I'm going to cut that section in half. So width 50%, height auto, aspect ratio 1.6, whoops, to 1. Oh, but that's the entire figure, isn't it? So I think that I do need a div around this. Yeah, because that's the entire figure. So let's just do div with the class of image wrap. Whoops. So this needs to be image wrap. So width 50%, that's all we need for that, I think. Dark section. Now we do the image. And this would be width 100%, height auto aspect ratio. Dark section image, and then this would be width 100%, height 100%, and then object fit cover. Is that really 50%? Hang on. Dark section, image wrap. Dark section, image wrap. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing here. What is that? With 50%. Well, let's get the content description. And then this should also be 50%. Is that why it doesn't? There we go. Perfect. Okay. Now, So now I think we can just add a little bit of padding inside this container. So I'm just going to say padding. I'm going to say 0 on the top and bottom and 3 rums on the left and right. Yeah. And then for the width on the content description, yeah, I want the container to be 50%, but let's just do the same thing. Padding, 0 on the top and bottom, 3 rums on the left and right. And that's actually all, I think that's all we need to do. This is a huge monitor. This is a 27-inch monitor. So I wouldn't expect everybody to be looking at it like this. Let's go ahead and align this. So align items would be center. And then we can put more content in here. Ooh, too much. There we go. And then I think for our SVG, I don't know if it's fill or stroke. I think it's fill. There we go. Oh, it looks weird, doesn't it? Should we use, it's a little bright. It's decorative, so it can be any color. Let's try yellow. I don't like that either. Yeah, I guess that's white. Maybe it just needs to be a little smaller. Let's try using the light gray, which will just be a little warmer. Although it looks weird, but I'm not going to worry about it. We could also make this a different color because this does pass accessibility if we use this yellow against this background. So we can make that a different color if we want to. And it should be text transform and maybe have a little letter spacing too. So this is the secondary heading. Put it right here. We might also have a bunch of margin here. We do. So I'm going to take the margin off the top. Clearly, this is not all responsive yet. So we'll definitely adjust some of this padding when we get into our responsive styles. I'm going to do 0 on the top, 0 on the left and right, and just 1 rem on the bottom. And then we'll do text transform uppercase, and letter spacing 5 pixels. I do like it. I hate the signature. I don't like the signature. It just looks really weird. Unless I can just find a different color, because it just doesn't look right to me. It's decorative, so I have to, I'm just telling myself I don't need to worry about accessibility. Because we do have we do have text in here to represent what that is. I am not going to worry about this SVG for now. We're just going to sit with it. We're just going to sit with it. Clearly, we need to adjust padding here, and we will. We will. We're just locking in these desktop base styles. So, as far as I'm concerned, we're done with the dark section. Let's move on. And I might also come back and do something with this image. Like maybe we could put a border around it or in the background or something. I think this clearly was meant to be a screenshot or a portfolio image of some type. So we'll think of a way to jazz it up. All right. Let's lock in what we need to do here, which is that we're going to center these. And then this is a serif. So this is a 3-card. Let's see here what we have to do differently. So this is a 3-card section. So let's, instead of trying to overwrite the styles that we already have, let's do this. Let's add a class. So if we know that this particular section needs to be centered, let's just add a class of center. So we'll come right here. We'll do 3-card section. And then we'll do content, description, center. And we'll just say text align. Whoops. Center. Nothing. Oh, yep, that we have to add it to all of them. We have to add it to all of them. Our little H3s look great. I'm just going to go ahead and change this to our serif font. So I think that we should give this a class of like serif. I think that is the easiest way to handle it. Now we can come right over here. Three-card section. You know what we could do? This is making more, I'm thinking about this now. Let's just do some global styles. Let's just do some global styles. So instead of something like this, let's do something like this. Let's say that if we add a class of serif to something, that means the font family is this. And let's say that if we add a class of center to something, that means that we want to text align center. Look at that. And I'm also going to say font style italic, because that is everything in the we don't have a ton of serif fonts, but everything in the mockup that is serif is italicized. I think it's literally those two things. Oh, our dates are italicized and serif. Yeah. So let's just do that. And I think also the color is a little lighter gray. So let's check the accessibility on this. I don't think that mid-tone gray is accessible, but let's check. So if our background color is white, this is our mid-tone gray. That is not accessible. So let's figure out what is. That is the wrong direction. So I think we want to go in the other direction. Is that still the wrong direction? A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah, F is the wrong direction. Let's do. All right, so that meets double A, not triple A, but it does meet double A, and it's a little slightly lighter. So let's add that to our list. So we'll do dark gray. I like that. So this is very subtle. It is very subtly lighter gray. And we can confirm here that we are still meeting the minimum double A accessibility. So that is what I care about. I think we just need to tighten up our margin a little bit. Yeah, I think we just need to tighten up our margin a little bit right here. So the 3-card section, tertiary heading. So if I change the margin here, that is going to change the margin here. So I think I'm actually not going to change the margin. I'm just going to leave it as is. Boom. That's done. Let's skip down to this right here, and then we can kind of close the loop on the 3-card section. And then we'll jump back up. Can the italic font be a little larger under Heidi Holden? Let's see here. So right now it's one, hang on. So right now it's 100%, which is 16 pixels. It does look a little small, doesn't it? So if we change that to font size 1.1 rem, actually that's not a bad change. That's a good suggestion. I like it. Because I think that serif font does look a little small, excuse me, doesn't it? I like it. A little tricky, little tricky to read, agreed. Let's see how it looks bold. Let's see how it looks bold. Font weight, we've got a couple to choose from, so we doesn't have to be like super bold. 500, 600. I don't love that. I don't love that. So I'm going to keep it, I think I'm just going to keep it font weight normal. But we did bump it up a little bit. I think that was a great suggestion. So that is the equivalent of 17.6 pixels. That looks good. Agreed. All right, so for this, we're going to do the same thing. We want to center our titles, and we're going to center our date time. Well, we're going to center everything here. So let's close this. Close, close, close. So here we are going to center these, and we are going to this, well, actually going to do this here. I'm going to center this. There we go. Agreed. Just a little too beefy sometimes, those serif fonts when they're bolded. So this already looks pretty good. So we also have to add serif to our... That was a good idea, if I do say so myself. There we go. And then these category titles are uppercase, little bit of font spacing. They have an underline. They do look a little small, but I'm not going to decrease the size because I want it to be a minimum of, 1 rem, 16 pixels. So this is the article category inside the 3-card section. Article category. Text transform, uppercase, letter spacing. I'm going to do 1.5 pixels. And then this has a, I mean, we could just do, I'm going to do a border bottom because that's just what I'm comfy with. Border bottom, 2 pixels, solid. And then I am going to do this mid gray. And I think I'm almost positive we're going to need to add a little bit of, padding on the bottom. So 0, 0, 1 rem. Well, I think we're going to need it on the top and bottom. I think we're going to need more than 1 on the top. I think we're going to need 2. And I'll put 1 on the bottom. Oops. It's fine. We can fix it. So paragraphs are block level elements. But we can do this. Oops, right here. Look at the wrong thing. Oh. Right here. This is a block level element. That's totally fine. So I'm going to do, this is where I'm going to do display inline block. And then we can just do, usually what I do is like margin left 50%. And then I do transform, translate x minus 50%, and then that centers it. So it's still a block level element, and then this is the best way to center it. So and then I think 1 is a little too, and then I'm going to make this a lot lighter as well. Okay, let's remember all of this. Let's do yellow instead. Ooh, I love it. Let's do a bigger, I'm kind of thinking we might need a bigger gap. A bigger gap might, yeah. Let's do a little, just experiment with a bigger gap. So if we do a gap of 2, then that would be 4. Let's see how that looks. That looks a little, yeah, that looks a little better. There we go. And that gives it a little more defined. So our 3 main sections are done. I love it. I love it. So let's get this center section, this right here, our featured work section. So this is our overlay hover section. And our header is already implemented. So I'm going to give this 4 rems of padding on the top and bottom, 1 on the left and right, and I'm going to give this a background color of a light gray. And then all of these images are just going to be an aspect ratio of 1:1. Oh, they are a little bit different, aren't they? 475 by 460. 475 by 460. 1.03. All right. So here's our container. I'll say space between, but I'm not going to set a gap. And we'll say align items. I'm going to say stretch, even though it might not really matter. I guess we could set a gap of 0. And then we have our overlay item. But I'm going to set the aspect ratio on the figure because we have other plans for the article. Oh, but we do need to make sure that the overlay item the width is just going to be 25% because there's just 4 things. Oh, and we don't want padding on the left and right, so we'll have to put it in a different place if we need it. There we go. So 1.03 to 1. So width. Look at that. We love it. And then I'm a little bit undecided on this overlay. I mean, I know what they're trying to do here because this was very popular back in, 2017 when this was built. Here's the thing though about content that relies on a hover. On mobile, you don't hover, you tap. And what here is an indication that you even should tap if you come to this on mobile. So I want to implement this. I know how to do it. It looks cool, but there's a reason why you don't really see this anymore, right? Because it's not super accessible. There's no real indication here to tell people like, hey, you're supposed to hover. And I'm guessing that that's what this functionality is, that you hover on this and you suddenly see content. So, yeah. This is a good question for ChatGPT. Let's ask ChatGPT. I'm building a Photoshop mockup from 2017 where there's an image and on hover text appears. I'm questioning the accessibility and that on mobile there's no hover, only a tap. What should my modern approach be? In 2017, hover-only interactions were common in mockups, but today we know that hover is not enough. Modern best practices account for accessibility, keyboard and on-screen, keyboard plus screen reader users, touch support for mobile tablets, clear, consistent UX. Here's a modern approach. Let's say you have an image with overlay text that appears on hover. The interaction should also work on focus and click tap, which it would. Okay, this is roughly what I have. CSS for hover, focus, and touch. Optional, click to toggle overlay for mobile. If the overlay holds more info or needs to stay open for interaction, you could do a JavaScript enhancement. Accessibility considerations, keyboard. Okay, so it's basically saying that as long as I make sure that there's keyboard support, meaning if you're tabbing through, it receives focus, and that it's got touch support, which basically it would. Bonus thought, if the overlay shows text like view details and the whole image is a link, maybe that text doesn't need to be hidden at all. You could design it to always show for clarity. Okay. So you're saying that as long as I have keyboard support, whoops. As long as I have keyboard support for focus and tap support for mobile, it's okay to implement. I can do that. My concern is, how do users even know to hover at all, let alone tap? I think this is outdated. So making sure there's technical accessibility doesn't mean it's the correct approach, right? Exactly. Technical accessibility, keyboard focus, screen reader semantics, mobile tap support is the baseline. But discoverability and clear UX are what actually make it usable. You're asking the right question. How do users even know to hover or tap? That's the core problem with hover to reveal patterns today, especially when there's no visual cue that something is interactive. The content revealed is essential, not just decorative. It's only visible on certain devices or behaviors. So yes, hover-only UIs are outdated. Here's the updated thinking. Yeah, the interactive area, like a card or an image, has a clear visual affordance. Overlay text is always visible, or there's a visible icon button. optionally, a subtle hover effect enhances it but isn't required. Here's what I'm questioning. I really don't want to do this. I think what I would like to do is we could do something like what we did in the banner, which is that we made sure our text had something behind it with a tiny bit of opacity. And I do think that I'm pushing my luck a little bit, but I know that this is still acceptable. So let's do something like this. Let's do something like this. And then we could also, on hover, we could maybe like zoom the image a little bit, right? So we're going to do something a little bit different from the mockup. So here's the entire article. Here is the content. So we're going to make, I think we could just make the overlay item position relative. And then let's take the item content and just and we'll go ahead and do position absolute. I'm going to do top 50%, left 50. And then I'm going to do transform, translate negative 50% on the x-axis, negative 50% on the y-axis. And then let's make sure this has a z-index of 0, and we'll make sure this just has a z-index of 1. And let's hope we don't get ourselves into trouble like we did yesterday. No, look at this is perfect. This is perfect. I love it already. I love it already. I don't like hiding text. And how would the user ever know to come and hover on this image? I mean, I suppose you could put like an icon there or something and hope that they're like, oh, what is that? Should I hover on that? I like this a lot better. So now we have, so let's add a little bit of padding. And we'll do a background color. We'll do RGBA. So we'll do 255. And I think I did 75%. I love it. I love it. And then let's do the yellow border like we did up top. Right here, people, we're thinking. We're doing it together. We're thinking. And then let's go ahead and we'll just pop a pseudo class on there. And we learned yesterday, too late, that instead of fighting with z-index, you can just do pointer events none because it's purely decorative. So it's not going to interfere with anything. Although there's no action in here. There's no link in here. We could put a link in there to make it somewhat useful. We could definitely do that. So I'm going to do width, do width calc 100% minus 1 rem, height calc 100% minus 1 rem, and then we're going to do border 2 pixels, solid yellow, and then oh, this is position, oops, hang on, position absolute, top top left, I think this is 2. And then we'll just make sure this has z-index of 2, and I'm going to say, whoops, pointer events, none. I love it. I love it. So I think we do want to control the width a little bit though, don't we? I know, we're getting better together. All of us, we're getting better at this together. I hope you guys are practicing too. I hope that you're practicing too, or not. Maybe this is just your time when you are like, you know what, I'm just gonna chill a little bit. So yeah, I kind of like 70%. I kind of like 70%. And then it'll automatically, I think the height would just be, yeah, I'm not going to set a height, so it can just grow on its own, right? And then let's stick a link in there just to make sure that if some future wacky content creator comes along and adds links, that they'll actually work. This makes me happy. This makes me very, very happy. So let's do this. We'll just go ahead and add a link. Link goes here. Oop. Link. Yep, we still have access to that link there. Let's style that. We should probably do, should we just make all of our links? Let's just do a global style for all of our links. We haven't really done that, have we? Let's just make everything text decoration. Text decoration, none. Text transform, uppercase. Letter spacing, 1.5 pixels. And then what is our hover? Hover active. Focus. We could do maroon. I don't think this gold is accessible on a white on a white background. I don't think the gold was accessible. Yeah. Maybe we can just adjust it a little bit. Was anything? No. You know what we could do? Instead of changing the color, let's do border, bottom, 2 pixels, which means we need to make this display inline block. Rahul, yesterday you were asking me about display inline block. I definitely use it. So we'll do display inline block, border bottom, solid, var. Well, actually it would be transparent. Transparent. And then we will add we'll change it. There you go. That's our link. I think we have a little bit. I think we have a little too much letter spacing. Let's adjust this a little bit. I kind of, should we even, maybe we don't even do letter spacing, because if it's going to be a link inside text, the letters, there wouldn't be letter spacing. Yeah, I like this. We can just do this. Is that gonna, so we will need to adjust this to account for that. And that's fine. We can go back and adjust that. We're just going to do this. All right, I can't believe we didn't do styles for our links. I can believe we didn't do styles for our links. And then let's get our button. See? Oh, I do like this for the button too. Let's get our button situated. So I think for this, we could also make this. Do we want to make these display inline block? Do we just want to make them? Do we want to make these display block? Or Or is it easier to just say on the paragraph, text align center? I think that's easier. So on the paragraph, we could just add a class of center and it will automatically center our button. And then we just need to push it down. So I think on our container, we can just add a little bottom to the bottom, little margin to the bottom of the container. Zero on top, 0 on the left and right, and I'm going to do 2 rems, which is about 32 pixels. A little more, a little more. I like it. What do we think? We did a great job today. We did a great job today. I would say a lot of our desktop is nailed down and looking really good. I think we have a little more tweaking that we can do in this section. I know that this H3 has a lot more margin than I would like. We have to fix this, so we just need to remove the border on hover for this, and that's because I think I turned all links into didn't I turn all links into inline block? Yeah, I did. Why did I do that again? I think because of well, no, that wouldn't matter. Okay, I don't know. I don't remember why I did that. I must have had a good reason for that. But for the most part, I think this section is looking fine. I just want to remove, I think this H3 can be uppercase. It could have a little letter spacing. We need to remove the margin on top. And I might put a few more lines of text in here just to make sure that it looks good with one line of text or several lines of text. This is our slider section here, so we need to get that slider styled today. This is our contact form and Google Map and then the footer. So really, if we could get this styling done today, and then we need to get a jump on responsive styles. I think, yeah, we have a lot to do, but it's okay. It's okay. We're basically halfway through this build. This is part 5. My goal was that this wouldn't take any longer than 8 parts. So I think we're doing fine. I think we're on track. So, and honestly, it's not, nobody's waiting. This is just a goal that I set. This was just a personal goal that I set. So it's fine, Angela. It's fine. Let's pull out our Photoshop mockup just so we have something to reference. So let's tidy up what's happening here in our featured works, and then let's just get started with what we have. Just start chipping away at the rest of what we need to do. Let's work on this right here. So I already know that this has too much margin. So that's our tertiary heading. Tertiary. In the 3 cards section, no, it's the tertiary heading. Oh, so I don't have styles yet for that. So what are my styles? Okay, so we'll do overlay, hover section, and this is the tertiary heading. And for this, I just wanted to change the margin. So I'm going to do 0 on top, 0 on the left and right, 1 rem on the bottom, text transform, uppercase, overlay hover section, tertiary heading. Yeah. Oh, I did not spell this correctly. Oops. Tertiary. See, I have to use class names that I actually know how to spell. There we go. Yeah, I like that a little bit better. And then let's just make sure that we can put a couple lines of text in there. It doesn't look terrible. Yeah, there we go. Let's do it on the second one too. All right, and this looks good. This is really all I wanted to do here. So let us start working on this. Let us start working on this testimonial slider. Testimonial slider section. So for this, I'm going to do, I'm going to do the dark background. So we'll say padding, 4 rems on the top and bottom, 1 rem on the left and right, and then I'm going to do background color. Black, and then we'll just say color white. Look at that, already looks better. The other thing, this little quote, which is just a copy paste character, I think I did HTML characters. There's one that I like in particular. Right here. Punctuation. So this is what we did last time, but I think that I was scrolling through, yeah, right here. I missed these when we were looking at these. We could also do these right here. Double high reversed 9 quotation mark. Left double quotation mark, right double quotation mark. Yeah. What is our... Okay, so that's what that looks like. 6s right here. Left double quotation mark. Love it. So I'm just gonna do this right here. Yeah, I caught that when I was editing. I was like, oh, Angela, you scrolled right past that. Yeah, there we go. We just need to style it. Testimonial slider section, and this is the quotes. And so it's a div, so it's display block, so we should just be able to change the font size. And I'm going to do something gigantic like 5 rems just to see what we are working with. And it also looks italicized to me. So I'm just going to say font style normal. Oops. Font style normal. And then margin 0 auto. Oh, display block, that's why. All right. So we can probably just do text align center. There we go. Yeah, it's kind of a, if we change the font family, because that's the double quote of the font family. So let's change the font family to, well, we could probably just put a class on here, right? To our serif family. There we go. Yeah. And then let's change the color to white. Boom. There we go. And I think it has a lot of line height, so let's take that out. We'll just do line height 1. Beautiful. Oh, it still has a lot of line height. What if we just change it to 0? Probably because it's like a sub or a super. I can't remember which one it is. That is why it's doing that. I'm just going to put line height 0. Kind of flattens everything out, but I think that's fine. I think that's fine. And we can just add a little bit of padding to the top. Here we go. Oh, yeah, I think that looks fine. And then testimonial slider. And the UL, we're going to take off that margin and padding. And then list style type. I always do type. None. And then I think we need arrows. Oh, the other thing that I was thinking is I don't think that I used citation correctly. This is the other thing I noticed when I was editing last week. MDN cite. So cite is not for the author, but there was another thing here. And I was checking this because I couldn't remember if cite was inline, which in hindsight, it makes perfect sense that yes, it's an inline element. Fig caption. Fig caption is what it said to use. It actually said to put it it said to put a figure tag around a block quote and then fig caption. Let's just refresh our memories on what fig caption is for. So the fig caption element represents a caption or legend describing the rest of the contents of its parent element, providing the figure an accessible description. Let's do this. HTML element for block quote author. For indicating the author of a block quote in HTML, you can use the cite element, or the footer element in conjunction with the site element. Oh, okay. Let's look at the list. A book, research paper, essay, poem. All right. I guess I'm going to leave it. And I'm not going to put figure tags and fig caption. That feels like overkill to me, even though I see it clearly being demonstrated here on MDN. I guess I'm just going to leave it. What threw me off is that they have the site here, but they don't have it by the author. But good old Google is telling me that it is okay to do this. Google AI is telling me that it's okay to do this. Center align this. I don't really want to center align this because I don't like center aligned things. And also let's put a wrap around this. So let's make sure that our UL is max width, 75 rems, and then it'll be margin 0 auto. There we go. Okay, we still have some default styles here, clearly. Yes, the block quote has a lot of margin. Plus we have paragraph tags. Okay, let's get the margin off of that. Maybe this could be one of those base styles. There we go. And then for this, I bet we could just put a class of center. There we go. And then let's, maybe after the block quote, we'll just add some margin. So we'll just put some margin on the bottom, like 2 rems. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty wide. Yeah, generally you don't want people to have to read across all 12 columns. And I would say this is, we are following, loosely following, oh, and it's not even, that's a typo. We are loosely following the 12 column format here. That is a little more readable. Yeah, that is a little more readable. I think we need more padding on the top. I don't know, should we just make this line height 1 and not worry about it? Yes, the answer is yes. We should make that line height 1 and not worry about it. Okay, let's put in our, let's go ahead and put in our arrows. So I'm going to do the exact same thing that I did for these arrows. I was also thinking, and we can start, I think tomorrow morning we need to do a brief QA and start making a list of the things that we need to like double check. We need to start, well, in fact, let's just start a QA sheet right now. Yeah, we'll just call it QA.md. And then as we start to notice things, we're going to go ahead and add it to that list. But I also wanted to make sure that our tap target for this is big enough, and it is not. So, but they're almost big enough. It's 41 by 41, and for accessibility, it needs to be 48 by 48. So I think we just need to add a little bit of padding. So I think well, first of all, let's change this to, okay, Angela, think about this. I think this is where we could change this padding to, I think it was 11.5 pixels. Yeah, just like that. And then we're just going to borrow these slider controls. Yeah, we'll borrow these slider controls. Well, I wonder, maybe this slider is also kind of like a global set of styles that we could just use for yeah. So what if we also I didn't even think of that. So what if we also put slider here? Because if the slider class is specific to functionality and this slider doesn't have images, which the slider class styles would be specific to the images, it kind of makes me think that we could pretty easily reuse like the controls and things. So there's the content, here's the controls, and then here's the actual items. Let's try it. Oops. Go right here. And then let's make sure that our buttons so we're just going to change this to 11.5 pixels. Pretty close. So I think, pretty sure okay, so we've got position relative. Yeah, so we just need to yeah, do we need that aspect ratio? No, we don't even need that for the controls. We don't even need that for the controls. Because height auto so I don't think we need that. I'm surprised with height auto that it doesn't need height 100%. Must be, I think it's because I have I think it's because this is in here holding it open. That's why. Because this is not nothing else in here is display or position absolute. This is position absolute. I'm surprised that holds itself open with height auto and that we don't need height 100%. I don't know. What do I know? Sometimes I feel like I have it all figured out. I understand things perfectly. And then I'm like, well, why does that work? That makes no sense to me. So probably because, yeah, it's because of Flexbox is holding that open. That must be it. Generally, height auto would not hold a container open. That's why I put the aspect ratio on there. And I didn't even try to not have aspect ratio on there. So, all right, I'm good with that. So here is our testimonial slider. And we still have a tap target of 48 by 48, but let's change, just for this dark background, we put the hover on up here because we had images, and we're not going to be able to control once our content creators get their hot little hands on the design. We will not be able to control the images, but we have control over the background. So let's style the button just for the testimonial slider, which is just the so by default we have white, but we have a hover active focus of black, and I'm going to make the default transparent and the hover active focus white. Yeah. So let's take this out. The other thing that we could do is we could simplify all of this. So we have slider next, and we have slider previous, and we need those because when we write our JavaScript, we do need to be able to target those. But for styling, we could do slider button and slider button. And then we could really simplify this. But we still have the next and the previous. Yep, that works. Perfect. Oops, wait a second. What happened? We have to change our classes up here. Here we go. now, so I'm going to change, I'm going to copy all of this. And then really, I'm just going to change the background color to transparent. And then on hover, it will be, whoops, it'll be white, the background color. And then we don't need these. Not changing the core styles. Oh, and let's make sure that we have. And then this would be white. And then on hover, it would be black. Okay, so we're still good here. Beautiful. I love it. I love it. So yeah, not a big deal, right? You just pull out what you need and change it for the section that you're working on, but all of our core styles still live with the slider. And yeah, that works. We love it. Okay, what's next? So next we need to style our map and our contact form. This is contact form and Google Map. Okay, so I think that this should be inside of a figure tag. And we will make the iframe responsive. And I'm going to give this a class of, and I think we put a global style up here for figure tags to remove margin. We did that. So I'll give this a class of Google Map, right? Just call it what it is. So first we'll do contact section. And we'll give it some padding, 4 rems on the top and bottom, 1 rem on the left and right. Okay, things are registering. And this doesn't have a different background color. That's fine. I think we also need to put a wrap around the whole darn thing. Yes, and I do have global styles for wrap. That works. And for the contact section wrap, we will go ahead and flexbox it. Display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap, justify content, space between, align items, I guess stretch, right? And then gap. I don't know if I really need to set a gap if there isn't one. And then let's make these each 50%. So contact section. I mean, Google Map is, as a class, is pretty specific. So do we really need to? See, I just did this video on specificity a couple of days ago, and it was such an interesting thing to like sit down and take notes and organize my thoughts on how I was going to explain those things, and it gave me so much clarity. It's making me really think about things differently. So I want to take out the width and the height, but I wonder if I should leave those in. So the figure width, I think just width 50%. And then our form, contact section, form also width 50%. Yeah, I think Google Map iframe. I think we can just do max width 100%. I have to take these out. Actually, what I have to do is do I have to absolutely position it, or can I do like object fit like I do with images? Let's try it the way I do images and see if that works. Because Google Map is a figure. Yeah, let's see. I think that might work. So that would be aspect ratio. Well, let's just do 1:1. I don't even know if that will work. So then this would be width 100%, height 100%, and then object fit cover. No, that does not work. Oh. I think it's because I need to take these out. And then, okay, so technically that is 50%. Oh, wait a second. The figure, the iframe. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. So I think I need to do position, relative, and then I think we need to do position absolute, inset 0. But I still want this to be 50%. I still need this to be 50%. Not 100%. So it's, wait a second. Okay, wait a second, Angela. You've got, oh, I think what's going on here? I've got two Google Map classes. That's why. Google Map wrap. That's why. Got it. Okay. Why did I do that? Did I just not notice that that was there when I put it in? There. So we have our wrap around the whole thing, then we've got our figure, then we've got our iframe. Hallelujah. So I had two containers. I had a div and a figure, both that said Google Map, and with the width of 50%, it was like 50% of 50%. That's why it was doing that. So I wonder, since I was making that mistake, if my original idea will work. Let's try it. And it still works. Yay, we do not need we do not need absolute positioning for this. Excellent. Look at that. I love it. Let's make sure that this is responsive. Good. Look at this. Nice. Look at that cute little iframe. Look at that adorable little iframe being responsive with the focal point in the center. So let's get our form whipped into shape. So I'm going to put in a background color of, we'll do the light gray. And then our form styles. So we're already hiding the labels. So I think this is one situation where we can either style the inputs to be very specific to the design, or we can style the inputs as like a set of base styles. Let's style the inputs as a set of base styles. That kind of makes sense to me. I think that's what I would do. So we'll do input, and let's do kind of a list. So we'll do type text, input, type email. Let's do input type URL. We'll do input, input type password. So basically I'm making a list of input types that are not, because input is also the form type for radio buttons and checkboxes and other things that I wouldn't want to style like a text input. So I'm just going to make kind of a generic list of inputs and style those. I'm not going to style every single form element. I'm not going to style checkboxes or radio buttons or color sliders or calendars, things like that, because our design doesn't have any of that stuff. And it's an open source project, so if somebody wants to take this and fork it and use it for their own, they can, and they can add those styles. So we'll do text email type text email URL password. What else do I usually do? There we go. So we're going to do background color transparent, border none, border bottom 1 pixel solid, and use black. We'll see how that looks. And we have a nice healthy border or padding around that. So let's go back to our form. And we'll say, let's just try padding 4 rems to see how it looks. And I think we also want our inputs to be display block. They're not display block by default. Clearly they're display inline. So we'll say display block width 100%, and then we'll just say margin 1 rem on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right. An element doesn't have an autocomplete attribute. Oh, that's interesting. MDN input autocomplete. I don't usually put an autocomplete attribute on my inputs. Autocomplete given name, autocomplete family name, autocomplete off. On, off. Oh, wait a second. Okay. The HTML autocomplete attribute lets web developers specify what, if any, permission the user agent has to provide automated assistance in filling out form field values, as well as guidance to the browser as to the type of information expected in the field. It is available on input elements that take text or numeric value as input, text area elements, select elements, and form elements. So could we just put autocomplete on the form? The owning form is either the form matching the ID specified by the form attribute of the element if present, or more commonly, the form the element is nested in. In order to provide autocompletion, user agents might require All right, so let's just do autocomplete on. We can do autocomplete on for all of these. All right. And I think we just need a lot more padding in our inputs. So we'll say padding 1 rem. I think that we need more margin on the top and bottom. Oh, look at that. But not padding on the left and right. Beautiful. Look at that. And we still have our focus. Still have our focus. We love that. And then let's just, let's modify, whoops. So we're just going to modify the button styles for, what do we do here? Button class button. And then we'll just say, we'll give this also a class of button. Well, we could just do button inside of a form element, and we will modify the button styles. So all we're going to do for that is, where's our button styles? So we're just going to switch. So instead of a hover of black, we will change it to a background of black with a hover of transparent. Yeah, so that will just be specific to so I'll copy this. And then I'm just going to say form. And we don't need all of this. Don't need that. So this will be black. And the text will be white. And this will be transparent. And this will be black. Whoops, wrong thing. Beautiful. And then let's make sure that our buttons are cursor pointer. Beautiful. Look at that. There's nothing else we need to do. I didn't make like, I'm not tapping into the Google Maps API. I'm not going to do like one of those tags or anything like that. I'm just tossing in an iframe. That's it. That's all we're doing here. We love it. Oh, it's a little wider though. Look at that. It's a little wider than the container. So I didn't even notice that. So we can change the width for this. We might not even need a wrap. We could just put padding around it. Yeah. Let's do that. Take this out. And let's take out this wrap. kind of like it. And then these containers are stretched, which we want. But we still want the form to be centered, right? On the y-axis, we still want the form to be centered. But we do want this to be, so if this was flex start, see the containers wouldn't line up. So we do want it to be stretch. We just need to make sure that it's aligned horizontally. The form is aligned. The form elements are aligned. What's the best way to do that? Probably honestly, I think the best way to do that would be to flexbox the form, and then we could have a lot of control over, if we flexbox the form and make the inputs a column, like flex flow column, no wrap, we would have a lot of control over the justify content. Let's try that. Let's do that. So we could do display flex flow column, no wrap. And then we could say justify content, and we will space evenly, and then align items. This would be flex start. Yeah. How big is this? There we go. So this is more what, this is a big monitor. It's like 27 inches. But now the inputs are evenly distributed from top to bottom, despite the screen size. Clearly not responsive. We're going to go ahead and take care of that. Oh, but our aspect ratio now isn't really working anymore, is it? Probably because we turned this into Flexbox. That's the reason why that's not. You know what though? It's okay because it's not responsive yet. And a lot of that is going to get resolved once we write some responsive styles. But it's not respecting our aspect ratio anymore, is it? No wrap. 50%. Do you need something else for aspect ratio to work? Do you need position relative? Okay, at least one. The aspect ratio property allows you to define the desired width to height ratio of an element's box. This means that even if the parent container or viewport size changes, the browser will adjust the element's dimensions to maintain the specified width to height ratio. The specified aspect ratio is used in the calculation. At least one of the box's sizes needs to be automatic in order for aspect ratio to have any effect. If neither the width nor the height is an automatic size, then the provided aspect ratio has no effect on the box's preferred size. So yeah, automatic, height auto. Auto, replaced elements with an intrinsic aspect ratio use that aspect ratio. Otherwise, the box has no preferred aspect ratio. Okay. Well, we need to do it. We got to ask. We got to ask. There's no shame in asking for help, but we got to ask. Let's do this. Let's do this. I have the following styles, but my aspect ratio is being ignored. So you're setting aspect ratio, but it's not having an effect because of this line height auto. The aspect ratio property only works when the browser needs to calculate either the width or the height. In your case, you've explicitly set both. This means the browser doesn't need to compute one dimension from the other, so aspect ratio gets ignored. I thought we tried that. Okay, so the aspect ratio is working just until we get to this. Just until we get to a certain size. Is it because of align items? Or is it because this container, but there's room here? Yeah. So it loses its aspect ratio. It must just be because this container is full and it's holding everything open. So the aspect ratio, that's what I think is happening. Okay, I think I understand what's happening here. So, and I'm not going to worry too much about it because this isn't responsive yet. So let's get our footer done and stop worrying. But it's always good to make sure that we have clarity, right? We like clarity. Yeah, this looks great. To be a YouTuber. Perfect. All right, now our footer. So our footer is pretty straightforward. Let's close this. So we'll give the footer some padding of 4 rems on the top and bottom, 1 rem on the left and right. I am just going to say text align center, and I think that that will help with a lot of stuff here. Yeah, that already. And I do think that we, I mean, we could definitely put a wrap around the footer, but maybe all we really need to do is, I think all we need to do is change the justify content specific to the footer and just say center. I think that's literally all we need to do. I don't think we need a wrap for this footer. So let's do that. So we're just going to say footer social nav UL. And all we have to do is change that one thing. Footer social nav UL justify content center, because it already has a gap on it. So, and then maybe on our copyright, we might want to give that a little extra. Oh yeah, we do need some different styles. I'm not going to change, it's pretty small. I'm not going to change the color of the text. This is pretty light. This is also pretty light, and I don't, for accessibility, want to change that, but I will, we can restyle that copyright down there. So we'll go ahead and do footer. Well, we probably don't need to, do we? Copyright. And we'll say, I'm not going to change the font size. So we'll say text transform uppercase. I'll do some letter spacing, 1.5 pixels. And we can go ahead and put some margin. I'm just going to do 2 rems on the top and 1 rem on the bottom. We'll see how that looks. We need a little more. Oh. Specificity. I just recorded this video. So we'll go ahead and say copyright last of type, since I did put a pseudo class on those paragraphs, and then this should get my styles. There we go. Copyright is the last of type. So I think that's fine. Nice. Does seem like we have a lot of extra. Oh, we have padding also down there. So let's actually take yeah, that works. Wow, we did it. We finished all the styling here. Let's fix our links. The other thing I was thinking, I think the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take out this signature because I don't like it, but I am going to increase the text size here. And then let's fix our borders on our links here. So on hover, we're getting this border bottom as a global style for our links, but for this set of links, we're not going to do a border bottom. So the 3 card section content link. I'm just going to say for the Okay, so I think what we could do, because I don't have a specific set of hover active, I don't have specific hover active focus for the content link. So let's just do, we can do a thing, guard section. So what we're going to do is we're going to use not. So we're going to say for all of our anchors, do this thing. But I think we're going to try this. I don't know if this is going to work. I think we can just do not the content link. So the anchor, but not the content link anchor, hover active focus. Look at that. That works. So we didn't have to write a whole new set of styles. We could just say, yes, these are global styles, but I don't want you to do this border just for the content link. But I do want the maroon styles for the content link. Well, how specific are the content link? See, we probably could do it for both. We're going to do it for both. Not content link. There we go. That's handy. Now we don't have to write a whole new set of styles, because we technically wrote the styles for the content link before we put in global styles for anchor elements. So let's see what else. Okay, let's tidy up this section here really quick. So here's our dark section. I don't like this SVG. In fact, I'm just going to take this out. And then the content description paragraph for the dark section. Where's our dark section? So we can take this out, because we removed that. I'm just going to change the text size of this particular paragraph tag. So font size, let's just try 1.1 rems. Just bump it up a little bit. This already looks better to me. This already looks better to me. So I think about 175 is kind of mimics a good laptop size for Zoom. Oh, look at that. Oh, yep, because I changed the border bottom for this. Yep. Anchor, not content link, border bottom 2 pixels, solid, transparent. So I think I have to change, we also have to add not button. That's what we have to do, is we have to add not button. This is extremely handy. This is extremely handy. when you don't want to have to redo a bunch of styles just to exclude something. So now we will also exclude our button from the anchor link styles. There we go. There we go. And then let's make sure that our links still look good. So right here, there, and we still have our link styles, and we still have now we have our button styles. So we are done with our desktop styles. I mean, we do need to sort of start thinking about a little bit of a QA, although, I mean, nothing really is jumping out at me QA wise that I need to add to a list because, well, okay, one thing, which actually we can just do it right now. I was thinking that I wanted to make sure that all of my SVGs had an ARIA label of hidden. So let's just check now. And you can see here, when I search for SVG, it just pops right up here in our markup. So true, true, true. Line 71, I'm not seeing it. Where are you? Okay, here we go. So let's make sure that we have an ARIA hidden true. And I knew I had forgotten to put some in here. There's another one. And then these are just the SVGs themselves. Good, we got those. We got those. Nice. That was the only thing I was even thinking about QA-wise that I might need to go and do. So tomorrow would probably be a great time to, as we're writing our responsive styles, we'll probably start noticing things and we will just add it to our list. We will just add it to the list of things to work on. I also wanted to talk about some link pseudo-classes because this came up yesterday. So here are, right here, hover, active, focus. So what it actually is link visited hover. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. It's link visited, so love, LV, love hate is the acronym. Link visited hover active. And then we have the LVHA rule and order. The correct order of CSS rules for link pseudo classes is link visited, focus, hover, active. For years, at least I got the hover active part correct. But for years, I've been doing hover active focus. So we're going to update our files today to represent this. And I remember for a long time, anytime I styled link pseudo classes, I always did love hate. That's how I remembered it. Link visited, hover active. So I don't know why I changed this or why I stopped doing it. I don't know at what point I did that. I do remember adding focus, maybe, I don't know. It was several years before I added focus. So we're going to get back to this. So I'm really glad that I looked this up. And I don't know if you can tell, but we need to work on our links for the navigation. So yeah. let's start our QA document. So QA. So links for nav, main nav. We need UR here navigation. Need UR here navigation. What else? Link for main nav. UR here navigation. Yeah, so we'll just keep an eye on that and we'll keep a running list today. Oh, the other thing that we need to do here is you can see that the main nav is not quite centered. And that's because we did not define the widths. Oh, right here. Yeah, I guess I did recognize this. So we have to fix also fix border bottom on social nav icons. I think we did I did something backwards here. I think that I should have done these things immediately as part of my base setup. I should honestly do a base CSS part 2. We should have done this first. We should have defined what our links were going to look like first, and then made sure that if we were styling links as buttons or as something very specific like those navigation icons, we could account for that. But it's completely fine. We will fix it. We're gonna fix it all, no problem. Okay, so back to my original point, which was, one moment here. So my original point was that we need to define the containers. So we have 3 containers in our header, and none of them have a defined width. So I think I did justify content space space around, which sort of evenly distributes each item, but it puts the first item and the last item a little bit closer to the edges, which is what I wanted. But it makes something like this look sort of noticeably off kilter, right? So we'll go and so I'm not going to define a width for the navigation unless I already did, I can't remember. But what I would rather do is define a width for the first and the last thing, and then the thing in the middle that I want to be really flexible, that's going to sort of naturally align itself in the middle. So that's the plan with that. So I kind of just want to jump into this header because we also need to really get going on responsive styles. Let's take a look under the hood at this header. Yeah, you can kind of see there. Oh, I did give this a width. I think probably the better approach would be just to give this more gap. Yeah, to give that more gap. And then the 3 things are, well, that's hidden. So we've got the H1, which is naturally 164.15 pixels. And then we've got this far right, or header right, which is naturally 216 pixels wide. So let's do a little math. So our widest thing is 216 pixels. And we know that 1 rem is 16 pixels. So that's 13.5 rems. So maybe we could just say that we could just say width 14 rems, but also max width 100%, which keeps it nice and squishy. You could see there it's already looks more centered, because now this matches this. But let's do the same thing here. So we'll do width 14 rems, and I'll say max width 100%. And then just by increasing the gap here on the list items, now you can see it's nice and centered up at the top. So yeah, now let's work on actually making that responsive. Yes. All right. So I'll say width 14 rems, max width 100%. Do the same thing here. Width 14 rems, max width 100%. And then I'm going to change this gap to 2 rems and I don't think we even need anything for this. Hang on. Oh, what did I just change? Hang on. That was wrong. Wrong one. This is what we want to change. There we go. Yep. Yeah. So this whole, I mean, this doesn't really hold up. If I could get this, I mean, technically this holds up to about 960. What we should do is we should do a clamp value on this gap. That's going to keep it nice and squishy, and then we can pop it into mobile at 960. Although I'm also zoomed in here. Let's zoom out. So there's 100%. Shouldn't be doing this if I'm zoomed in. I guess it's about the same. So there's 960. Yeah, let's clamp the gap. So okay, so I know I want the top value to be 2 rems. I'll do 1 rem for the lowest value. So we'll do, I don't know, 3 VW. I don't know. We're just gonna play with it and see what happens. I know there's probably like a calculator that I could use. So right here's our 3, which I think is too not squishy enough. So we'll do 2. So there's 2 rems. And then it switches to 2 VW at about 1566. That's interesting. But it is getting nice and squishy. It is doing actually a really good job. I think though that it could be a little bit more. And I think that, oh yeah, it needs to be at least 2 because it's not getting bigger than 2 rems. I also think we need to adjust the gap here also for a clamp value. There's 2 rems. I mean, it switches to 2 VW pretty early. I'm going to go with this for now. But we may adjust that later. And I think we definitely need to, I think we also, this is looking a little off kilter in general. Let's check and see what's happening with our, why do you look off kilter all of a sudden? Display list item. There's space at the bottom of this, so I think is it the line height? That was it. The line height. Yeah, I think display list item is fine. We just have to change the line height for the LI. And that is just a class of social item. I'm surprised I didn't notice that before. All right. That's fine. So we have a gap of 0.5 here, and we have a gap of 0.5 here. And the gap is not really that big, so I don't think that's going to help us as much as I think it's going to help us. I mean, it does kind of push it over there, doesn't it? Till we get down to about 960. You know what? I think I'm just going to go with this. And we're just going to pop this into mobile at 960 right there. That holds up. That is still nothing is overlapping, nothing is wrapping. So that holds up, and it pushes it to the left, which I think is just fine. I don't want to reduce the gap over here, and I'm not going to make the tap target smaller. It's 48 by 48. That's what it's supposed to be. So we're going to go with it. And you know what we could do? We don't have to wait till 960. We could pop this into mobile at 1024. Right there. Also perfectly acceptable. Let's do that. We're going to pop it into mobile at 1024. I like it. And then let's fix our, we just need to make sure that we don't have that border on hover. Oh, and actually, let's also fix our links, which is how we started this conversation in the first place. So we're going to put focus third. And then this will be link and visited. I love it. I love it when we do things the right way. I love it. So love, LV, hate, HA, love, hate. That's the acronym. And then focus is in the middle. I can get on board with that. Okay, social nav. right here. So link, visited, focus, hover, active. We're going to say border. Well, we're going to say border bottom. We're going to say border bottom none. And we're also going to say border bottom none here because the border exists. The border exists. What did I do? Hang on. Border bottom none. Oh boy. That's why. These are separate. Link, and that's how much you want to bet. That's why I stopped using those. So the link and the visited. I bet it's we're just changing all the things. That's all right though. I'm here for it. So link and visited are the default styles. Focus, hover, active. Yeah. Well, I was wondering why I stopped using link and visited, and that's why. Okay, and this still is not resolved because I'm not doing it right down here. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. This is the point, right? So we have like a whole new way of doing links now. We have a whole new way of doing links. Gosh darn it. What's happening here? Specificity, Angela. Specificity. Yep, I am not being specific enough. That's cool. We'll go ahead and add another not. We will add another not. This is not, since this is not working. Yeah, I'm feeling a little too smart for my own good right now. I think that'll work. We're going to go with this based on what I read about right here. Based on this, which is what I remember originally learning. So this order is due to CSS's cascading nature and rule specificity. For instance, a link that is both hover and active needs the active styles to take precedence as it represents the immediate user interaction. So this would be the default style, and then you could do a separate style for visited, a separate style for focus, which I never change the outline because it's always, I always just leave it as the browser default. So they're showing here every single pseudo class being styled individually. So I do think it's interesting that I never use the visited pseudo class, but I also never see a browser default for any of my visited links. I think that's interesting. So, okay, I'm going to go with it. And now that works. All right. Well, there you have it. Okay. So now let's finally make this thing responsive. And I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure about the logo and the social media icons having enough room on mobile. So we're just going to start with styling this navigation and go from there. So the main nav. Okay, and mobile nav, that's actually our button right there. So this will be display block. And then we'll do at media, max width 1024 pixels. And we're going to say display. Well, no, actually that's wrong. We're going to say position static. And then we're going to change the position. Position fixed or sticky? Sticky. Fixed. Oh. Position fixed. And then it's going to be top 0, left, right, right, negative 300 pixels, width 300 pixels, max width 100%, height 100 VH. Then we're going to say, we're going to do a class of active. So we'll say main nav active. And it's going to be right 0. And we're going to transition right, whoops, 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. And we will probably need to adjust the Z index on this. I'll just do this for now. So now you can see if I hover here, and there it is. There it is. So needs a little bit of styling, but that's working right there. So how much room do we have for these now? Not too bad. I think we could tighten up this. So we could change that to space between. I don't know if that makes that big of a difference. Hilltop, the word hilltop is clamped, so that is, yeah. Although, I don't know, I think it's good if this holds up to at least 320. I think I am going to have to change the gap there to squish things in. Well, it also, we need room for our menu button. So probably what I should do is also hide the social nav. I'm just doing that temporarily because we also need to display block this, which we haven't. We're gonna style this button. We're gonna make our own button. And then this could be, what do we want to do with this? So here's the header. I wonder if we could just style it beneath right here. And we could tighten up some of this padding. Yeah, let's do that. All right. So here's the social nav. That's the nav element. Social nav. Whoop. And these social nav doesn't have any styles for desktop. The parent container is display flex, so I can make this display block. Well, display block, see, we shouldn't be using display. We should be using position. So we'll say position static. And then we'll do a media query. Max width 1024. And we'll say position. I want this to be absolutely positioned to the header right container. No, I want it to be absolutely positioned to the header. And the header has position sticky. So I think that counts as being relative to the header. I'm pretty sure that counts. So position, can we just make this position sticky as well? Oh, did it again. I think so. Position sticky relative to a position sticky grandparent. I think that'll work. So we'll say top 0, left 0, width 100%. That's actually, it's top 100% because we want it to be all the way down to the bottom. And then let's make sure we have some Z index on there. I'm just going to do 3 for now. Social nav, position sticky. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. There we go. Yeah, it just does, needs to be position absolute. And then it's sticky because the parent container is sticky. That works. What do we think? And then we can just tighten up the padding on this header. So maybe we'll do 0.5 rems. Nice. I like it. And then we've got room for our menu and our search icon, and then we can just put the social icons below. So this is going to be absolute. And we can adjust this a little bit with the media query. Say 0.5. Let's just do 0.5 all the way around. We need the real estate, and it's going to hold up. It's going to hold up really, really well. And then we'll go ahead and give this a background color. Let's give this a background color of like our slightly gray, just for a tiny bit of contrast. Look at that. We could add some more. Clearly we have that's impacting our footer, so that's fine. We're going to take care of all of that. We could add some more. I was thinking of adding some more social media icons. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. Or what we could do also, because it looks a little weird spaced out, is we could just group them together. Let's do that. So instead of space evenly, we could do, well, we could just do center. Yeah, we'll just center them. And then that leaves a lot of room for people who want to add more social media icons. I think we could even, well, I don't want to reduce the padding, but we do need to, how much you want to bet this is line height again? No, that's not it. Here maybe? No, that's not it. It's that pesky tap target. Well, I mean, it's still 48 by 48. I actually think that looks really nice. And I mean, this is like, this is, look how well this holds up now on the smallest, the tiniest screens. Yeah, I'm down for it. I'm here for it. Let's go back to our header. We need to just make decisions and move on. Make decisions and move on. So, okay. And then here is our mobile nav button. Let's get that situated. Right here. So we'll say display block. And then our button is 3 divs, and we're going to go ahead and right here, we're going to style that ourselves. So we'll say mobile nav div width. I'm going to say 25 pixels because we're putting enough padding around our icons to make it a tap target of 48 by 48, and then all of our icons themselves are 25 by 25. So I'm going to say width 25. I'm going to say height 2 pixels. Well, I'm actually going to say height 0 and border bottom 2 pixels, solid, black. And then let's give these some margin. Margin. Yeah, margin. We don't need to flexbox everything. So I'm going to say margin 0.5 rems on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. There we go. It's a little, tighten this up a little. Perfect. Okay, and then we'll take off, I'll do it on the button. So we'll say border, none, background color, transparent. Nice. Now, so here's our button. And then here is our header right. Okay, so we're going to adjust now our width for mobile. We also I want this button, and I want this all the way over to the right, and I want this all the way over to the left. Well, let's adjust this. Header right. Do you see these situations that I get myself into? Happens every time. Happens every time. Just gonna say with, I think I'm just gonna do, oh, I did it again. So used to writing Sass. Oh, okay, that worked. How did that work? There we go. Oh, you know why? It's because we put enough width on that. That's why. I mean, I'll take it, but that was inadvertent, but I'll take it. So now let's just make sure that we have enough padding around our button right here. So we'll say padding 11.5 pixels. Beautiful. Now we have a tap target on our button. We have our tap target on header right. And then we left the width and the max width on the primary logo, which holds it open and pushes everything over to the... I love it when things just work out. I will say though that there's a lot more space on the right than there is on the left. So I think what I'll do is just take the padding off the header. Well, it would be 0.5 rems, which is 8, plus 11.5, which is 19.5. So we can just add 11.5 to the primary logo. That would be the easiest thing to do on the left. Sure, why not? So I'm going to say padding 0 for desktop, but then for mobile, I'm going to say padding on the left 11.5 pixels, and we should just say this is to match the spacing of the icons on the right. It worked. I'm so happy it worked. And then let's align our social nav, which is right here. So I suppose we could move this down. Use the same media query. Whoops. Put this at the bottom. And that would be social nav UL. And we're just going to change the justify content to center. So there is sort of this middle ground here that we're going to need to account for. But as we get smaller, it moves over. So what we may want to do, since the width on the primary logo is what is pushing everything over, what we may want to do, if we know the width, if we know that this is 48 and this is 48, that is 96, maybe we could say width 100% minus, is there a rem value for 96? So 48 times 2 is 96 divided by 16 is 6. So that's 6 rems. So maybe we could say calc 100% minus 6 rems. I don't know how, but things are just sort of working out today, I guess. And then I think at some point we're going to have to, our max width is not really kicking in. I guess it, we're going to go with this for now. We're going to go with this. So that's our primary logo, and we already have a media query for the primary logo, so that's no problem whatsoever. So So we're going to change the width to calc 100% minus 6 rems. Look at that. Okay, we have we need to just refresh. There we go. I want there to be more space in between these navigation items. I want there to be more space. So now I feel like we've got a little more wiggle room. Yeah, what do we think? So we'll change this to 1, 3, and 3. Yeah, I like it spaced out a lot better. And look, we kind of almost have a guide here where you could see, kind of confirm the spacing, right? Yeah, I love it too. I love it. And this holds up pretty well. I'm not personally going to worry about anything less than, look at, we hold up to 250 pixels. That is excellent for a header. I'm not going to worry about anything less than that. I'm not going to worry about anything less than that. So let's make sure now that we have, let's make sure now that we can fly out our nav if it's active. So main nav active right here. So here's our media query. And I'm actually the only thing that really needs to so this can So I do this every time. I say to myself, do I actually need to do these things at this width, or can these things be done ahead of time and we just do the transition at this width? This for sure needs to be at this width. I think our button can absolutely be styled ahead of time. It doesn't need to wait for the media query. So all we're doing is the display property at the media query. So the button is styled on page load. It doesn't have to do that when the screen changes. Although, to be honest, the average user is not going to change the size of their screen the way that we are. You're either going to look at it on your desktop or you're going to look at it on your mobile device. And we do want these, we do want this all to take place at that media query. Yeah. And I'm going to change this name. I want to change this. This is a button. I want this to be changed to the name button, so it makes more sense. Oh, geez, Angela. Yeah. And then this needs a background color of white. And then we just need to style our unordered list. So right now, and let's move this to the bottom. Let's just move this whole thing right down to the bottom. Right here. So I think all we need to do is change our flex direction. So that's the main nav UL. Main nav UL flex direction column. And align items is center, but really we want to do justify content center. Oh, where are you? And then there we go. We need a Z index of 4 to keep that on top. Okay, and for this we're gonna push that down and center it. So this is, actually don't think that this matters. This is what matters. Yeah. So this doesn't matter. And this needs to be a Z index of 4 to keep it on top. And we just want to push down the UL, so probably we could probably just transform it, or just give it margin. Angela, just give it some margin. So we know that our header is 48 pixels. We know that our social nav is 48 pixels, and we know that together that's 6 rems. So let's just give it 6 rems of margin on the top. So we'll say margin, 6 rems on the top, 0 on the left and right, 0 on the bottom. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so now, and let's give it a little bit of box shadow too, so it, we can actually see it over top of anything that's white. So we'll say box shadow, and we want negative, we're going to do -1 for the x-axis, -0 for y, and then maybe 2 pixels and 2 pixels for blur and spread. So we'll do 2 pixels x, 0 y, -2 pixels blur, -2 pixels spread, and then we'll do an RGBA, which is red, green, blue with alpha transparency. So that's 255, 255, 255. No, that's white. We want 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 point. We'll do 0.5 for 50%. Do we see anything? Wait a second, what did I do wrong here? Box shadow. Do I need to say 50%? I didn't even notice that. You can't have negative blur and spread. There we go. So we also have to transition this because you can see the shadow is hiding off canvas. So, and it's a little heavy. And I don't think we need to. Yeah. So we'll also say main nav box shadow none. You could still oh, we have to transition it also. So box shadow none. Oh, and we changed the name of this to button. And we're also going to transition the box shadow. Still there. Can I not transition a box shadow? Okay. Why can I still see it? Oh, I put it in the wrong place. Okay. Well, I'm going to keep it here for desktop, but it needs to go here. And then this, it's for the active. Got it. There we go. There we go. There we have our shadow. Now we just need to adjust this a little bit. It's pretty dark. There we go, much more subtle. There we go. So you can just see that little subtle shadow. Nice. So the next thing that we need to do so what I always used to do was I would just have one button and I would use z-index to show it all the time, just one button. But I think it's better to have a second button inside this container for accessibility is what I'm learning. So we're going to do a second button and put it inside the container. So when the containers open, So there's two buttons. There's open mobile navigation, and then there's close mobile navigation button. So we're just going to say open menu, and then we'll say close menu. Look at that. That's a million times better. A million times better. So now let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and just transition these divs to make an X, but we're not going to animate anything. We're just going to open and close, and they're just going to be there. Keep it simple. And I have code to do this, because I've done it before. Where did I do this last time? I think I did this on, did we just do this on the, yeah. So I'm just going to grab the values for this transition. Right here. And so for this I used nth of type. So we've got nth of type 1, nth of type 2, which is technically hidden, just with 0, and then nth of type 3. So we'll go ahead and we'll do the transform. And we don't need the second one, so we'll just do 1 and 2. I mean, technically, if one is covered up, we don't have to specify which is which. They can have the same class. No, they should be. So this would be mobile button. We'll do mobile button, mobile open, and then mobile button, mobile close. I'm going to do mobile close div nth of type 1, so the first one, and that's our transform. And then we'll do mobile div nth of type 2. And we're only going to show 2 because we're just making an X. We don't need all 3 lines. And then, but for this, it's technically 3 because I did animate this. So this should be our X now. Oh, and this is mobile. Mobile close. Oh, we're so close. We're so close. We just need to adjust these a little bit. And there is a formula for this. There is a formula for this. There. That's pretty good. It's not going to be, yeah, it's definitely not perfect. We can adjust this a little more. Let's make this a little bigger. Oops, not you. There. So there's the little button container. So let's what if we just make them both 0? There we go. Look at that. All right, so 2, the translate is 2 and 2. I bet this is going to be -2. We're pretty close here. We're getting pretty close here. I think I'm just going to go with this. I'm just going to go with this. Okay, so we've got 2 pixels by 2 pixels, and then we've got 4 pixels by -3 pixels. You could probably just use an SVG. But this is how we did it. Okay. Whoops. Wrong window. Okay. There it is. There it is. It's a little wonky, isn't it? It's a little wonky. That's okay. We'll do some refinements. We'll see if we can smooth that out. Functionality wise though, this is exactly what I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted. I'm good with this. So let's keep moving. We got to move. What time is it? We've been at this for an hour and a half. We did exactly what we set out to do with this header, but let's work on this slider now. Yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do for the slider. Because we have one piece of content, the content does not change when we slide the slider. So what I'm going to do on mobile, and so there's about 1024. I think on mobile, I'm just going to take this content. Let's get our slider section open. The content is position absolute. I am going to move it after the slider. So we've got slider content, slider controls, and then the unordered list are the slider. We'll add a class here, slider items, and then each li is a slider item. I'm going to move the content after the slider, and then on mobile we're just going to drop it down into this space. That's what we're going to do. All right, we're making decisions and we're getting things done. And this is huge, right? I mean, this is a huge part of responsive styles, is sorting out your header. And there's a comment in the chat that I want to respond to. So thank you, welcome. Wow, using Tailwind makes life so much easier than vanilla CSS. So you might be new here. The point of this is to use vanilla CSS and to not rely on a framework. So I know Tailwind is very popular and a lot of people love using it. But this channel is about using vanilla CSS and vanilla JavaScript and understanding core foundational basics. So I know that libraries and frameworks make things a lot easier and a lot faster, and I absolutely respect the organizations that move quickly and need to make sure that they have a good structural base. What's the word that I'm looking for? It keeps things consistent, right? However, I believe, and in my experience as a developer, that not enough people understand how to do the basics. Not enough people understand vanilla CSS. Not enough people understand how to work through this type of problem solving. And so the whole point of this channel is to do that. I know how to use frameworks. I know how to use libraries. I've been a front-end developer for 12 years. The focus is vanilla and understanding the basics, because as front-end developers, you will not spend your entire career working on big, beautiful frameworks and well-organized CSS. You will be handed legacy code, spaghetti CSS files, and you could get yourself into a little bit of trouble if you don't understand how to do some of these things. So that's really the point. It's not that we're in denial about frameworks or that we think frameworks are bad. It's just understanding. The basics. That's all it really is. Frameworks are great, but I need 100% control. Plus, it's just fun to figure out stuff as you go. Yeah, it's honestly, Emilio, I totally agree. I find this to be incredibly fun and satisfying. I love working through these problems. I love it. Frameworks are now, but you need to know the basics. So that's the point. That's the whole point. But just to be clear, I absolutely respect your comment, and I am grateful that you're here hanging out with us. And yeah, keep it coming. Keep it coming. If you want to know what I'm thinking, you just have to ask, right? Thank you, Monique and Emilio. I appreciate that. So, all right. All right. And honestly, I'm not trying to do things the easy way. I'm trying to think things through and solve problems. So that's that. Okay. So our slider content is absolutely positioned to the slider. And again, at 1024, I'm just going to pop this down below the slider. That's all I'm going to do. There's our search drawer. There's our slider. Here's our slider. Here's our slider content. So we'll just, on mobile, make this position static, and it's just going to put it right underneath. So let's go down to the bottom, and we'll write our media query. Hopefully the person who made that comment, I didn't scare them off. Convince me that I'm wrong. No, not even convince me that I'm wrong. Let's just have a healthy debate. Reasonable people can disagree, right? Maybe you have a really good point about why you think people don't need to know the basics. Tell me what it is. I would love to know. All right. And so we have some position static. We just have to take our transform off. Translate 0, 0. There we go. And we just pop right down beneath. Let's make sure that our slider controls, though. And so our it's the inset that is getting me into trouble. It's the inset that is getting me into trouble. That's why it's stretching. That's fine. So because the parent container, it's relative to the parent container, and the slider content is inside the parent container. So I think the best way to and I don't want to transform because that's going to count against to think about this. Because any transform or percentage value is going to take this into account. I suppose as long as this, and I can't put I don't want to put the controls. I think what I need to do is put a container around the slides and put the controls inside that container. It shouldn't be just loosey-goosey inside the slider section. Is that going to screw up my desktop styles? You know what? I'm actually not going to worry about those buttons right now because we haven't even built the slider. We haven't even built the slider yet, so I'm going to worry about those buttons on mobile when we build the slider next weekend. We'll sort out these buttons. So for now, the buttons are not in the correct place. And I'm just going to deal with that next weekend. So, although, if we wanted to make a stylistic choice, no. We're just going to deal with the buttons next weekend. Because this is about, I just want to get this layout, do as much as I can here in the next 20 minutes. So, Okay, so here is our content. And I'm going to go ahead and we'll just make that width 100%, just like that. So our content on mobile is just going to drop below, and then let's adjust some of our padding. So the slider content. We'll change the width and we'll change the padding. I'm going to change the padding to 3 rems, and then I think we're going to have to adjust our border. That's fine. And then we'll change this to, I think we'll just do 1. And then we'll change this to 2. And we don't need to repeat all of this. Yeah, I think this looks fine. So we do need to adjust the size. And so because this is our social icons are position absolute, it takes them out of the flow and it puts it over top of the slider. So we're just going to adjust the aspect ratio. Just right here. So right now it's 8:3. We could do 16:9. Just like that. Just like that. I totally respect your point. Having total control over your code is very important. Trying to override framework styles feels frustrating all the time for me. So yeah, I totally respect frameworks. I have nothing against frameworks at all whatsoever. I'm going to change this aspect ratio to 16:9. And again, if we need to adjust that on mobile, or even push that down, because we could even add a little margin on the top here, right? We know that that's 48 pixels is the height of that. So we could say 3 rems, oops, and we could just push that down 3 rems also for mobile. Let's do that. Let's change the aspect ratio and push that down a little bit. Or we could, we could just go back to 8:3. I like seeing a bit more of it though on mobile. So our slider, what did I do that on? I think I just did that on, yeah, I just did that on the image. Or did I do it? I did it on the figure. So we'll do the slider image. And that also had the aspect ratio. And we'll just say margin, 3 rems, top and bottom, and then we'll update our aspect ratio to 16:9. And there we go. We'll deal with our, we'll just deal with our controls when we actually build, when we actually do the vanilla JavaScript to make the slider. Yeah, okay, let's, our button is getting a little squished there. Although still, this holds up really well. This holds up really well. So let's adjust some of the padding here. I think we could adjust even more padding here. Yep, let's adjust that to 2 rems. Slider content, 2 rems. Let's make sure that our button text is white space, no wrap. And then we can make sure that the text doesn't wrap. So we'll say white space, no wrap. But also we'll adjust our padding here as well. So on our button styles, we're just going to make that part of the default button styles. Right here. So we'll do white space, no wrap. And then we have a lot of padding around our button. So we'll do a media query here for our button. At media, max width 1024, and we'll just adjust our padding. I tend to do 2 to 1. So I have, for every rem or 2 rems of padding on the left and right on a button, I'll do 1 on the top and bottom. That is the ratio that I tend to use. Gosh darn it, I keep doing this. Padding, 0.5 rems on the top and bottom, and then 1 on the left and right. So we're cutting it down by about half. That's a little squishy, isn't it? And we are not tall enough with the tap target. We are only 39.63 pixels high. So let's give this a little extra on the top and bottom. There we go. There we go. And then let's give this box, the slider content, a little extra padding on the bottom to make up for that button. So maybe 3 rems on the bottom. Yeah, that looks nice. That looks nice. And that holds up really well. That holds up at a really small size. Whoops. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. So the slider, the header, the navigation, those social media icons. Nice job, guys. We did it. We didn't even really test the accessibility. Let's just tab through really quick. So on desktop, if we're tabbing through, perfect, perfect, perfect. Beautiful. Beautiful. That all works. Now we don't have our JavaScript implemented yet, so we're only seeing the focus. So, and we are, so, okay, this is good. So we are actually, we need to make sure the visibility, we need to change the visibility on our navigation right here. So we have our button right here, but then the keyboard focus is immediately going into that off-canvas navigation, and it doesn't need to. It doesn't need to. It's not active. It can skip. It should be skipping right to the button for the search. So we're just going to change the visibility. We're just going to change the visibility, and then the expected accessible behavior is that the user can decide to click the button and then make the navigation accessible. So let's get back up to our navigation. Right here. So we'll say Can you transition? I think you can transition visibility. So I'm just going to say, so we'll say visibility hidden by default on mobile, but when it's active, it's visibility visible. I think that's all we need to do. I think that that's all we need to do. So now if we're tabbing through, get the cursor out of the way, now we tab through correctly. But if our navigation is open, well, let's do this. Let's just put the active class on here by default. We'll just say active. So now if we're open by default, I know what it's, well, no, this is okay. This is okay. We're not seeing the full experience. We're not seeing the full experience because we don't have any of our JavaScript implemented yet. So, and that's another thing. So let's make a couple of notes here. So links for main nav. Okay, we took care of that. We need You Are Here navigation. Fix the border bottom on social media icons. That is done. This is done. Okay, I guess I already had that there. Take this off. This is going exactly how I want it to go. This is working how I want it to work. So we just need to get our click events implemented so we can add and remove our classes. And all we need to do then next week, all we're doing next week is when we click the button, we are adding an active class to the main navigation on mobile. And then when you click the button, you toggle off the active class. And we have to do the same thing for our search drawer because we also have a search drawer with the same behavior. And there's our search drawer, right? So once we, oh, I know what I was going to do. So we need to escape to close menu, and then we need to escape to close search drawer. Just a little reminder when we're doing some of our accessibility testing. That's the behavior. In the past on other live streams, I've been really focused on focus trapping. And it's really not an accessibility requirement to focus trap every time you have something open. I feel like that's important for the search drawer because you can't see anything else. But for the navigation, you can see the rest of you can still see the rest of the site. So last weekend, I sort of detoured us on this question of how to style links because we had a question, I think Rob was here on Saturday and he had been asking about pseudo-classes and pseudo-elements, and I'm working on a video that will be out this week discussing pseudo-classes and pseudo-elements. But last weekend, I had done like a little sort of mini deep dive into pseudo classes for anchor elements and really buttons, but for our purposes, anchor elements. And I had talked about LVHA, or the weird mnemonic love-hate. And then, of course, with focus in the middle. And in the beginning of my career, well, really, when I started learning web development, I was taught link visited, hover, active specifically. And then I stopped using the pseudo classes link and visited, and I couldn't remember why I stopped using those. And then as soon as I implemented them, I remembered why I stopped using them. They're not really necessary. So I did a little bit of a deep dive this week on is it a best practice to use the pseudo classes link and visited? And it's really not. There's a reason why you use these things. You use link if you specifically want a style for an unvisited, unclicked link. You use visited if you specifically want a style for a visited link. And a good example of why you might do this is if you have, let's say you have a really, really long blog post with lots of links, you may want a visited pseudo class to signify to the user, oh, you've already clicked on that link, that you've already been there, you can click on a different link. So it's meant to be good UX for the user on a page with lots and lots of links. It's not a best practice or a requirement to style link or visited. It's just not a requirement. So last weekend I was kind of feeling like it was, but then as soon as I implemented it, I was like, wow, this is a huge pain in the ass. This is like sort of making things really overly specific for me. And I wanted to just look a little bit further into this. So I am not going to style pseudo classes for link or visited. I'm going to take these out. So that's the first thing that we're going to do. And if that had been on your mind, like it was on my mind, now you know. Okay, so let's take these out. We don't need them. So it's okay when you're styling your links and your buttons to just style the anchor element. And then when you're styling your pseudo classes for the anchor elements or buttons, the order is focus, hover, active. Now, I, for years, have been doing hover, active, focus. Hover does need to come before active because you take it in the order that the user does it, right? Focus should come before hover though. So I've been putting it last, it should come first. So from now on, I'm just going to style the anchor element and I'm just going to style focus, hover, active, unless we find ourselves in a situation where we have a really, really long blog post. Maybe there's lots of links, there's lots of citations or references. I don't know, that's just an example that I could think of where you would want to give the user the experience of letting them know what links they've already clicked on. So I think that that's actually a pretty good example. So let's see if we have any other ones here. I think we do. Yeah, we do. Yeah, I've done kind of a deep dive on pseudo classes and pseudo elements, and you know, I knew what those things were, but what I'm learning about creating content to explain it to other people is that I clearly don't know, I don't have a lot of context on why things work the way they do. I know how to implement them. I understand what the behavior is once I do implement them most of the time. But to sit and really explain it to another person, that's what I'm learning how to do through being a content creator, which is really cool. I'm really enjoying it. I'm coming away from making some of these videos going, wow, like how did I not fully understand that? Like I just think it's so cool. Now I kind of get that and I can explain it to another person. So I'm just enjoying the process. And so let's actually check and make sure that we haven't ruined anything. And we have not. And we do need to also, let's put this on our QA list, that we need to make sure that we have a hover state for our social media icons. Oh yeah, and I did put it here. Good. So what I want to do today is I really want to we're gonna dig into our responsive styles, and I really want to get the responsive styles done today, and then tomorrow, well, responsive styles, and then also let's like check other browsers, and obviously we'll check. I have an iPhone, so we'll check iPhone today for responsive styles, and then tomorrow we're going to implement the JavaScript for our click events, the styles, and we'll do accessibility testing with keyboard navigation. So come hell or high water, this all gets done this weekend, and it takes as long as it takes. I don't care if it exceeds 2 hours. So buckle up. We're doing this together, but I don't think it's going to be that tough, because our header and our slider are pretty much done. I mean, I have some button issues that we need to deal with, but I'm not going to worry about these buttons on mobile until we actually do the slider, because I'm more focused right now on let's just get this layout looking the way it should. So let's go ahead and start with this 3-card section, which is going to pretty much immediately make like all the other sections also responsive. Slider. So header, social, search, slider. Okay, here's our 3-card section. So our cards, we're just going to drop this down. So our navigation goes into mobile at 1024 pixels, but I think our cards hold up a little bit longer. So I'm actually going to do okay, let's get this footer. Let's do the footer first, because this is in my way, and it's because of the, yeah. So I think actually if we just put position relative on this footer, that'll take care of that. There we go. So this holds up pretty well to 768. How fancy do we want to get here? Let's get a little fancy. Here's what I don't want to do. Well, here, let's just, I think, okay, Angela, center, gather yourself, gather your thoughts. So there's our header, there's our wrap. So we have our figure, and then we have our content. So first, let's do a media query and just make this 100%. And then I have an idea. So we'll do, whoops, I did it again. And we'll just say width 100%. What's happening? matter? Why are you still... Oh, probably because, well, why would that matter? With 100%. So why are you not 100%? Yeah, we're live. Hang on. Well, wrap or no wrap shouldn't matter if it's with 100%. Am I wrong about that? I don't think so. Why does that matter? And let's take the gap off. So this is pretty big. This is pretty big. So let's do something a little bit different. So now for the content item, let's do display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap, justify content, space between, align items, flex start is fine, and we'll do a gap of 2 rems. And then let's also do some margin on the bottom. So now at 960, we have these more vertical rows, but eventually we are going to need to and let's also change, we can change the aspect ratio. So instead of these being like fairly square, let's make them more portrait. Let's make them more portrait. So right now the aspect ratio is 17:1. If we change the aspect ratio to be more like, I don't know, like 5:7, or we could do 3:4. 3:4, 5:7. I kind of like 5:7. Make hard section image. Do 5:7. Oh. How is that more specific than this? Am I losing my mind today? Oh, is it, hang on. It's because we are not in the right. Let's just move this down to the bottom. Right here. We'll tighten this up a little bit. So that's, so maybe instead of a gap of 2, we'll do 1. And then we have a lot of margin around. We don't, oh yeah, I think I just want margin on the bottom, not all the way around. There we go. Now we have a lot more room for that text to wrap. And let's tighten up this title. We put a lot in for that title. Yeah, now we hold up a lot better. We hold up a lot better. So maybe once we get down to like 550, now we can drop this into a more traditional mobile. Just makes it a little more interesting and not so incredibly boring. So now we're gonna definitely reverse engineer a couple of things. At media, max width, 500, 550. So I don't know, content creators might not like that because I'm changing the aspect ratio of their images based on whether they're on mobile or desktop. But the whole point of this is to show developers that it doesn't matter what the aspect ratio of an image is. You can make any image, any aspect ratio, and it will always be responsive and it will always have the focal point that you want it to be because you can control that really easily with CSS. And that is the whole point of this exercise, in my opinion. So, okay, so at 500, I'm going to change this to, I think I'm just going to change the flex direction. I don't even think I need this. I think we can just do flex direction column. And then I'll take out the gap and then we'll reduce the margin on the bottom. And then I'm going to change this to 3 to 4. Where's my aspect? Why isn't my aspect ratio kicking in? Oh, it is. That's 3 to 4. I think I like that better. Maybe we can tighten this up to 3.5. I do like that better. What was it originally? 1.7 to 1. Should we just go back to the original? 1.7. Yeah, we'll go back to the original. I like it. I like it. This is slightly more visually interesting than just going from 3 across to stacked. This might be a little aggressive though. I mean, it holds up pretty well to about, maybe I'll change it to 600. I think I'll change it to 600. And hey, guess what? It's an open source project, so if anybody wants to use this, they can modify it as they see fit. But I want to do something that is slightly more interesting. Yeah. So now all of these should be responsive now, like that. Oh, yeah. These, hang on. Just need to make sure. Oh, these have different classes. That's a content description. That's also a content description. Content item. Content item. Content figure image. Content description. Did I spell something wrong here? Content description. Content description. Oh, I think it's because how much you want to bet this image is the actual, no, rendered size. I think I actually need to define these widths. That's what I didn't do. So here's the content item. We also want to make sure that we define so with the 100%, yeah, we just need to define our width. So we'll just say width 50. Oh, let me think about this. Content image, content item. We don't really have classes for content description. 3-card section, image, 3-card section, content. Three-card section, content, description. If the gap is 1, I'm going to say width calc 100% minus 1 rem. No, yeah. Oh no, divided by 2. There we go. There we go. And then instead of flex start, so instead of flex start, we probably just want to do center. Yeah, we'll just do center. Whoop, that's not what I wanted. There we go. I love it. I love it. Something just slightly more interesting. And then we have to change our width again at 500. So we'll basically do this. And we'll just say width 100%. There we go. And then let's add a little more margin to the bottom. I guess we do need a little bit more there, don't we? Yeah. Oh, what's that? Oh, probably we just have some other styles that we need to do. See, our container is a little wiggly here. So once we finish our other styles, but look at, now we have, oh, our aspect ratio isn't quite right here. But now we have styles for all 3 of these sections. And 701. Yeah, what's going on here? This is not the correct aspect ratio. $528. Am I losing my mind? 528 divided by 396. 1.3. So I think that's right. Is it because okay, it's correct there. with the 100% height. Is it because I'm defining, but I'm defining a width here. So if we changed it here, let's do a little debugging. So our aspect ratio is working here. It's working here. So again, let's do a little debugging here. So it's working there. But when we go here, it is not working. Oh, is it because, do I have these in the wrong order again? Do I need to put this last? Maybe, does this need to be with auto? Did I spell this wrong? I'm just like, what is happening here? Why isn't my aspect ratio? Is it because this is a column? Is that it? It was because it was a column. Because now this is the correct aspect ratio, but it's not the correct width. Okay. Do you see these messes that I get myself into? All I had to do was stack these cards up for mobile. That's all I had to do. I had one job. Okay. So row no wrap. Flex flow. So let's just change this to flex flow wrap. Hallelujah. Now we have the correct aspect ratio. That's interesting. I guess I didn't. So changing to column instead of row negated the aspect ratio. I don't get that at all. I don't know why that happened, but hey, we're learning something new here, right? Welcome to the life of a front-end developer. But now my aspect ratios are all working the way I want them to. I guess. So here's 1.7 to 1. I don't know, I'm still questioning. So we know that this is 1.17 is not the same as 1.7. Got it. There we go. That's the other problem. Now we're 3 to 4. Maybe we do just want to stick with 1.17 to 1. Yeah, actually, I am going to stick with the same aspect ratio here. And then the content creators won't get mad after all of their hard work of picking out and doing image sourcing. And then we're not changing the flex direction. We're just changing, I think we could just do flex flow, flex, what is this? The flex flow, flex direction, flex wrap. Isn't that what it is? Flex wrap? Flex wrap, wrap. Flex flow, no wrap. Flex wrap, wrap. And then the same thing here. Flex wrap. Is that right? I think that's right. Flex wrap. Yeah, that's right. Flex wrap, wrap. So we're changing it from no wrap to wrap. And then we're doing flexbox on the article. And then we're changing no wrap to wrap. And we have the correct aspect ratio for everything. All right, now what do we think? Now that we have the correct aspect ratio, I like it. I like it. And then let's make sure, you know what else I'm going to do is I'm going to take out this word more. I was thinking about that too. So let's just have the title be the link. And then let's also see how that holds up. That holds up really well. But we can also make sure our content links don't wrap. Right here. So let's just do white space, no wrap. Whoops, no wrap. And I think that that's fine because it's about to pop into mobile anyways. And then this just makes sure that it doesn't wrap right before it pops in. And it still holds up really well. Oh, that SVG is wrapping though, isn't it? So it's just the text that isn't wrapping, but the SVG is wrapping. Gosh darn it. Oh, it's because the SVG is display block. What if I change it to inline block? No, it still wraps. Okay, you know what? I'm going to pick my battles. I'm going to pick my battles and say that I don't care about that. It's the least of my issues. Because this still holds up really well. We're down to like less than 300 pixels, and this holds up really well on mobile. And we even sort of have like this medium size. We even have like this medium size that is slightly less boring. So I'm good with this. And we have, what, 3 sections now that are styled. So we have this section, we have this section, and we have this section. Yeah, good, good, good. Okay, so I think on desktop, this is our dark section. I think that we don't need all of this padding. So on the image wrap, I'm going to take off the padding, but I'm going to keep the padding on the content description. And I think that holds up a lot better. And I think also I'm going to take off, maybe take off the padding on the description on the right. So here's desktop. No, I'm going to keep it on. I'm going to keep it on. So this holds up pretty well. We've surpassed 1024. We've surpassed 960. And I think at 960 is when I'm going to drop this below the image. So let's find our dark section. And here's the thing, if you're in an agency or an organization and your designer specifically gives you mockups for mobile, obviously follow the mockups. In the 12 years that I've been doing this, it's pretty rare that I get mockups specifically for mobile styles, unless there's something very specific that that designer has in mind. They need to obviously communicate that to the developers. Most of the time, I get either all mobile styles if it's like meant to be a mobile app, or I get all desktop styles if it's more traditional website. That is my experience. So unless they're communicating to you that they want you to do something very specific, this has almost always been up to me as the developer to map out. So, okay. So I'm going to change this to, I mean, I don't know why we have to have padding here at all, because padding is not part of the CSS inheritance, so you don't have to specifically declare it. There is no browser default for it. So let's just come down here to media. We'll say max width 960 pixels. So here's the image wrap, and then here's the content description. So we'll grab this. And then I'm going to grab this. I actually think we can just do this. I'm just going to change this to 100%, and let's say padding 0, because I think we already have padding on the container. And on dark section, we have to change the flex wrap. Am I losing my mind? Why do you need to change it to wrap if it's 100%? I don't, am I not remembering something? I just must not be remembering that you have to do that. So flex wrap, wrap. There we go. And then let's give our image wrap a little bit of margin. On the bottom. So we'll just say margin 0, 0, 1 rem. There we go. And then I think we could even change the padding for this entire section just to 1 rem. Let's do 2 rems on the top and bottom. There we go. It needed something. There we go. And then let's, we increased our content description. So let's, we did 1.1 rem for desktop. I'm not gonna, I mean, I guess I could just clamp this, but we have a media query here. So I'm just going to put in a media query and we'll get this down to just 1 rem for mobile. There we go. This has a lot of line height. This has a lot of line height. So the default line height, it's probably getting the default line height of 1.65 from the body, because line height is part of the cascading inheritance of CSS. So we could do line height 1.25. We could tighten that up a little bit. It's also got some margin, which I think is okay. I mean, maybe we could tighten that up a little bit too. Real estate, right? Yeah, let's do that. So the dark section, secondary heading. This is your chance to be fussy. It's totally fine to be a little bit fussy and specific with your styles. There is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. It's called attention to detail. It's called attention to detail. Let's see how this looks on desktop. I mean, this is a pretty big monitor. Let's get up to. So I think this would mimic a kind of a normal laptop experience. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. I like that, you know, not everything is just stacking on mobile. Not everything is just stacking. Some things are side by side. There's like an in-between state. Some things do stack. I like it. I like it. Let's see here. Oh, I have more than one of these open. Okay. Let's zoom back out. So now we need to deal with this. And I can tell you that I don't think that these little boxes are going to support a lot of text. So here's 100%. Here's 100%. So we're at 1200, 1150, and things are getting pretty squishy. Things are getting pretty squishy. So I think we need to give ourselves permission to change this from 4 across to a 2 by 2. So let's change this at 1200. Let's change this to a 2 by 2. So here's our overlay container. And we have been rudely reminded that we have to change our flex wrap in order to get things to wrap. I guess now that I'm saying out loud, that makes sense. So I'm going to do max width 1200 pixels. And let's see, overlay container. So we'll change the flex wrap to wrap. And then we're going to change the overlay item. I think all we have to do is change it to with 50%. There we go. So now at 1200 and kind of this in-between state, now we've got this nice little grid. So if there's extra content in here, it holds up a little better. And then I think let's at 600%. At 600, let's just change it so they're all stacked. So I hope that what people are seeing here is that there's no prescriptive set of media queries. There isn't. I tend to use things like 1024, 960, 600, things like that. But I'm also, I'm letting the content tell me what it needs, right? I'm letting the content sort of tell us what it needs. That's okay too. There we go. I think that works really well. And this holds up pretty well. Even these boxes that have a little extra content, and you know what we could do? Once we get to this state, I was thinking that the square doesn't need to be an aspect ratio of square. We could just make the image be whatever. No, we're not going to change that because this is absolutely positioned. So I'm not going to mess with that. But this holds up pretty well. We are well, you know what we could do though? Let's make it a little wider. Let's make it a little wider because right now the width is 70%. So yeah, let's just make it a little wider. Maybe once we get down to about 400, let's make it maybe 90. Just give it a little more room there. Yeah, there. That gives it a lot more room for mobile if there's more content in there. So this is the overlay hover section item content. And we'll just change this to width 90%. There we go. See that nice little boop boop? And we have our testimonial slider. And I think for the testimonial slider, I'm just going to change where these arrows go. I'm just going to move them down into the corner here. And I think I will also just tighten up some of the padding. So let's do that. I'll start with that. When do we want to do that? Let's just do 960. Yeah, we'll do 960. We'll drop down the padding and we'll drop the arrows. So it'll be 2 rems on the top and bottom, 1 rem on the left and right. There we go. And then our slider controls. I think we could do align items flex end instead. We may want to put more padding on the bottom just to give those arrows a little more room. Yeah, that works for me. And then what is the thing? So it's the testimonial slider section, slider controls, align items. Look at that. All right, I think the last thing we need to do is our form and our map, and then we're going to check this on mobile. Our footer is, I don't think our footer needs really anything. Let's see here. Yeah, our footer is really fine. That copyright can wrap, that's fine. We'll see how it actually looks on my phone. So I think the final thing here is this. And I think this actually holds up pretty well. So we're at 1100. I think at 1024 we should drop this form below the map and adjust. Well, maybe we could just adjust the padding, because we have a lot of padding here. So maybe at 1024 we just adjust this padding to continue to be 4 rems on the top and bottom and 1 rem on the left and right, just to give it a little more room. Maybe we want to do this at like 1200 and then at 960 drop it down. Yeah, that makes more sense. So context section, let's try it. Let's see what happens. Okay, contact section. Mm. Oh, I did this back. I guess that's okay. And then at 960, we'll drop it down. So we need to change the context section. Flex wrap to wrap. And we need to change the Google map and the form. So the Google map and the content section form. With 100%, but we also want to change the aspect ratio. Of the Google map. this. And I'm going to change the aspect ratio to 16 to 9, and we'll just see how it looks. Yeah, it looks pretty good. And then the form is just kind of, well, let's tighten up this padding for sure. There's a gap. Is that because, what's the display? Is that because it's display? What's the default display of an iframe? Display block. Yeah, it must be MDN iframe. Okay, is it, what is the display property? It's a little bigger. Well, it must be display inline because I changed it to display block and it removed the space. So that must be that's my answer. So if you couldn't see, let's see here. Oh, I did it on the wrong thing anyways. It's hard to see, but there's a little bit of space here underneath. Not the figure, because the figure is display block, but there's a little bit of space underneath the iframe. And that's generally because it's an inline element. But if we change the iframe to display block, that removes that space. So the MDN documentation isn't specifically saying that it's an inline element, but it must be, because that's the behavior that I'm observing in the browser. So this is just, I don't know, to me, this is just like another example of why it's a good idea to kind of go back to basics. Because sometimes when you understand some of these little like quirky things that are happening, you're like, well, why is that space there and why can't I get rid of it? And you try all these things. But when you understand that display inline does stuff like that, when you understand that changing the display property can get rid of a space and you don't have to wrestle with it, that just makes all the difference. It just makes all the difference. Okay, let's tighten up the padding in this form. So we have a lot of padding right now, 4 rems. Let's just cut it down to about 2, and I think that that will be fine. And hey, do me a favor. If this is your, oh, I don't like that. We need more padding on the left and right, but I'm good with the padding on the, we need more padding on the left and right, but I'm good with the padding on the top and bottom. If this is your first time here, first of all, welcome. We're happy to have you. Do me a favor, like the video and subscribe to the channel and help us get more content like this pushed out to other people who enjoy front-end development or want to learn front-end development, because that's what we do here. We practice the basics. Vanilla CSS, vanilla JavaScript. We don't have anything against a good framework or a good library. I recognize that the world probably at this point runs on React. I totally get it. But I just think that your life is going to be a lot easier if you still understand core foundational concepts, like especially vanilla CSS. I had somebody in the chat last weekend, and I am not criticizing this person at all. It's just an example of the questions that I get, which is, I think he just said, like, Tailwind, this would be so much easier if you were using Tailwind. And I'm like, yeah, I know. That's not the point. It's not about making it easier. It's about understanding how everything works. And I've been in a lot of situations where I've worked on legacy code bases, spaghetti CSS files, and yeah, this just makes it a lot easier. And I don't think there's really anything here that we need to do to the footer. But let's go ahead and get, oh, and I think once we do get down to, about 500 pixels, now we need to tighten up that padding. So what if we just did one rem all the way around? Well, I think we could do one on the top and bottom. I think we still need two on the left and right. Yeah, so we're just basically cutting it in half. Oh, maybe we need two all the way around. Yeah, I think we need two. Do we? Yeah, I think we could go 0 on the top, 2 on the left and right, 2 on the bottom, and this looks even to me. So let's change the padding at max width of 500. Max width of 500 pixels. This is the form. There we go. And I think our footer, let's check and see how things look on mobile. I think the footer is fine. I don't think we need to do anything to that footer. There we go. Oh yeah, let's change the, look at here. Can you see here what's happening at the bottom of that iframe? I didn't even really notice this last week, but you can see there is a tiny little gap here beneath the iframe, and we don't see it on the figure because the figure is display block. The iframe is display inline, so it doesn't quite line up with the form. So let's actually just change the iframe to display block on desktop, and then we don't need a separate style for that on mobile. Right here. And I think we can take this out. There we go. Look at that. I don't remember even noticing that last week. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so let's get this deployed and see how things look on mobile. Let's see. And it will take a moment on GitHub pages, but not long, just like a couple of minutes. Voila. Okay, so this is Safari. We'll refresh. Yeah, look at that. What do we think? I love it. Oh, that's a little, okay. So I think we have, it's not coming through very well, at least not on my end. I don't know if you can, there is, the featured works section has a, like an off-white, light gray background. It, I do see it on my mobile device, but I don't see it on the screen, which is totally fine. But I think we can tighten up the padding. We have 4 rems of padding on the top and bottom, so we can tighten that up. We obviously need some, it's okay here, but our content header here needs padding on the left and right. So we'll fix that. This is looking good. You can see that we have that extra width, but we still have that square aspect ratio for the images themselves, so that's perfect. Here's our slider. Yeah, the slider looks weird, doesn't it? I think probably, I don't know, that text should be center aligned. Ugh, I don't like center aligning text. But I think that would probably be appropriate in this situation. And I think those arrows, I think we need to do a better job with those arrows. I think they're too far down. They could be up a little bit more. Okay, so these containers are not wide enough. They should be stretching all the way to the right, and they're not. Okay, so we'll take a look at that. Our map looks fine. Our form also looks fine. And our footer looks fine. You're not really the background, the very subtle gray background that I have on some of these things, I don't think is coming through, but I can see it on my phone. Yeah, this is an interesting comment. Go Elmo go, thank you. You can barely notice the color. I can see it on my device, but I don't think it comes through very well on the streaming software. So instead of that arrow, we can use dots and put that author also on the left side. Yes, I thought about that. I thought about that. So here's the, let me get back down to the slider. That's a good point actually. Let's just left justify the author. The only reason I'm not going to use dots is, let me get back to the screen. The only reason I'm not going to use dots is because it's not in the mockup. The mockup has arrows, but I was thinking about that this week, that I would like to do a slider with dots. So I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to do dots this time. I'm going to stick with the arrows. But I think that you're right, that we should justify the name to the left. And I think tweaking the positioning of the arrows is going to help. So, let's go back here. So, okay, top to bottom, what's the first thing we want to work on here? So we know our arrows aren't right here, and that's fine. We're going to deal with that tomorrow when we actually write the JavaScript for the slider, so I don't care about that now. Let's tighten up the padding because we have 4 rems of padding on the top and bottom for pretty much all of our sections. Let's change that to 2 and tighten that up. And then let's work on featured works. So let's start with that. Wrong screen. Okay. Okay, well, let's deal with start at the top and let's search for padding. Okay, this is ineffective. There's the search. There's the slider. Right here. I think that's going to help. Here's our dark section. We'll make sure. Oh, we did change it to. Okay, that's the dark section. All right. Here's the overlay hover. Wait a second. This is why. This is why I put 0 padding on the left and right, so it didn't pull in the content header. So the content header specifically will need padding to account for that. Yeah, that's fine. So let's just do that here. Overlay section, hang on, overlay hover section, content header. So in this spot, we just need a little more specificity. So I'm going to do 0 on the top and bottom, 1 rem on the left and right. That will take care of that. But we also need to adjust this padding in our media query. And I think we can well, I don't have a 960 or a 1024. So we'll do it here and we'll see how it looks. We'll see if we need an extra one. We can do an extra media query if we need to. That is no problem. So this would be 2 rems on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right. And then what is happening with our content here on mobile? Okay, this already looks better. This already looks better. Maybe it's just this lorem ipsum, but it really looked pulled in, didn't it? It really looked pulled in. So there isn't anything specifically. There isn't anything specifically here pulling that in or making it more narrow. So maybe it's just this lorem ipsum, and these words are kind of long. So, I'm not going to do anything because there's no point in styling this for lorem ipsum. If the content creator came back to me and said, hey, I put in my content and this is how this layout's looking, then I make adjustments, but not until we get to that point. So I'm not going to worry about that. So even if it looks weird, until I see real content in there, it's a non-issue. Okay, so let's tighten up this testimonial slider. And let's see, where's the... So for the testimonial center on mobile. No, that's not what I want. Text align. Yeah, I think that is going to make a big difference. And then our slider controls. So if we take off what's holding this open because it's position absolute is inset 0, which works beautifully on desktop. So if we take off inset 0 for mobile, and we just position it down at the bottom instead, we're going to have a lot more control over the position of those arrows. So let's do that. So we're just going to do this for the slider controls for the testimonials. Right here. So I'm not going to do this. Inset, can I unset the inset? Does that work? And then we'll take off the padding. And then I'm just going to do left 0, bottom 0, do I need to? We've already got width 100%. So I could do, so if we add more padding to the bottom, then I can do bottom like 0.5 rems. Yeah, perfect. That just pushes it up a little bit. We could even give this a teensy bit more padding. I love it. I love it. Perfect. Excellent suggestion on moving that to the left. That's exactly what we needed. Okay. Let's remember this. Oh, whoops. And then bottom could be 0.5 rems. And then I was going to do testimonial center, text align left. Look at that. I love it. I love it. This looks so much more balanced. And we still have our nice big tap targets, so we're accessible with these arrows. And now this is pulled in. What's going on here? And I think let's make sure that for the last content item, so the content item last of type, we don't have any margin on the bottom. Yeah. So we'll just do this. So this would be last of type. Oops. And last of type is a pseudo class because the last of type is the state of the element in the DOM. It is the state location, which makes it a pseudo class. So we're just going to say margin 0, just to make sure that that last item doesn't have all that extra space. Beautiful. Look at that. Yeah, this landing page turned out great. I am so pleased with this. This is exactly the type of stuff that I love having in my portfolio. Look at everything that you can do with an index.html and a style.css. We haven't even written any JavaScript. There is no JavaScript here. Everything that you can do, you don't need a package manager, you don't need Node, you don't need a compiler, you don't need a framework, you don't need a library. Nothing wrong with any of those things. Nothing wrong with any of those things. But look at what you can do without them. It's so powerful to know how to use just vanilla CSS and good old semantic, good hierarchy, SEO, accessible HTML. So let's go ahead and get this deployed, and then we need to check again on mobile. Refining the responsive mobile styles. All right. I love it. I love it. Okay, so while we're waiting for that to deploy, let's just take a look at Firefox and Safari on desktop, which I haven't been doing a good job of doing. So hopefully this doesn't come back to bite me in the ass. All right, so here we are in Firefox. Everything looks good. Everything looks good. And tomorrow when we do our JavaScript, we're going to do all of our accessibility testing. So we'll do all of the keyboard testing, the focus state testing, making sure that we can open and close our navigation, our search drawer. We can advance through our sliders. We have a hero slider and a testimonial slider. Excuse me. And we'll make sure that our focus elements are all getting the correct, social media icons are all getting the correct focus, and so on and so forth. All right, this looks good. This looks good. Let's check Safari. Yeah, this looks good too. Oh, and we can see here that Safari is treating our arrows a little bit differently. That's interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that tomorrow when we work on that for the slider. I'm really glad that we did this kind of in-between state. I really like this. We should do that more often. Is this right? I feel like this is not quite, that doesn't seem right to me. So this should have a different aspect ratio. 6, which clearly it's not honoring at all. Right? Why? Click to show documentation. So does aspect, well, the other aspect ratios are all working. Where's Firefox? It's working here. It's working here. Just want to make sure I'm not insane. Working there. Okay, let's check MDN aspect ratio. So baseline, widely available, and it says supported in Safari. This feature is well established and works across many devices and browsers. It's been available across browsers since September 2021. Let's go down to the bottom. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna have to figure out why it's not working though. See, does it need height? Auto, see, I don't know, I don't think so. Is it because see, this needs to be 100% because the parent container is oh, you know what? Maybe we need to make sure that this is absolutely positioned. Yeah. Why does that matter? It's working here. The images with 100%, height 100%, object fit cover. And then the figures have a width, they're height auto, and they have an aspect ratio. And the images are display block. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of I'm gonna look into this tonight. I'm not gonna I'll look into this evening. I'm not going to spend too much time worrying about this now. But see, this is why we have to check this stuff. And listen, I am terrible about checking other browsers. I'm not good at checking other browsers at all. So yes, Monique, thank you. If you're new to the channel, like and subscribe. We would love to have you. We are a QA household around here. Remember to QA, people. Yes. Yes, we are. There's nothing worse than having somebody in your leadership team, somebody you like and respect, and you want to impress, or I guess worse than that, somebody that you don't particularly like and you don't particularly respect come and point out all the things that you missed. And here's the thing. We are worried about so many things, right? We're worried about getting so many things right. We can't see everything. So it's good to step away for a day and then come back and do a good, nice, thorough, top to bottom QA. Okay, so let's check our mobile devices again and see. So this text looks good. And I use the same text. So this text looks good. This, I think, looks a lot better. This must just be... I think it's just these, we have big words inside this lorem ipsum for the, I must have used different lorem ipsum here. If the words were smaller, they would fit on those lines. So I don't think that there's a problem with this container. I think it's literally just the words. And so we're on Safari Mobile, and this is respecting the aspect ratio. So it's Safari Desktop that is not respecting the aspect ratio. That's pretty interesting. Our form looks fine. Our footer looks fine. We didn't have to do anything to the footer for styles. Not a darn thing. Our header looks great. We haven't done any JavaScript or click events yet for the header. Let's take a look at Chrome and see how that is looking. Okay, so let's refresh. So far, so good. Yes, yes, yes. I might put some different content in there tomorrow just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that that's what's going on with that. And if I put different content in there and it still looks like that, then I will adjust the styles. But I think that's what it is. This looks good to me. I can't wiggle it back and forth, so I don't have any overflow issues. All right, well, this is good. This is what I wanted to get done today. I'm very happy with this. I've been having a little conversation this morning with ChatGPT about the navigation. Because when we set up the navigation, make this a little bigger. When we set up our navigation, I created two buttons. I created one button to open the menu, and I created a second button to close the menu. And this is different than my normal approach. My normal approach is one button that I toggle. However, that one button lives outside the drawer. And I feel like the last time I built navigation this way, I feel like I ran into a situation where I felt like I should be doing this with 2 buttons, not 1 button. So that was the approach that I took this time. And part of that was based on this conversation that I had this morning with ChatGPT. So let me just tell you the question that I asked, which is, if I have 2 buttons, one to open a mobile menu and one to close a mobile menu, do I need ARIA labels that say when the menu is open or closed? Because the last time I built this type of navigation for my personal website, I had to use JavaScript to toggle an ARIA label that said, hang on, I can tell you. I had to toggle an attribute ARIA expanded true or false because I had 1 button. Okay, so you don't need to have ARIA labels that say whether the menu is open or closed, but you do need to make the state of the menu accessible. There are 2 good ways to do this. Recommended approach, use ARIA expanded on the toggle button and update it dynamically. So this is showing a 1 button solution. And then it's got a little JavaScript here. This lets screen readers know whether the element it controls is currently expanded. What about separate open close buttons? If you truly have separate buttons, not 1 toggle, you don't need to say menu is open or menu is closed in the label, but the context should still be clear. Option 1, visually hide 1 button when not in use, preferred for clarity. So think display none or visibility hidden or opacity 0, something like that. Option 1, visually hide 1 button when not in use. And it is saying here, it's also, we're going to get to ARIA controls, and it does have ARIA expanded false and then ARIA expanded true. And swap visibility in your JavaScript. Option 2, use ARIA expanded on both. Even if you keep both buttons visible, which is not recommended, they should each reflect the menu state with ARIA expanded. Okay, good to know. So use ARIA expanded to reflect the menu's open-closed state. Use ARIA controls to associate the button with the menu. You don't need to add phrases like menu is open to the ARIA label. Don't duplicate buttons unless there's a good UX reason. And then I just had a comment here about visibility, display, opacity, things like that. I think this is a little less important. So then I just thought I'm going to show ChatGPT my markup and see what he says. Thanks for sharing your markup. It's clean and solid. Since you're using 2 separate buttons, mobile open and mobile close, you're totally fine to stick with your current setup, but here's a quick accessibility and UX checkup. You're doing it right. 2 clear buttons with appropriate ARIA label values, open menu and close menu. Semantically correct use of nav and UL. Simple div-based hamburger icons, hamburger cross icons inside the buttons, totally fine for visual-only UI. Small suggestions, add ARIA controls to both buttons. This ties each button to the main nav and gives screen readers more context. Assistive tech can now associate the button with the menu it opens, closes. That helps if someone is navigating non-visually. Add ARIA hidden true to the decorative divs just in case a screen reader stumbles into these. I think this is interesting because I didn't think screen readers paid any attention to empty divs. So I think that's interesting that it's telling me to do that, but we'll go ahead and do that. This prevents them from being announced or interpreted as meaningful content. So no need for ARIA expanded here since your open and close buttons are separate and mutually exclusive. Only one is visible at a time. ARIA expanded is not needed. You've already communicated state through the interface structure and labels. If you ever consolidate into a single toggle button, then ARIA expanded becomes necessary. So that means that we need to make sure that we are using CSS and display none, which is the preferred method, to when we have that active state, when we toggle the active state on the buttons, that we are using the active class to display none or display block the buttons. That's the key there, that I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that with JavaScript and ARIA labels. Summary, you're doing it exactly right for the setup you described. 2 buttons clearly labeled, 1 visible at a time, controlled via CSS, no need for JavaScript modified ARIA attributes, and add ARIA controls and ARIA hidden true if you want to level it up, but accessibility wise, you're already in great shape. And this is where it told me that the preferred method should really be visibility or display none. This is elements with visibility hidden are still in the DOM flow and can still be focused by the keyboard. I'm questioning this because we did visibility hidden last weekend because I did tab through, and it was tabbing through the menu when it was off screen, and I remember putting visibility hidden, and I thought that solved that problem, but maybe I also added, I don't know, we'll have to check. That's interesting. I'm remembering it differently. So okay, so let's get started. Let's make sure that these divs have ARIA hidden true, and these as well. And then we need an ID. I'm gonna put it right here. ID equals, I'm just gonna do main navigation. And then what did it say? It said ARIA controls to both buttons. All right. So now let's make sure that if this button has a class, well, let's see what they're currently styled as. Okay. So the mobile button on desktop is display none. And then we have the mobile button on mobile is display block. So I think this is correct, but I think we're going to get into some specificity issues. So since we have these, we have mobile open and mobile close. Let's do this. Mobile open, comma, mobile close. And then we can say mobile open would be display block, which means mobile close continues to be display none until the main nav is active. And we're adding an active class to the main nav. So I think we should add, when we toggle the button or when we click the button, we should be adding an active class here, and we should be adding an active class here. Should we be adding an active class to both buttons? So I think we should be adding an active class to this button, and to the main nav. Although if it's on the main nav, it could just be a child selector, right? So I think we only need to do it here. But then if we do it here, it could be a sibling selector, child selector. But I already styled it here. I think this is right here. This is literally the only place I have the word active. Oh, except for the search drawer. And we have some pseudo-classes. But for the nav, this is the only place. So it would be So if we only toggle active on the button, we could trigger all the rest of this stuff. So we could do mobile open. Whoops. Do mobile open active main nav. We don't even need main nav. Mobile open active main nav. I think that's all we need, right? So if we add active here, let's see here. It didn't work. Mobile open active. Oh, it's a sibling, not a child. That's why. Yes. Look at that. That works. So we only need to toggle active on this button. That keeps our JavaScript really tidy, and it's fewer places that we have to toggle things. So if we take that out, yeah, that works. That keeps it so much tidier. And then all of these ARIA controls, ARIA labels, we don't have to indicate what's open, what's closed. And then in our CSS, I like this. I like this a lot. This is so clean. This is so clean. Okay, and then the other thing we need to do is we need to make sure that mobile, then once we do this, okay, so this is triggers main nav. Mobile open display block. Mobile open active oh, but how can you, shall I think about this? But you have to click on the close button to trigger the toggle on the open button. So maybe we do need to add active to both buttons. So if I click this button, I have to remove the active class from this button. And honestly, we're probably just better off doing a for each for mobile button and toggling active or not active, and then using mobile open active, mobile close active. Yeah, I think that let's do that first. Let's not go any further with the CSS until we actually have those active, till we actually can add and remove active classes, and then we'll sort out the CSS. Yeah. Okay. Script.js. There we go. And then we'll do document, add event listener, DOM content loaded. Okay. So we'll do a function toggle menu button and const buttons document query selector all, and we want both mobile buttons. And we're gonna have to for each through those buttons. And then we're going to have to button, add event listener, click, button, class list, add, active. And then we just want to add it to both buttons. And then regardless of which button we want to, probably we want to just do toggle, right? Regardless of which one we click on. Nope, what am I doing wrong? Oh, gosh darn it. There we go. Active. I want to add the active class to both buttons. Do I have this backwards? You're close, but yeah, it's a little backwards. If your goal is to toggle the active class when when inactive, remove it when active. Right now, you're only calling active, which means the class gets added on click, but it never, oh, I'm not clicking on the other button. Yeah, I need it on both buttons. On both buttons at once. Okay. Oh yeah, I missed a for each. I was so close. There we go. Perfect. Okay, now let's make sure, because this is still display none. So now that we have our active class, perfect. That's perfect. So now we just need to sort out our CSS. Excellent. I was so close. Okay, so now let's sort out our CSS, and I think it actually helps us that we have two active classes, right? So mobile, let me see here. So mobile open, mobile close, both display none on desktop. Mobile open is display blocked at this media query. Mobile open, active is display none. Mobile close at this media query is display none. will it continue? No, yeah, it's still display none. It's not display block until it's active. Then it's display. Then it's display block. So buttons are not displayed on desktop. Open button is displayed on mobile. When open button is active, menu is active, button is not displayed. When menu is active, close button is displayed. We did it. I will say that we don't get the transition when we are closing the menu. So where's our transition here? Oh, and also, now let's test our accessibility. So let's tab through. So our accessibility is working. We have to do our JavaScript next for the search drawer, but this works. And then because the navigation comes immediately after that button, now we can tab through all the way through. And I'm not going to trap the focus. That is not an accessibility requirement because you can still see what's happening when the menu is open. You can still see the rest of the page. But what we do need to do is add a couple lines of JavaScript to hit the escape key and close that. So that's what we're going to do next. But this is working. This is working. So we're transitioning this. This is what we're transitioning. Do we need to also transition? Do we need to add transition here twice? Okay, let's ask our friend for help. This works. My CSS transition only works when I open the menu. This only matches when mobile is immediately followed by, but in your markup, main nav is mobile open active plus main nav. But in your markup, main nav is not a sibling. Oh, yeah. It comes after it, yes, but it's not a got it. Add a wrapper and style based on a parent class. Hard pass. Target main nav directly with active. If you're toggling active on both buttons, you could also just toggle it directly on the nav. All right. But okay, hang on. I'm animating the transition right, not visibility. I think that, okay, I see what it's saying. Okay, got it. The sibling relationship is broken, or at least the selector stops applying. Got it. So yeah, we do need to add active to the menu then. That makes sense. That makes sense. And then we can animate the transition a lot more cleanly. Hang on though. Oh, I didn't define it, did I? There we go. So this is an example of how long I've been using one button to toggle navigation. This is the first time I've used two buttons to toggle navigation. And you can see here by display nunning this button, we're getting a jump there. So we are going to do, there was another suggestion here to hide that. So instead of display none, we're going to do visibility hidden and pointer events none is what it said to do. Otherwise it messes up my header. There, so we don't get that jump now. And we can just go back to this main nav active. Hello. You're still not animating. Why? Oh, do I still need to have this here? Okay, this is updated, but it's still not animating right when I close. Got it. Opacity and pointer events if needed. Yeah, honestly, I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner, because I feel like I discovered pointer events a couple weekends ago when we were working with the borders and pseudo elements. So that makes perfect sense to me. And the reason I'm doing visibility hidden is because I don't want a screen reader to enter into that navigation unless the button has activated it. So yeah, that makes sense to me. Nope, I actually do not like opacity. I do not like the fade. Nice. Okay, so now let's add a way to escape. So when this is open, we can hit the escape key. Look at us. Which button? Mobile close. Mobile close. Document query selector. So if mobile close is what we're checking. So escape key and button. What is it? Class list class list contains active, which would be true or false. So if it contains active, so if it's active, then we want to toggle the menu button. And then I think we need to document add event listener key down. Escape key. I think this is right. We'll find out. Well, we don't have any errors, so that's good. So if I hit escape, nothing happens. Okay, let's figure this out here. And we actually kind of broke something. So maybe, okay. I need help with the escape key now. This isn't working. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, and then we run close menu. Okay, so we need separate variables for open and close. Can do that. Oh. And then instead of one function that toggles, no, we do have one function that toggles. But instead of looping through, it wants us to just check each button. That makes sense because we gave those separate classes, so I guess that makes sense. So we have something specifically to toggle, and we have something specifically to close, and then we run close on the key down event listener. We don't need this. We'll do open button, class list, toggle, active. Class list, toggle, active. And then we want function remove active. So that would be menu, class list, remove, active, open, whoops, class list, remove, close button, class list, remove. And then we're going to do open button, close button, add event listener, toggle. Open button, add event listener. Yeah, click. Close button, add event listener, click. And then remove active. That's what we want to do here, right? And then menu class list contains active is what we're checking. What do we think? Oh. There we go. Now that works. We get there eventually, right? So on page load, everything's active. Oh, yeah, I don't think we need this right here on page load, right? Because we're triggering toggle menu button as a click event. We don't need to load it on page. We don't need to do it on page load. Yeah. And now we can escape. Love it. So now let's tab through. And so even if you're outside of the menu, hitting escape still closes the menu. And that's all we need for accessibility. That is all we need for accessibility. So I'm very happy with this. Yeah, I'm definitely going to tuck this away. I like having two buttons, not one button. I feel like sometimes you may make the argument that I overthink things. I do, because I do. But I feel like the last time I did mobile navigation, listen, every time I do mobile navigation, I'm just like, am I doing this right? I've been doing it for a long time, but the last couple of years, I've been a lot more accessibility focused. So it's not just about opening and closing a menu. It's about making sure that the keyboard focus is in the correct spot. So if I'm tabbing through, oh, and it just tabbed into the menu. Hang on. Do we see what I just tabbed into the menu. So this did not optional prevent tabbing or interactions when off screen. That didn't stop it from tabbing into the menu. Yeah. So, but it said that visibility hidden didn't stop that either. But clearly it does. So how does that impact the animation? Okay, well, we have to visibility hidden, visibility visible. And so we lose our animation because you can't transition visibility. I understand that. But pointer events does not prevent tabbing. Okay. This is all working. But pointer events none does not prevent tabbing. Visibility hidden does prevent tabbing. Yeah, I know I'm right. Okay, so here's the full truth. Pointer events none prevents mouse interaction but does not prevent keyboard focus tabbing. Okay, well, what did it literally say here? Prevent tabbing interactions when off screen. See, if anybody is worried about AI taking over for developers, you don't have anything to worry about. ChatGPT gets stuff wrong all the time. Okay, so visibility hidden and display none do remove elements from the accessibility tree and tab order, which is why tabbing skips them. So what you can do if you want smooth transitions like sliding or fading and also prevent tabbing when the menu is hidden. Solution, use inert. The inert attribute, now widely supported, tells the browser to ignore this element and its children. Don't let users interact or tab to it. How to use inert with your menu. Menu remove attribute inert. Now your transitions will still work and the menu will be fully excluded from tab order and screen readers while closed. So pointer events none blocks clicks only, which it's hidden. So how would it be clicked? It's hidden. I don't need to block clicks. It doesn't exist on the page. Visibility hidden display none blocks both clicks and tab focus but kill transitions. Okay, so I've just decided that I don't care enough about this transition to do this. Because I just prefer simplicity. I prefer simplicity. So we're going to go ahead and use visibility hidden. We're not going to worry about pointer events because visibility does everything that I want it to. Triggers the main nav, but animation only works when opening. So I'll just leave a little note here. And if somebody, this is going to be an open source project, and if somebody wants to take this and fork it, they're more than welcome to. They are more than welcome to. This is already a bit more complex than I'm used to, but that's because I'm using 2 buttons when I normally only use 1. But I do think it's better to have a separate button when the navigation is open. And we're accessible with our ARIA labels. We are correctly using buttons and nav elements. And we have ARIA controls, so we know what these buttons trigger. So this is all accessible. And I do think that this is an acceptable amount of JavaScript, and we've also implemented hitting the escape key to close that menu, and we are foregoing focus trapping. It's just not necessary. So we are done with the navigation. This is a 1-page, let's go back to desktop now. This is a 1-page landing page, but we built out a complete set of navigation. I'm not building additional pages. And I originally was thinking that I would make this navigation so you could scroll to different sections on the page. And I changed my mind pretty quickly that I didn't want to do that. But what I do want to do is implement You Are Here navigation. And so let's go ahead and do that. So let's say that home is the root URL. First of all, let's make sure that we have styles. And we do have styles. So let's just add an active class to the home. And then we can come right in here. There we go. And then let's take this active off the nav, and we can go ahead and just put links in here, even though these pages don't exist. Contact. So we'll just do a function. You are here. And we'll get our links array. Query selector all. And these are the nav items, right? Nav item. Yeah, nav item. Whoops. Nav item. And then we'll get the href of the page, which is window.location.href. Whoops. And then we'll just say links for each link. If the link href is equal to the href link class list add active. And then we don't need an event listener for this because it's just going to happen on page load. We just have to check the URL when the page loads. Oh, but nav item is the list item. Hang on. Link. Oh my gosh. It's still not adding it though. Oh yeah, it is. It's just adding it to the anchor. Okay. So it's nav item. Good grief. That was supposed to be the easiest one. My God, we still have a slider to build. I don't know what it is about JavaScript that is just so much harder for me to wrap my head around. ChatGPT has been an absolute game changer for me. I mean, I could still build apps. I did build apps prior to ChatGPT. It took me a lot longer. Once I had better help, as in I didn't have to rely on Stack Overflow anymore, I could do things so much faster, but logically, things just don't make as much sense to me in JavaScript as CSS does. So it is what it is. We just keep plugging away, right? We don't have that much more to do, though. We don't have that much more to do. So our navigation is working. We have you are here navigation. I think you get the gist of it. I'm not going to test it. If somebody forks this and builds additional pages, that function exists. So I'm just going to leave that for now, but we do need to add and remove an active class to our search icon. So that's the next thing that we need to do. And I don't know, it kind of feels like we have enough things here to do that, right? Like we're basically doing the exact same thing that we did with our navigation. So let's just look at our markup, because I feel like we could just define a few extra buttons here. So here's the header right. Here's our open search. Here's our search drawer. And then here is our close search. So let's make sure that we have the controls, our controls in. So here's this search drawer. So we're going to give this an ID. And we'll say, I'm just going to say search drawer. ARIA controls. Oops. And we're using SVGs, we're not using divs, and these are already ARIA hidden true. So we have search open and search close. And then we have search form. So how much you want to bet we can just add it to this toggle, to what we already have. So we'll say search, I'm going to say search open. Search open, search close, and search form. And let's just update this. Search form. And I bet we can just do the exact same thing. So technically it's not toggle menu button, it's just toggle button. Let's just do, we'll rename it toggle active so we can keep it nice and semantic. So we have toggle active and we have remove active. That makes a little more sense to me. So this is open and close the mobile navigation. Open and close the search drawer. And then we probably want to be able to escape to close search also. So we would want to do menu or search. So if the escape key and menu or search form contains active, and they can't both be open at the same time because the buttons don't all appear at the same time. Okay, so I think we have to, I bet we have our CSS is not right. Oh, and it's triggering all the navigation stuff too. Okay. We're so close. Yeah, toggle active is also toggling all of this. That's cool. We can just do a separate one, right? Whoops. Function toggle search. Okay, so we are going to want to have unique functions. So for this, well, we're going to rename this yet again to toggle menu. Toggle menu, toggle search. I think remove can stay the same, and then this would be toggle search. Am I actually getting this right? It feels right. So yes, now we just need to make sure, look at that. I did it all by myself. Okay, so now we just need to make sure that we have the correct active classes to trigger the drawer. So let's take a look at our CSS. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Okay, where are we here with our search? Right here. It's not a drawer, it's a form. That's why. Oh, wouldn't it be cool if this was the only reason why this didn't work? Although, hang on, let's double check. It is a search drawer. Oh, because we're adding active not to the search drawer, we're adding it to the form. We're adding it here. So let's change it. We just need to change this right here. We don't need to change. Yeah, so this is okay. We just need to change this. We do need to change this to drawer. Search drawer. Oh, I don't think I changed these. Look at that. Look at that. I did it by myself. I'm so excited. Honestly, this is why I love front-end development. Even though I still there's stuff I definitely still struggle with, it is so satisfying. So satisfying. Buttons and menu. Search buttons and search drawer. So I'm not going to implement, oh, we just have to make sure also that the correct button is shown and the correct button is hidden based on what's open. So we're going to have to do a little bit of what we did for the navigation as well. Which is completely fine because our search drawer and buttons are structured exactly the same way as the navigation drawer, I guess, and buttons. Exactly the same way. So what we did there will work the same. The difference is we're not relying on media queries. So, and we already have here our buttons. So this is all positioning. So this is right here. So search close and search open. So visibility hidden means that it's not, but do we need to? Because let's tab through. So we're tabbing through. We can trigger. I don't think we need to display none, the button inside the search drawer if we are tabbing past the search drawer, although we would want to display none this button because I'm not going to do any focus trapping. We're just going to make it so if you hit escape, it closes, which it does. But if you are inside, if you are inside and you tab outside, I definitely don't want you to come back up to the active button. I would want you to come back all the way through, and I want you to hit escape is what I want you to do. So we're just going to, so when search open is active, it's display none. So search open is display so let's do that here. So search open it's already display block, so I think we can just say search open active. Well, and not display none, visibility hidden, because we don't want it to change our header. Visibility hidden. So we're just going to tab all the way through the page to make sure that works. All right. Except I can't actually see what's happening. Okay. So we're gonna have to cheat a little bit with opacity because I can't see anything. So Well, let's just change the opacity to like 0.25 so I can at least see what's happening. So here it's triggered, but we can still see what's going on behind the scenes. And you can see that the button is not here. The button is not here. So first of all, I'm just going to trigger all the way through. Just to, which we should be doing anyways, just to see where the keyboard focus is going. Okay, and then, so let's close this. Make this a little bigger. So now we're going to tab all the way through. Every button gets focus, the inputs get focus. And then it's going to come right back around. There we go. So now we're going to trigger the form. Great. And then that hides the search button. And if somebody wants to escape, they can escape and our search button comes back. So now let's trigger the form again. And we go into the form. But if you come back out, it skips past that button. So it picks up right where it left off. And it does continue to go through the page, even if the form's open. But if somebody needs to close the form, that's interesting. So if the focus was on one of the iframe buttons, I couldn't escape. But as soon as I got out of the iframe, I could escape. I still think that this is okay. Focus trapping is not a requirement for accessibility. Being able to escape out of something is a requirement. So I'm going to say that this is okay. Oh, and at the risk of creating a whole bunch more work for myself, let's just ask the expert. Okay, this is all working. One more question about my search drawer. I've implemented a similar click event and it works perfectly. So if the search drawer covers the entire page, is focus trapping a requirement? Hitting escape closes the drawer, and when the drawer is open, only the close button is available. I'm hiding the open button. If the drawer covers the whole page and the open button is hidden once it's opened, the close button is visible, hitting escape closes it, no other interactive elements are exposed. Yes! Then you don't need to focus trap. Focus trapping is only necessary when multiple interactive elements are visible, the user might tab outside the modal drawer, the background is still technically in view and focusable. But if you're doing something like body overflow hidden and your drawer is full screen with everything else visually and functionally hidden, you're golden. Just a small bonus tip. Make sure you send focus to the close button when the drawer opens. Make sure you send focus to the close button when the drawer opens. That's a small accessibility boost. It prevents screen reader users or keyboard users from getting lost with no visual focus when the drawer opens. Okay, so that would actually be the search. We would want to send the search close. So that would be this. Oh wait, wrong one. Okay, if you may call this function to close the drawer too, you probably don't want to call search close focus when hiding it. So you can make it safer with a check. Okay. Keeps the open close state toggled cleanly, sends focus to the close button when opening, great for accessibility, avoids sending focus to a hidden element on close. Yeah, I have to tab. Oh, it had focus, but it didn't have the focusable outline. Oh, there it did. Did I just not refresh the page? Okay, so now it has it. All right, nice. So we got that part right. Nice. So UR here navigation, toggle mobile menu, toggle search, plus everything is accessible. That's why this takes a little bit longer. That's why there is just a little bit extra complexity here. It's a lot of it has to do with the accessibility considerations, but I'm feeling very, very good about this. Very good about this. Okay, we're finally ready to do our slider. Now we did a slider on our last project, and I am going to reference that. So here's our slider. The parent container is slider. And then we have our slider items, and let's put some more items in here. And we'll add a couple different images. And I don't think we have this styled yet, so we'll have to add a couple of styles. But yeah, this is it. So these are stacked now. That's okay. We can grab let me just check my styles here to see how I did this. So this is the UL. So we want this to be position relative. And then we need this, the slider item, which is the LI. This is going to be position absolute inset 0. This is going to be opacity 0. It's going to be pointer events none. And we also have a transition. Oh, this is also going to be opacity 0. And then we have our transition here. And we are transitioning the opacity. And then we're going to do an active slide. So we have slider, slider item, and we're going to have to make sure that these classes match up for our testimonial slider as well, because what I don't want to do is write two sets of JavaScript. I want to have a set of classes that match. So then we would have pointer events auto, opacity 1, and yeah, we'll need a z index of 1, which means this will probably be a I don't know if we're going to need z index here. I'm going to put z index 0 just to be sure. So I think this is the CSS that we need. Okay. So we don't have an active class yet on anything. So if we put an active class here, then we should see our first, slider item active, slider item. Oh, we probably also need width 100%, height 100%. So slider list, the UL needs an aspect ratio. So I had the aspect ratio down here. You know, I kind of remember doing this and then taking it off and thinking, yeah, because while this is my classic aspect ratio width and height, so I think slider item, slider item active. We're close. We're getting there. We just have to nail down our CSS. Here's our image. Oh. So we don't need opacity on the UL. My mistake. There we go. So now we should be able to move this around. Look at that. Nice. And we might need to choose better images, but that's not really the point right now. Okay, good. We have our CSS in place now for our slider. So now we just need to add the JavaScript. This would be I think a vanilla JavaScript slider would be a great tutorial. So I think I'm going to work on that. Okay. Let me make sure that the rest of my markup matches here. I'm going to put this right here, but a couple things are different. So this does not apply because in our last slider we were counting and displaying the count. So slider and slider item are correct. The buttons have different names though, so it's slider next and slider previous. So we'll update these. Slider next and slider previous. And this was setting some ARIA labels and attributes for us, so that's good. We want that. I don't think I need this because we're not doing this count. I'm not doing the current span anymore. Yep, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing this either. I don't think I need this. I don't know. Do we think this is actually going to work? No. So we've got the slider item. Let's make sure that we've defined that correctly. Yes. And yes. We've got slider next. Slider previous. So if slider and if slider items length, let's just console log the length. So zero. I mean, did I spell it wrong? Okay. Okay, we're getting closer. Do I still have my active class in here? I don't think so. Let me take this out. So we're still active. So it's giving the first thing active, but we're just not able to advance. So that's working. Let's see here. I'm guessing that I got something else wrong here with my bad. There we go. We can't go backwards though. We need to be able to go, we should be able to go backwards. So show previous is not working. And we do have our ARIA label that shows the count, so that's good. So we've got total slides is the length. The current index is the current index -1 plus the total slides. How much you want to bet it's previous, not prev. P-R-E-V. Yep. There we go. When in doubt, check to see if you spelled it right. So now let's see if we can key down. So we're not able to arrow right or arrow left. So we're very close. We're so close. We should be able to use our right and left arrows to go through the slider. Although there's more than one slider on the page. So do we need to be able to go through the sliders with our left and right arrows? Oh, actually, we have to focus on them first. They have to be focusable first. Then you can left and right arrow. Let's I think the entire slider has to be focusable. I think as long as you are focused on any part of the slider, then you can. So even if the focus is anywhere inside the slider, then the left and right arrows work. Otherwise, if you were on the page and you were using your arrows, you would be advancing through every slider on the page. So now let's make sure that our testimonial slider also works. And if what makes it work is a click event or focusable within that container, then we should be able to add slider classes to the testimonial to make it a slider. And I did do that here. So I added slider here. And then we've got slider next, slider previous. So we're good there. And then for the LI, we have testimonial, and we need slider item. And then we need to add additional items here. And so we'll just change the name. And we'll say Heidi Holden. That's my dog. And then we'll say Ryan Holden. That's my previous dog. And I think this will take care of our styling too. So close. Let's see here. I'm sure we're just literally missing like one or two things. No big deal. Oh, because it's not active. There's nothing active. That's why. Shouldn't it be automatically giving the first item, making the first item active? Oh, but there's more than one slider on the page. So you have to for each through each of the sliders. Okay, I have two sliders. A hero slider and a testimonial slider. Testimonial slider. What's the best way to get them both working? Only the first one works, so we probably need to for each the slider. Question mark. Yep, right now your script is only wired up to a single slider and its associated controls, so only the first one works. To get both sliders working independently, you need to loop through all instances of slider and bind everything per instance. Here's how to make each slider self-contained and functional. I like this better because then it's like a little slider app where you can just add the correct classes to the things that you want to be a slider. So I think this is better. So I think it's just for eaching through the entire thing. Make sure each slider in your HTML has its own slider next and previous buttons inside that slider container, which it does. Okay, so this is definitely working. This needs and it's counting, it's doing its own count, so that's good. So let's come back here and look at this. So here's the items, here's the buttons. Definitely need to style this. I bet it's also getting it's getting some extra styles here someplace. Why is that so big? Oh, because of the height. It's position absolute, so it needs to be height 100%. So I think we just need to, this is the slider control. There's something else here forcing this open. Where are you? Well, it's position absolute. Well, the LIs are position absolute. Yeah, it's different when it's content. It's a lot less flexible. Yeah, it's got this aspect ratio here. How do we make that more flexible? We want to layer these list items, which is completely fine, but you have to kind of have to define the height of this container, otherwise it'll collapse. Because there's nothing to hold it open. So maybe we just need to adjust the aspect ratio. So this is 4:1, so maybe like, well, right now it's 4:1.5. So maybe we could just do 4:1, and then we can just position, or maybe we can just, let's change the aspect ratio just for this. So this will be the testimonial slider section UL. We can do that. So we'll go ahead and add an aspect ratio here, and we'll do 4:1. And then I bet if we just take out the padding on the bottom here, we can even this up a little bit. Yeah. That feels a little janky. So I'm going to need to, I'm going to need to come up with a better solution for how you deal with those the actual slides. Because being position absolute, it works great for a photo slider because you control the container, you control the size of the container with aspect ratio. But anytime you absolutely position something that has content, you don't let the content determine the size of the, you don't let the content determine the size of the container. That's a problem when you have a testimonial slider. I think this is fine. I think this is okay. You just have to be mindful of how much content you're putting in here because the size of the container is not going to grow or shrink with the amount of content. That's not ideal. And I'm not really thinking right off the top of my head of what a solution for that is, although I'm sure if I just, had more time to think about it, I could come up with one. Because we've all seen testimonial sliders that get bigger and smaller based on the amount of content. So it probably just needs like an extra wrapper or an extra container or something like that to solve that problem. For now, we're leaving this as is because the whole point of this is to practice. That's what I'm doing. I'm practicing. I'm getting better. I'm building stuff that I haven't built sliders by hand before. You want to know why? Because I've always gone out and I've just downloaded like a framework or a library or, like what's the thing I used to use back in the day? Responsive slider. I would just go grab something online and use that. And I want to learn how to build these things myself, understand what these problems are. And there's nothing wrong with going out and using those solutions. Nothing at all. I just want to start understanding what those solutions are for myself and understanding how to solve those problems. That's the whole point of this. So this works. And now this is focused, so we should be able to go through and we can tab. And as long as any part of the slider has focus, the buttons, we can also use our arrow keys on the keyboard. Okay, so both sliders work. Now, really the last thing we need to do here is we need to finish styling the slider for mobile. I declined to finish doing that until I actually had the slider working. And I think all we need to do is add an extra container. So I think we're done with our JavaScript. And by the way, if you're actually still here, if you're hanging on, and there are a few of you here who are, thank you so much. I appreciate you. We're learning together. We're learning together. What is on our QA list here? Need to escape to close menu. Done. Need to escape to close search drawer. Done. Yes, I do want to do hover active focus for the brand icon. So we'll do that. We'll do that too. We're going to keep going. We're so close. We're almost done. So I think I need for mobile, this is position relative, this is position static, also position relative. So this now I think that we have some mobiles. Since we added this back in, it's not accounting for our mobile styles. That's what's going on. Because our mobile figure is 16:9, and we added this margin on top. So I think we need to do the same thing here. So we're going to add 3 rems of margin on top. That pushes that down. And then we're going to change this to 16:9. Oh, maybe we don't need the margin on top here. We just needed to change the aspect ratio, 16:9. No, we do need to. There's the image. Oh, we maybe don't need the margin here after all. And maybe we only need margin on the UL, not on. There we go. So we just have to change where we're putting the margin on mobile and change the aspect ratio on mobile. Got it. Yeah, so we just need to change right here. So this is not going to change. We don't need that anymore. And we just need to change this slider UL. Well, we really need both, don't we? Copy this. All right. First problem solved. So now to get these controls into the correct place, I suppose if so we know the aspect ratio. I'm trying to think of I think the problem is that we have inset. So if we take inset off, this goes back up to the top. That's great. I want this in the middle of the image, but it's absolutely positioned against the entire section. So I guess if can we do some math with that aspect ratio? I don't know. It's not an actual value is the problem. So how do you transition without an actual value? Let's ask. Is it possible to use transition with an aspect ratio instead of a value, instead of a value? So instead of translate, it would be Y, 50%, I could get the, oh well, but it's the value of the sibling container, which I wouldn't have access to anyways. So, okay, this is a dumb question. This isn't a good question. I mean, maybe I'm overthinking this and I should just do top 30%. Nope. If we just do top 20%, how well does that hold up? Not very well. Because it's 20% from the top of the container. So if I put a container around the slider controls and the UL, and then absolutely position it against that, I think that's a better way to go. And hopefully I don't screw anything up. Yeah, it should be okay because the slider content would still be positioned absolutely against the slider wrap. But it would be absolutely positioned, it's still absolutely positioned against the slider. So it's still a sibling regardless. It's still a sibling no matter what, even whether it's slider wrap or the UL. So we just have to make sure that slider wrap is positioned relative. And I think this will be fine. Oh, position relative. And I'm also going to say z index 0. There. Oh. So hang on, did this work? So here's our slider. Here's our slider wrap. And here's our controls. This totally worked. Thank God one thing worked today. Oh my God. Okay, so let's see what happens now on desktop. We're still good. Oh, thank you. That worked. One thing, you guys, one thing worked today. This makes me so happy. So, I think this is a great solution. Hang on here. I'll move this over. I think this is a good solution for a slider on mobile, especially when you have content that is not unique to the slide. And that was just a choice that I made. And our images aren't so bad. Our images look okay. They don't really work that well on desktop. Oh, maybe they're okay. But I think this is a good choice for mobile. I like this. And our navigation works. Ooh, okay, we just have to adjust our Z index here, no problem. Oh, easier said than done, right? Although this was not a scientific Z index. I did 3 just for the heck of it. But this still appears to be okay. It just has to sit on top of the content, but it needs to be below the menu and below the search. So we'll change this to 2. I know I defaulted to 3, so that is just fine. Okay, we have one thing left to do, and then we're going to push this, and we do need to check and see how things work on mobile. And really, when I'm checking on mobile is just to make sure that I can go back and forth through the slider, and then we can open and close the search and open and close the mobile menu. And we also need to check other browsers. But the only other thing I want to do is just do a hover for these icons. So brand colors, I think it's just brandcolors.net. So GitHub, we'll grab this green. And we'll say GitHub. And then we want Instagram and Pinterest. And I'm going to grab this purple. And then we grab this red. Okay, and then we're just going to add a hover for our social icons. Okay, so we've got social. This is going to be very redundant, but this is vanilla CSS. So we've got focus. We also need to make sure that we have the right classes, actually. So we've got social item GitHub. We've got social item Instagram. And we've got social item Pinterest. So we'll do social item GitHub first. And then we've got focus. And this is hover and active. And the fill should be, where are you? GitHub, right here. And I think, oh, but this is, we're actually triggering the SVG, so we need to come down here. And social item SVG fill, we need to transition this. Ease in out, and then it's and then we need to trigger the SVG. There we go. Look at that. So we just need to repeat this now. So this would be Instagram. And this would be Pinterest. There we go. Nice. And this should work in our footer as well. Oh, we probably need to repeat these for the footer. There's no, I don't have any restrictions on the footer. Did I just not? Oh, we don't have our classes on the footer. So this is GitHub. This is Instagram. There we go. Wow, what a day. This one was stressful. This was very, I feel stressed out. This was a stressful one for me. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that I am very uncomfortable with my JavaScript skills in public. I'm not uncomfortable with my JavaScript skills to where I won't sit and do it. I'm just uncomfortable doing it in front of other people because clearly I'm not as confident and I still need a lot of help. So clean. I like it. Thank you. Thank you. We had a very quiet, chill chat today. Rahul and Go Elmo Go, thank you for being here. And everybody else, you don't need to chat. Honestly, when I watch a lot of live streams, and I rarely am in the chat. So definitely not criticizing anybody who isn't in the chat. Some days are just chattier than others. That's all. That's all. Okay, so let's get this pushed. While this is deploying, we're just going to quickly check Safari. Oh, and I forgot to check the iframe thing. That might just be an issue. I think I'm just going to make that an issue because it is only impacted on Safari desktop, nowhere else. That's the aspect ratio for the iframe. So I'm going to create an issue for that in GitHub. JavaScript for menu, search and sliders. So our slider works on Firefox. Okay, everything seems to be working as it should on Firefox. Good, good, good. Let's just tab through. And Firefox, the focus is a dotted line. Yep, everything works. The links are a blue outline, but the buttons are a dotted line, which is probably, it's probably good then that we style additional styles for focus, so we don't change the outline. But you can see that the links, even if it's styled like a button, the links are clearly getting a blue outline. Oh, we're gonna have to, okay, so we need to, since we took the padding off of the, we have to adjust the padding for the bottom of our tutorials. So let's do that now. Tutorials. Testimonials, excuse me. Testimonials. So this says that it should have, so we've got 0 on desktop. We should have 4.5 rems down here. We clearly don't. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, it's just so we still have the padding. We just don't have enough room for the content. We just don't have enough room for the content. How do you stack these things up if they're not position absolute? How do you stack them on top of each other as a slider if they're not position absolute? I'm sure it's going to come to me. My slides are in an unordered list, and my list items are position absolute to stack them and only show when they have an active class. But for my testimonials, I need containers that respond to the length of content. And of course, position absolute does not work that way. Is there another method? I can't think of one. Display grid. This is the cleanest and most modern approach for content-based sliders that need stacking. Each slide sits in the same grid cell, grid area 1 by 1, 1 to 1, 1/1. The container UL grows and shrinks based on the active item. No need for position absolute. Bonus, you can fade transitions with opacity. Option 2, position relative with opacity and pointer events. If you still want that slide on top behavior but need dynamic height, slider UL position relative, slider item position absolute, slider item active goes back to being position relative. Everything else is position absolute. The trick here is making the active item position relative so it contributes to the layout. The inactive one stays absolute and invisible. This lets you stack items but still have the container grow with the visible content. Oh, I'm totally doing the thing that is not going to be recommended. Mm-hmm. So slider section UL. So I think, oh, stop, just, so it's the slider item specific to the testimonial slider, where I'm just going to change position to position relative. Okay, well, let's put some different lengths of text in here to see if this actually worked. Yep, I think this worked. No, did not work. Oh, I spelled relative wrong. That worked. And then I think the things that are, did it tell me to do that? So then I think for the things that are absolute, we would change the height. Yeah, we would change the height. And for the things that are position relative, we would just say height auto. Oh, I didn't specify active. That's why. There we go. Oh, still not working. Hang on. We're so close. We're so close. Position relative. I still think this should be height 0, and this should be height auto. There, that was it. We did it. We did it. Look at that. Okay. So we're going to do this twice. So this is going to be height 0, and then this is going to be height auto. And then I don't think we need to have padding 0 on this anymore. Look at that. I'm completely good with this. And then let's just adjust our buttons a little bit. Well, and let's make sure this works on desktop. So let's make one that's really, really long. Like, just really long. Beautiful. Look at that. That was the perfect solution. That was the perfect solution. I love it. So now let's just make sure that our buttons are in a little different position. They're a little snug up to the side on mobile. I think that the slider controls just need a little padding on the left and right. That's it. Just like that. Well, actually, we just don't even need that value there. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Well, we went with position relative because it was so darn easy. Yeah. Perfect. And then we'll create an issue, create issue for, what was I going to create an issue for? Or did I already solve my issue? What was the issue? I don't even remember. So I guess I'm not going to worry about it. If I think of it, I will create an issue. Need you are here navigation. That's done. We didn't have a big QA list for this. And at this point, moving forward, if I notice anything that I can't quickly fix, I'll set up an issue, but I would prefer to fix it myself. So let's get this deployed and then continue to check. Continue to check Firefox and Safari. Oh, the issue is going to be for create issue in GitHub for iframe aspect ratio for Safari desktop. That's what it was. Refining the testimonial slider styles. And let me make sure. Yes. so the list stacking is all fixed now. Absolutely. So that was such a good solution to just make the active slide position relative, because the stacking order is still obeyed as long as it's at least position relative. But position relative puts it back into the flow in the DOM, right? So let's see here. There we go. Okay. Get this pulled up. But first, that needs a second to deploy. So let's make sure that we're good on Firefox and Safari. So here's Firefox. And I'm really just going to check this slider. Beautiful. That is an excellent solution. I'm totally down with that. And honestly, that's the behavior that I'm used to. So this makes sense to me. I'm good with it. Boy, isn't it going to suck if it doesn't work on Safari? Yes, the answer is yes. Let's see. All right, so let's tab through. And so we open up search and the focus automatically goes to the close button. But if we go past, we can still escape to close it. And then it goes to the next logical place, which is the beginning of the social nav icons. And our arrow keys work, but also just hitting return on the correct buttons works. Everything's getting focus that should get focus. Oops. Ooh. Safari, what are you doing to me? Safari is not obeying position relative on this slide. Probably because, we can just do away with this aspect ratio. We don't even need the aspect ratio if we're gonna switch to position relative. So that is actually a good catch. Yeah, we don't even need this. Although now it's gigantic. Why does all of this have to be open? Can't we just close some of these? I just want the elements. Okay. Oh, we might still have an aspect ratio here to deal with. Okay, so we need to make sure that we're clearing our aspect ratio on everything related to the slider. So we took it out here, but we still have it on the main slider UL. So maybe what we need to just do is just say something like, is like 0 or none a value? Probably not. 0, 0, but does that like collapse it? Unset? Is that the better way to go? Yeah, I think unset. How widely supported is unset? Because I feel like unset didn't used to be that widely supported, but it's been a while. MDN CSS unset. Widely available. Okay. Unset did not used to be widely available, but I haven't checked in a long time. So as long as MDN says that it's baseline widely available, then we're just going to go with unset, and that will take care of that. So let's push that. Unset the aspect ratio for testimonial slider. Okay. And then let's just go back and double check Firefox while that is deploying. Different browsers, you got to check different browsers, different behavior. Yep, this is working. This is working great. Good. Okay, let's check and see how things look on mobile. So this is Chrome. All right. You can't see that background color on the streaming software, but you can see it on mobile. And of course, we don't click, we don't hit escape on mobile. We can only use the buttons. But everything is working. Everything is working. Let's check out our testimonials. I don't know if that's had time to deploy yet, so. Yeah, I don't think that's had time to deploy yet. Let's just close out Chrome and go check Safari. So our slider works. Our navigation works. Search works. And iOS is making that search button blue by default. And yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. I'm not going to try to override that. That to me seems like an accessibility thing, and I'm just fine with it. And our slider, our testimonial slider, appears to be right as rain. Look at that. You obviously probably wouldn't have this much content in a testimonial slider, but I think the point here is to test that that container is flexible. Such a good solution. Such a good solution. interesting that that aspect ratio works on Safari mobile, but not Safari desktop. So I think that's a great issue. I'll go ahead and put that in as an issue. I am just fine with that. Let's check Chrome again. But the caching on Chrome is very weird. So we may not see this updated. Literally until tomorrow. Maybe tonight. Oh, it's working. Good. Good, good, good. Makes me so happy that we found. I'm glad I asked. Such a simple solution. Such a good solution. And we have lazy loading on that iframe too, so it doesn't load till it comes into the window. Nice. Wow, today was a marathon. Oof. Today was a lot. We're done. We're done. This is it. I'm going to add that issue. I'm probably not going to add that issue till tomorrow. So we are at 3.5 hours. So this is the last video for me to edit in this series. So right now, this is like 10 hours long, this project. So this is easily going to add another couple of hours, but that's good. That's the kind of content, that's the kind of library that I want to build for this channel. So thank you to everybody who joined the stream today, who hung out with me, who just had a nice chill day. If you haven't yet and you wouldn't mind hitting that like button and subscribing to the channel, I would love to have you. And I would love to be able to push out more of this type of content to other front-end developers who want to work on these types of projects. So I should have this project out Monday or Tuesday. I think it's going to be Tuesday. And really what I'm doing is I'm just going through and sort of lightly editing the stream. I'm taking out anything that isn't directly related to the build. So it's just a straight start to finish project build. Taking out almost all of the interactions with the chat unless it's something that is directly related to the build itself. So hopefully people find that type of content interesting. Next weekend, we're going to work on I think the project that I picked for next weekend, we can easily do in a weekend. It's just a one-page landing page, resume landing page, web page. Think we can do that easily in a weekend. And then I have another landing page that I think I've decided on, but I'm still kind of thinking about it for August that we'll go ahead and do. So I think that's it. Today was a marathon. It was a lot, 3.5 hours. So everybody, have a great rest of your day wherever you are. Very special thank you to Go Elmo Go for helping with moderation. Rahul, thank you for being here and asking thoughtful questions. I appreciate everybody. Have a great rest of your day and a great week wherever you are. And I will see you next weekend. Bye-bye.